習武之人，無懼風雨雷霆。習武之心，靜看流水浮雲。習武之道，邊個先係真正嘅對手？
讓本帥看看，對手究竟有多少斤兩。
武道如水，水可剛，亦可柔；水可攻，亦可守。
滔滔江河，奔涌无形，无形为形，无道即道。真正的对手就是自己。
習武之道就係戰勝自我之道。霧係我，冰亦係我。
诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我就是你们要找的。李星云，哎，人长得帅就是麻烦，走哪儿都有人惦记。
记着，本姑娘叫姬如雪，是幻音房的人。幻音房的剑，从来不会迟疑。
从今日起，本帅心之所向，便是人心所向。诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我是齐王，亦是幻音房的女帝。太平只是这世间的面子，而里子早已烂透。
As chaos tears open the heavens, the natural order inverts. My, how many journeys back and forth have you made already? Still not found? Searching for someone lost in the rifts. No small task.
It's nothing. I'm just doing my job.
Here's a small charm for your protection.
Much appreciated. This is nothing like I remember. Curious, but there's no time to waste.
All that, Justina, only to become the matron?
Traitor. I will not listen to Akiria's lapdog. Today, I will purge you, Shun, of your filth!
Go now!
You're courting death!
Justina!
Excellent. It's taken the bait. As your escort, it's my job to return you to Lenazra safe and sound. So, no matter how many times it takes, I won't stop till I find you!
That light. Does it burn brighter than I do? When you find her in the rift, I'd like to see her for myself.
风卷雷云，来者不善。老伙计，这遭又该麻烦你了。
that a game? I'm not a robot and I challenge you. I'm not a phantom, I'm in your face and I'm here to see.
その歪んだ欲望、我々怪盗団が頂戴する。
お宝は私がいただいていきますね。綺麗なバラにはトゲがあるとこ見せてあげるね。
ジョーカーだ。よろしく頼む。
心の怪盗団の一員だよ。こんにちは。私のことはバイオレットと呼んでください。私はノワールです。
Nights are long, trying to understand a life of words unspoken. How all of her hopes, all of her plans, told so much of what I meant to be, how some should stand. But to hear how it tore me up inside. I've never been prepared to take the key to your kingdom's gate. The dreams wanted that I'd never share. Break this song, I try to find my freedom instead. I fight it on my own road ahead. I've got a fire in my soul, time to find my own demons. Just will never hold me back. Break this road, I face the world with all that I have. Live forever, held within my hand. NARAKA calls to me with no turns back. Diana, your king is back. Deep down I know how you can. Only wish I had shoes your fears. In the flames I feel alive. The burden in my hands are climbing up to the heavens gates. Defy the fates to show you who I am. Break this road now, trade for my freedom instead. I fight it on my own road ahead. I've got a fire in my soul, time to find my own demons. Just will never hold me back. Break this road now, face the world with all that I have. Live forever, held within my hand. NARAKA calls to me
習武之人，無懼風雨雷霆。習武之心，靜看流水浮雲。習武之道，邊個先係真正嘅對手？
让本帅看看，对手究竟有多少斤两。
武道如水，水可乾，亦可游；水可攻，亦可守。
滔滔江河，奔涌无形，无形为形，无道即道。真正的对手就是自己。
習武之道，就係戰勝自我之道。霧係我，冰亦係我。
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Nbpl. We've taken a little bit of a break off, but we are now back with our second week of the bi-weeklies. My name is Siphon. I'm joined by Raven. Raven, how are you doing? You alright?
Oh, it was a splendid time seeing NARAKA on an international stage, but we're back home. We're back to the Pro League in trios, and a lot has changed. At EWC, it was the last form that rules, and now we're at a brand new rule set. And I'm not going to lie, Hipbrain, I've heard a lot about it. But to experience it today, I'm going to be one of the viewers seeing like what has changed and is it going to be better for viewership as we see it?
Yeah, no, I'm really excited. I think we've got a new map rotation as well coming up. So we'll bring all this stuff up in a moment, so we'll be able to kind of show you. And for us, it'll also be the first time experiencing it. But yeah, I'm curious to see what the rule changes do as far as like hero pick bans go and how they actually affect the meta, whether or not they do or not. Is going to be the big thing for me. I hope that, you know, it forces more variance out of the players. So we get some more kind of, you know, some more display of ability and talent. But for you guys at home, you can grab yourself these goodies. This is on our daily drops. So as long as you have your NARAKA account signed up and linked to your Twitch, you'll be able to go unlock these drops from the top. Next week, you will be on to Biweekly Final 2. So it is the Champion Bubble Choice Gift coming up on next week. But yeah, make sure you're all linked up. I'm curious because, you know, Solos has had some changes as well to its pick ban, and that has forced a lot more variance out, right? Like it's a lot more unique, right?
Yeah, it's really all the rule changes that have been happening. I mean, NARAKA's been around for 4 years, and Battle Royale has always had weirdness with rules, how to make things more fun. and more enjoyable. There used to be like a lot of dead time. I know for you, the zipping meta was very, very boring to you. Some of the monk meta was very boring to you. But now, like modern NARAKA, there's tons of action all the time throughout the game. So I'm very curious to see how trios is going to change. And especially like, this is kind of the end of an era, the old Syra era, where she was so dominant. She kind of took the previous Jacob by storm. She was pretty much a part of every single composition. And we saw her strategy being pushed to the absolute limit and kind of coming at a climax at EWC. And now, back to CN, back to the new patch, Syra has been significantly changed. So I'm very curious to see, are pro teams still going to utilize her? Because it was a while, like old habits kind of die hard, before they switched from a lot of old compositions before and people started exploring more. But I think in modern NARAKA, especially in 2025, there's been a lot more innovation and exploration of many teams, especially after like the Wu Chain change. So I would say overall, the rule change has benefited the league as far as things that are interesting, especially from a casual viewer, to see many different characters being involved in strategy and things not being so set in stone. A lot more innovation and creativity has been enabled with the new rule changes. So I'm very excited today coming back from EWC, even though it's a spectacular event. It was lovely seeing it, but this is where the nitty gritty goes down. All the CN teams have definitely been doing their homework, trying to work out things. And today is the day that we get to see what they've been testing out and how it will play out this next bi-weekly.
Yeah, I'm really excited. Now, maps have not changed, so we are still on the same map rotation. So I've got a feeling that a lot of what I've been told was wrong. So we'll have to see what's actually going on. So I feel like I'm joining you now here, Raven, where I'm in full kind of spectator mode to see what the rule changes and how they actually affect the game and the meta will be. I'm glad you kind of touched on things like the Syra changes. Because, you know, at EWC, we saw her still getting played because it was kind of pre-nerfs, if I remember correctly. I know it was post-nerfs, right? She had 2 charges, so she still does seem to have a place into the in the meta. It's just really down to what the players are going to be fancying. But it looks like, you know, these are our top pick compositions right now. So first is the Monk comp with the Zip. Then you've got the Takeda that still keeps that Syra, and then you've got this Mitari Viper comp with Yueshen in there as our 3rd most played. So these are kind of top comps being played right now. You know, as an avid Monk hater, I'm fuming, but I mean, this comp has been so impactful and very, very effective. You know, with some of the changes what we've seen to Monk comps over the years, this is the one that is the go-to right now.
Yeah, it does say the data source is from Biweekly 1, and that was the previous patch. So I'm very curious to see whether or not things have changed. The one thing that's really interesting is that because of that Wu Chen ban, we see a new version of Attack on Titan where Yueshan has come back out of the depths. He was in the graveyard for a while. No one wanted to play that character, especially because you could play Kylan instead. Most of the Yueshan players in trios moved over to Kylan because you got to just dominate everyone with your ultimate. But now with Batari being paired up with Yueshan, you can do a double kebab on players. It was something that I even utilized a lot just because most people never really expect you to use that ability, since most of the time Yueshan is used as counter Viper. But recently, in the first bi-weekly, we saw a trend coming up that he was actually being used as DPS with Matari's ultimate resetting that ability, allowing him to do a nice 3-piece combo for a ton of damage. We are seeing a Siphon coming back, and I'm curious how this is going to be playing out today. I'm just super excited. I've always been nerded out to see new things in trios. Usually we see metas that last for a year long with slight variations, slight tweaks. Certain teams take a lot more liberties, test things out, but we've even seen like the old guard GG come up with new compositions, inventing a new form of Transformers, bringing their Valda variation to the league. So moving forward, I'm not the biggest fan of Justina rushdown compositions and trios. I feel like to me, Justina's gameplay is a little bit gimmicky, but as far as like a pure rushdown execution strategy, she is probably more locked down than Tessa is, especially how easy it is to dodge on lower ping. Justina chasing you with teammates helping the stagger is very, very hard to get away from. So the combination of Viper and Justina, it definitely makes sense that this rushdown strategy has taken over the league. I am curious though how they are going to be playing the end games, just because I know a lot of the rule changes with Viper have tried to address teams targeting in the end games. So I'm curious to see how the rules are going to play out today. Will monks still kind of dominate the end games, and will they need to be limited? Will Takeda still dominate the end games on Holoroth? Or will we see some new variations? Will we see like Farias coming out, or even the newer character use? So the new character is finally released. This may be a chance to see him on the big stage.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I love about trios is the theory crafting in comps. I'm kind of rewinding a little bit to stuff you talked about previously, but I'm a massive fan of, you know, seeing what innovation and what changes the players can come up with. And you are right, because typically over a year, it's only kind of micro changes. They kind of pre-establish comps. It feels like J-Cup is when like the next year's comps get set in stone, and what's going to be the power ranking for comps here in the Nbpl. And then over time, things get nerfed or changed and slightly adjusted and changed around. I think, you know, obviously, you're not a big fan of the Justina comp. I actually really like the Justina comp, especially in the current meta. I feel like if we were back in like the days where like Siphon and Siphon were the two biggest comps, then I wouldn't be a massive fan of it. But Monk is such an easy target to hit with all this crowd control that with the changes to the ult duration, you can really mess over that comp and, you know, keep them from not really being able to hit their major win condition, which is those double grabs, because Monk's locked up the whole time. And while Kylin is a good kind of follow-up damage dealer, and he's also very good at kind of buying space for Monk with the dashes and the kind of the CC that they bring in the knockbacks, I do feel like he actually struggles to kind of keep up with Justina, even though she gets less dashes. Like, her dashes just rocket off, they go through everything, they get the freezes off. Like, Justina's a really good counter to that comp, and that's why I like it. I think the problem that comp has is endgame isn't as hot. I think it's definitely better in an isolated realm of Yang, versus the things like when there's multiple monks, the Justina has so many dashes, like I said, and can get locked down. That's where that comp comes into some struggles. But I like the core concept of it. It's a CC comp. It's why I quite like the Tessa comp back in the day as well. You know, I like the comps that bring crowd control and can really control a space in a fight.
I'm very curious with the Justina composition, because something we saw at EWC was during the phasing picks, there was a lot of counter picking that was set up by the previous bi-weekly finals. In the previous bi-weekly finals, most of the teams opened up prioritizing Transformer toward the Monk composition, but OUG was able to win it all by doing a very sneaky play by picking Viper early on and having the Monks have less of majority in the lobby. Now, in general, when there's a certain composition, or I would say there's a threshold for the amount of Vipers in the lobby, that you're not going to get a very stacked endgame. Just because Viper's main strategy for early game and mid game is to prevent other teams from leading up and scaling up and getting a lot stronger. And one of the things that you do is you set up assassination plays as these teams try to go into the realm of Yang. OUG did this strategy. Now with the new rule set, I'm very excited. Kind of like a kid in the toy store to see what's kind of new, what's showing up for the league now of how these teams are going to play. Just because even earlier this year when Nbpl first started up, new composition, off season was going through, everyone had a nice little break from J-Cup, but everyone during the off season was innovating, starting a bunch of new stuff, and it's going to be very chaotic with the new rule set, I think, starting out for the first teams who start kind of going against Mo. We're still seeing, at least from a lot of these picks, that the teams are still running traditional. We'll have to see how things go on. I'm always excited to see new compositions hit Brenda. I still remember when like Zai was used for the first time. It was definitely very hype after like two or 3 years. No Zai, no Valda, and anytime a character gets its time to shine and actually comp. We even saw this year Tarka come into the trios mode.
Yeah, that was a wild little period where we saw that Tarka. I wouldn't say really a Tarka meta, but the Tarka experimentation phase. That was always really fun. I remember when Zai first came around because I don't think we were running the Meteor variant of a ref. I think it was just like it was the stealth.
Yeah, the combo break.
Yeah, it was a very weird time where like people didn't quite have a place on where they thought they were gonna play. I can't remember who it was who played it first. It was one of the teams that starts with W. I can't remember. It wasn't WBG. I can't remember.
It was the first one to run Zai was BBB and TXJ. I think they were JL at the time. They were the first one to run Zai.
Were they the first?
Yes. Because when BBB did the Meteor, a lot of competitive players were like, "Is this trolling?" And then they won around.
The real Zai, not the original. Like when Zai first came out, I think it was YZG actually. No, it wasn't YZG. They don't think they even existed then. Either way, yeah, it was JL who founded the actual functional Zai comp, the one which we grew to love. I still love that comp. That's one of my favorite comps. I really enjoy watching it. It's got a little a lot of minutia and kind of like timing on when you're pulling off your abilities. And obviously, I think weirdly out of all of the comps, that one was the one that got hit the most with the nerfs to like ult duration.
Yeah,
because Zai was very reliant on like effing and then just popping the ult whenever really, because it would be up long enough inside the realm of Yang at least, for an example, to be able to get enough effectiveness out of it.
I think you're thinking of DRG was running a Zai strategy when Spirit Well first came out, where they wouldn't really go Yang, and they would run Zai, Fairy, and Monk to control.
I do remember that one.
They're the only
I don't know. The
ones
problem
that
with
really
me is I can't even remember what I had for breakfast. Like, I'm bad at retaining all this information, to be honest. Like, because I distinctly remember it on Morris Isle as well, of all places. This comp, though, speaking of other comps, you know, avid Monk hater, but big Valda lover. So I actually enjoy this one. I think it's very fun. Again, nerfed by the changes we had coming into this season. Valda doesn't stay as tanky as long before. I'm still waiting, and we had it last season, and it's kind of trash and it's kind of troll, but it was really fun. It was the Viper Tessa Valda comp, where you just ran like full CC, just catch the whole lobby with it.
Wombo.
Yeah, it was a proper wombo, and the one time they hit basically the whole lobby with it, the whole lobby got out of the CC and ran them down because they didn't want to get hit by that again. So it does paint a bit of a target on your back, and I can see why no one's picked it up since. But in theory, a great little comp. You know, I'm just kind of spitballing while we've got a bit of time while we're waiting to get into this first game of the day. Just spitballing some ideas and seeing and figuring out what we're going to see. But if I'm completely honest with you, I don't think the meta's going to change all that much, at least on like the front of the meta. It's what the new hero select does to the meta, and if it forces players to change up what they're going to be playing throughout the day, and maybe they have to have some more comps up their sleeves and ready to go.
The new character Inor, it's basically a weaker version of Yueishan. I didn't see any application of it. I asked around about it. None of the global scene was taking to it yet. Usually when a character comes out and it's obviously very strong, everyone will pick it up. But I'm not gonna lie, there have been times where a new character's come out where the community did not quickly adopt it. And even in CN, the characters weren't very adopted. Like in the 2023 J-Cup when Hottie came out, pre-nerfed Hottie, just brand new Hottie, no one actually thought he was a very strong solos character. Actually, in CN and in global, well, actually on the global stage, most people thought of it. And even in trios, Hottie didn't really have a place. So I could still see someone finding some weird application of the new character Inor. I didn't really see anything. I haven't had a chance to test it out myself, to play around with trios. I'm still looking for heaps to test them out in trios to get my mind around it, but haven't heard it from any of the other players or coaches in the league that Inor will be used. But I would love to be proven wrong for someone to test it out. A lot of the times when the teams do get ahead, just because qualifying rounds, each of these teams will be playing 2 days out of the 3 days, split into their 3 groups. And usually if a team is past the threshold of qualifying, so they get into the top 12, so they can go on to the weekly finals, they do test out a couple numerous strategies, and they don't go as hard because they want to keep as many good cards close to the heart going into the actual finals, which carries over to the grand finals of the league over the second half. And seeing that GG is here today, at least we get to watch a little bit of GG's, a lot of the old guard, see what they're going to be doing. But will we see something new though? I mean, I always like watching Transformers. There's been a lot more variation with Transformers now with the Valda Karumi, old school Wombo, with the new Valda Ultimate.
I mean, the Valda variant is definitely my favorite of the 2 current ones. I actually have never found Kylan that enjoyable to watch. Or play, to be completely honest with you. It's not as brutal as back when Kylan was, in his launch state, and when we saw him with that Hardy comp. I mean, that was so weird watching Realm Yangs, like Kylan's just versus Kylan's, and both of them using their invulnerability and then the cube to get away if they were in real danger. Like, that was a drag to watch, man. That comp was a drag to watch. But yeah, I'm going to be interested because I believe, now again, I could be wrong here, but I believe we actually get an extra pick phase. I think we are spreading out the picks a little bit more. So I think it's 4 pick phases instead of 3. Again, I could honestly be really wrong here. I could just be completely off the money, but I think we're getting an extra pick phase. So, forcing people down an extra step at the bottom means, there's more creativity that needs to be forced once you get down there, because in solos we talked about like those personality picks, the picks where like the meta picks are gone, so now you're onto a personality pick. I think maybe trios might get that with this extra ban phase or this extra pick phase.
I've seen SR UWC champs. SR takes it in solos and trios. Can they keep up their dominance? They're looking mighty. They look chilling right now. Mighty confident going into today. I mean, it's another day clocking in. Still weird to me to see VVV on Bauta separated from TXJ.
Yeah.
Those two have been like a dynamic duo. They've always been top 3 at every single Worlds. For the first time, they're actually separated. So I'm very curious because there was a little bit of debate of who the hard carry was on their team in VVV and TXJ. And after hearing, a lot of times when we look at replays now, you can hear the in-game comms. If you don't watch the actual POVs, they'll sometimes show the replays. And VVV was known on the CN side of being a quiet assassin. He'd always be very quiet in endgames. TXJ would be leading a lot of the target selection. But in most recent times, at least over the past year, hearing VVV calm, he's hard calming now. Definitely a lot more passionate about calling out targets and calling out plays. So it's very curious to see how he kind of leads this new team, and to see 2 of my favorite players kind of go head to head. I don't believe TXJ is playing today, but we will get to see VVV, who I've been a big fan of for the longest time, even since the first Worlds back when they were FPX, how they have changed over the years.
Okay, so we do have an extra round selection. Now, I believe this is the mirror match roundup. So we actually play the most popular comps for game 1 and 2 from the previous week. So the mirror matchup is everyone is going to be on the Monk, Kylin, and Zip comp. I think the next comp is everyone's going to be playing the... oh, word. It was a Sand Siphon. It was a Sand Siphon. So next game, everyone's going to be on Sand Siphon. Everyone this game is on to Monk. Now, the way that hero pick works is everyone will have 9 hero points from game 3 onwards. If you pick a hero twice, this counts as one of your picks, by the way. It doesn't cost anything. But by the time you get to the 3rd time you pick a character, they cost 3 points. So if you want to play 3 runs of this comp, that's going to be all of your hero points burnt in a single day off 3 games. So you have to be a little bit careful on that. So see what the players are actually going to be looking to pull out coming forwards. But the first 2 matches are just going to be these big mirror matchups, and players are all going to be playing the same thing. So this is a very, very heavy Monk comp here, as we can see the drop spots actually. Oh, this is all new.
I like this. This is a lot.
I like this.
A lot more accurate and easier to look at. You don't get the exact squares. You get a good gist of where everyone's landing. After scouring the maps over and over, coaching teams and coaching players, seeing the 3D view looks very good from a viewer standpoint, but to get into the nitty-gritty details, it's very hard to figure out what squares people land on. Now, this isn't super revealing of the specific squares that teams are running on, just because when the map is spread out, a lot of the times teams are picking squares based on Firefly locations so they can get ultimate and rotate onto another team within the first minute or 2, trying to hit a nice 30-second timing attack onto people. But I like this new view, and it's funny, we've gone full circle, Hip Rain. Back in the day, everyone just played the strongest composition, so the whole lobby was the same comp. And then we moved on to a pick ban system so that everyone would have variety, but now we're back to everyone playing the same comp.
I'm going to make my decision later, a little bit further in here, but we're going to see already Alliance taking on DRG. Kakaishi just caught in the knockup. Parry goes off on Donkey 9 on the backside, but DRG getting absolutely walloped here by Alliance off the bat. That's going to be a quick 3-kill start for Alliance, and a very, very strong drop for them. As also WZ and SS1 find themselves also in a bit of a scrap here. Xuan, no weapon to speak of, does quickly switch out and get those dual swords after the ultimate is timed out. Gets knocked back though, as SS1 still has the man advantage here versus WZ. Bell's going to get popped by Lue there. Upcut comes in from Xuan as they do get knocked back on a flying knives, and suddenly WZ, this fight has just gone so wrong for them. Gone totally awry as Young left on his lonesome, pinned down by the members of SS1, and he's parried. He's going to pop the bell, but all he's doing is wasting time here. Down he goes.
Ah, yes. The classic mirror matchup. A pure display of skill. No excuses. I mean, I guess you get to pick a different abilities and slightly different ultimates, but I do love me some Transformer on Transformer rounds. We are going to get 2 of the strongest teams in the league, GG and Wolves. Going to be kicking off this trio. CGS going to pop the Kylan ultimate. Looking to cause some car crash here in this small tunnel. Wolves trying to create some space, move away from this, and CGS is going to get peeled off by enemy. Kylan knocked away with the 1-dash. Now we're going to the outside. We're going to get both Monks ulting right now. ZK pushing LXM off the ledge, but LXM jumping back into the fray. ZK gets 1 grab, throws 3-3-0 along the cliffside, jumping back in, looking for the stop grab. Doesn't get it, but LXM gets another scoop off. LXM down to his last sliver of health. ZK looks for the stomp, trying to push him in a wall, but LXM's going to de-transform. We go on to phase 2, but it looks like GG. LXM might be last one standing right here as Wolves going to close the distance. Nice cross up, tries to find something, but ZK is going to put him out of his misery as CJS wants to hold on to his purple armor, but Wolves will not let him go. They're going to walk him down, hunt that. They want this purple armor for them, as NHQ gets a nice parry to clean this up.
Yeah, really nice little parry to tie that one up. Now, a bunch of players actually starting on those 3 kills off the bat. Now, the big thing about this comp is it scales. It needs scaling to really be effective. And there's only so much scaling available on the map. As we do see OA have the Volpine Essence for themselves. But, I mean, you need to get in these Ramayangs. You need to get yourself the gear, because both the Kylin and the Monk are going to be scaling off... that was a hard thing to say. Weapon rarity. There we go. Forgot how to talk there for a brief second. But also, you know, for the monkey also needs decent armor because that's going to scale into his health. I mean, the Kylin also is going to be wanting some decent armor for themselves to keep himself alive. You know, you need to get the good gear going into the late game on all of these comps. So it's going to be a big one for the players to kind of keep their eyes on getting into those Realm of Yangs as soon as possible. As SR starting off strong, nice little pick off the PP, the captain. Flying daggers come out. He pops the bell though to break away, but the re-grab comes in onto PP, and he is just going to get finished up. That is going to be the kill on to Alliance's PP. As Yuma trying to play nuisance here, but has no monk to back him up and is down a member, so we're just going to have to play the escape game. As SR, are they going to greed for the kill? It looks like they want to. They know even with the fact that their ultimate is used there on 17S, they feel comfortable to try and push forwards and see if the option is there. Get another kill on the board. SR 4 kills in. Alliance also 4 kills in, so teams are somewhat tired on that front.
Yeah, so my eyes definitely mixed up here just seeing all monks in this lobby, but I'm excited for this end game that we're going to be having. But first we have to get there. Off spawn though, Wolves and SR getting a ton of loot, setting up real nice for the first Realm of Yang. Double purple armor on both these teams. Now we're moving over to the side of the map where you got Away and 5-2-1. AB with the fan trying to open it up for his team, looking for the flank play. Highland is going to pop his combo break, keeping going, but Pampy is going to come in with a parry onto AB, following up with the dagger. Assassin's Lunge, putting AB in a tough spot right now. Zipping ult is going to come out first. Curious enough, bad terrain. They are going to open up with Kylan zipping instead of the monk ults coming out. Kuku has to be careful though on the zipping. She's taking a ton of damage by this Kylan, but always turn this around. Wait a minute, getting picked up. They do take down Ivan. Jerry's going to be coming down, and now Kuku is turning this around, jumping on the zipping, putting on the pressure back. Nah. You're not going to be tossing this zipping around anymore. Pampy now getting a taste of his own medicine. Will he pop this ultimate, or is he just going to take the loss right now? Hopefully, be able to respawn and find a recovery from here. And now TE is going to be coming in with a third party, and Away is going to pop the monk ult.
Yeah, double ults being thrown out here. AAB, sorry, finds himself the grab. Peak has been caught, but same for Kuku on the other side. Remember, OA, they do have that Volpine Essence they picked up earlier. Jianan gets a re-grab in, but immediately AB just playing interrupt, not letting Jianan get that slam off, as he does get a pick up on the Peak as well. But Peak needs to get away. He's going to get himself caught. He's able to break away before the double grab comes down, but he takes a lot of damage. As Youth ultimate still burning away here, so still look to chase on to the members of OA. Kuku being targeted out here. As AB starting to go very low. Armor has finally been stripped off here, as Youth still keeping that pressure up. The zone's closing though. Only going to be zone 1, so not going to be getting too much damage. But Peak, he is just taken down by AB with a fan. Beautiful pickup onto him. Now Youth is just going to play escape. OA, they have the man advantage, and they're just not letting Youth break away. The fan comes down from AB. That's another kill onto them. It's going to be an easy tidy up, as Xiaonan is going to get finished up as well. AB just got 3 kills there for his team. Huge play.
Oh no. I mean, T comes in with a third party, and they all in. They just blow all 3 of their ultimates. Now, they were coming in as blueberries underscaled compared to OA, who had double purple armor, probably more purple weapons as well. So as Transformers, your armor and weapon rarity significantly changes the power level of your composition, because you'll do more damage with a higher rarity weapon, and you'll have a lot more health in your ultimate. You transform with better armor, and TE is just not able to execute well. The terrain was not very favorable, but I feel like if TE spread out their cooldowns a little bit more, they had a better chance of wiping it out. But really good job by OA to defend against the third party being 1 ultimate down. To be able to trade out 2 for 3 has definitely been a staple of Transformer strategies over the past couple of years. Being able to play off 1 ultimate has always been a sign of whether or not you are very good Transformer teams, because what you technically want to do on the outside is stagger your ultimates to guarantee that even if you're third party, you can kind of cover and move and continue fighting. Now going into the first Realm of the Yang of today, we are going to get the champs of EWC, SR versus FPX, and one of my favorite matchups, the Transformer Mirror. Even though with Kylan, it's a little bit easier because you can wombo, still very exciting to see the monks duke it out with the Kylans.
Right, well, immediately, both of them obviously gone for their transforms. SR just playing interrupt here onto Water, but Water still able to find a grab onto Zhao, so SR 17S just going to do his best to try and play interrupt here. It does find a grab in response onto Kiki, but he's going incredibly low. Both the monks actually de-transforming as Monk is able to get the slam down, so he gets a little bit of healing off in response and a bit of damage traded out. But now Zhao opened up with that Kylin ultimate to follow up afterwards. Looking for the dashes, big slashes coming through. FPX starting to go pretty low on the HP here. Kiki remaining pressured out right now. Has got some of his armor back, but Zhao still has plenty of dashes, plenty of damage to throw down here. Although the ult's about to time out. There it is. Zhao ultless, and now with the ults down, it's all down to just the weapons and complete mechanical skill. Already one player has gone down. 17S has been the victim, so SR down a player.
Shut up.
Gonna see if they can pull off the 1v2 as Zhao opens up strong there onto ZGE. Tidies that one up, and 2 versus 3. SR proving to us why they were so strong at EWC. Water, last man standing, doesn't have enough health to pull this one off. It would be a bloody miracle if he's parried, and Rico will finish him up.
Yeah, what a crazy comeback from the EWC champs. SR bringing it back from the depths. Their monk gets executed coming out of ultimate, but Rico and Zhao hold down the line, just 2v3ing that parry with the fist blades, just bringing it back for Zhao. It's one of the good parts of getting a parry with fist blades and nunchucks, or with a sap. The single hit parry punish cannot be broken unless you're Liam. But for the most part, everyone's going to take a massive amount of damage, and just getting that one parry can bring back a dire situation. We are going to go to the outside with Draco Storm being chosen by DRG. Curious enough, they are going to be chased down by OA here. I believe OA does have the Vermilion's buff right here. Draco Storm versus Vermilion's. No, they checked out the vibes. They're like, you know what? We're both at buffs. Let's find maybe a different team, someone less fortunate. Anytime I see Vermilion's buff, I always feel it doesn't make your character stronger. It just gives you another res. It makes you kind of a free kill if you have Draco Storm, but you definitely don't want to have to pop ultimate first. Now, DRG has a bunch of pressure put on it. Kakashi forcing the monk already down to half health. They're going to try to kite this out using the Draco Storm's healing. And now SR looking for the backstab right now with a million stuff. This is the bad part of Draco Storm, is if you make a mistake here with a team fight situation, you are all in here. There is no res right here. OA can take a gamble right here and get you focus right here. Double grab is going to be coming out. Kakashi does get blown up for his troubles. Popping that monk out, left him naked. Cuckoo is going to go down on the zipping. AB is going to get shredded from the third party of Bauda. Vermilion's buff is going to get the lead right now, but Bauda needs to cleanse their Yang depletion. XCM, BBV, and NY7, 2 minutes on their timer. They need to find a kill right here, but they are going to have to work SR in order to get it.
He just grabbed NY7 mid-transform. NY7 does get the transform off now, but the clap will come through for 17S. Although, no, they play interrupt, and he can't actually do too much off the back of that one. 17S is about to de-transform, throws down the bell. Armor's up and available to him, though. Does get a bit of healing off. Bowder still haven't been able to find a single cleanse, and their ultimates are about to time out. This could get really dicey for them, as Zem is going to find himself in some dire straits. Caught here by 17S, taken down as Bowder lose one player, but it's not looking better for the others with NY7 eating that parry. The bell gets popped, but that is not going to do enough for him. VVV caught here, trying to see if he can find the opening versus GG, but you're 1 versus 3, my friend, in the no ult zone as well. In that zone on top of that, it is just too much. Bowder, they're out of the game.
GG does a great job of getting the cleanses right there, using the stagger. light attacks, the lockdown VV. Not a lot of fight back you can do, like you're saying, in the no ulti. We are going to go back for a Yang replay. OA versus Bauda NY7. The Fragger Alliance now on to the team of Bauda. Is going to find a grab on it to, is that Cuckoo? But AB, nice punch to delay the slam. Good crowd control coming from AB. A little bit of monk boxing. Left, right. Actually, I'm going to get scooped up right here. Monk D-Transform is going to go down. Not going to get a ton of value off of it, but now we're going to go to Tuts. POV on the Kylan. Tap dance going to be coming through, dodging XCM's slashes, but XCM going to keep throwing those one charges into each other. Both of them trying to slow each other down before they can make it to the other team, but Tut's going to get a double charge through, cutting through the center of the fight. They're going to find the kill. That's going to lead to XCM going to get taken down, and NY7 gets opened up, and now in the 1v3, OA is going to clean that up. That little bit of space he was able to have to get that double charge too gave them the win in that round of game.
We're seeing members of FDX going a little bit low here. Yuma, a lot of work. Water completely isolated. Alliance should just be able to finish that one up. Yep, they did. PP got it. Alliance. This game is looking so good for them. For a team who, you know, they've been a little hit and miss over time. But right now, these guys seem to be on complete form. As Young going down. That's the NWZ as well. Alliance just cashing in on yet another kill. And we got 15 minutes left in this game, but already there's been a serious amount of casualties here, Raven. We're down to 25 players. Two other Roma Yang spawning up as well, so that's only going to get worse. As SS1 and Wolves inside their Roma Yang. ZK looking for the grab, not able to quite find it. It's just playing shove back onto Lue here for a brief second. Again, it's just the two monks just having a sumo fight off in the corner while the rest of the team are evading, getting grabbed. Unable to find a single grab. There's Lue. Losing a fair amount of HP here to ZK. ZK is able to get a grab off, but now Lue has to play interrupt. Gonna not be able to find the follow-up on that one. Grabs don't come through for either of the monks there, as now it's the Kai Lin's turn to play follow-up with their own ultimates. With Lue, he just needs to play defensive here, but Yuan already losing so much HP on the zip. Has got a bit of healing, but he is just being thrown around here. Lue with the flying knives, going up versus you, trying to target out the healer on the other side, but he's lost his healer, he's lost his backup, and the parry from ZK is going to come through. Nice bail though to make sure that he doesn't get the full follow-up. Finds the uppercut onto ZK, but he is being pestered on two fronts by two members of Wolves, and another parry comes down. That's going to be Wolves absolutely wiping that Roma Yang.
Nice shot from Wolves, staying disciplined with the parries. Close it out. Now going over to the champs. SR still firing on all cylinders. Xiao cannot be stopped. Just smothering my man with the Kylan ultimate, but doing a lot of damage to himself. Every single time he dashes, he's trading out his health for it. The zipping ult, not able to pick him up. Rico, the zipping, it's going to fall for SR. OA, the chance to clutch it right now. Tut's going to try to kite this out. Mortal Defiance going to be popped, gets a little bit of health back. 17S is going for a ride. Zhao comes over with the PO, not there in time. He has one person really low. He's looking for the parry. He's not able to get it. OA is going to close it out, catching that parry with some light attacks, and OA is going to show that the champs can still bleed. Coming back home, OA has been having a great start to the day. Now suiting up with the double gold armor. It's going to be exciting to see all of these monks go to endgame. Now, I used to get excited in the phasing that maybe all the monk teams get to survive. Maybe we see 5 or 6, sometimes even 7. But a full lobby, that's some of my most favorite memories in NARAKA, is just seeing all the monks transform and having a party at the end where if you didn't have a monk, you had nowhere to hide, and monks were just grabbing people and re-grabbing off of each other. So much interesting finesse has evolved over the years with Transformers, and now we're going back to the basics, the bread and butter of old school NARAKA, monks everywhere in endgame.
It's very nostalgic. This final circle is going to be incredibly nostalgic. It's not quite as many monks in the final circle nowadays because the game has sped up significantly. You got things like Roma Yang and Roma Yang Spirit Wells, and you know all of the various ways in which the game has now encouraged the players to scrap. So gone are the days where it was like 40 players in the final circle and just monk hands flying everywhere. And you know, if you were a Kurumi or a Yue Shen who wasn't transformed at that time, you were just playing dodgeball from every angle. But now there's still going to be a fair amount of monks. I mean, the revives are coming through for the players with those Romanyang debuffs. They are going to have to cleanse it fairly quickly, though. 3 minutes on the clock to find a kill. And honestly, not that many players left in the lobby, so it's a lot of work for them if they want to try and make it to that final circle and stand a chance of actually playing comeback on some of these teams. Because honestly, we've had a banger opener for like the likes of OA. They got so many kills off the bat. I mean, Wolves are also having a good game. Alliance are having a good game. There's a bunch of teams who, you know, are really performing right now. So we will see, this is the OA versus SR Romanyang. So this is actually the, like I said, the EWC champs. Taking on the team who are absolutely crushing it on the kill board right now. 12 kills before this Romanyang. And a little spoiler, we know who won this one because I saw the buff. It's OA. See how they did it.
Flats are going to be going through 17S. Does get punched. He's going to show up with a scoop at the end. This is a replay. Tut is going to get juggled over by 17S with those dual halberds, but he is in the Kylan ultimate, able to slash his way through, trying to make his way back to his team. The other Kylan is going to come to him, crowd to him a little bit, and now the zipping is going to get juggled. Oh my god, you can't touch the ground. AB staying on the opposite side, but OA just giving SR the business right now. 17S does go for a ride in there. Tut does go out, go for the reset, but on the back of his Kylan there, he definitely made the difference in that fight. His ability to have the game sets, have the eyesight of how he can get some slashes off, even while he's getting knocked down over and over, contributing to the fight by getting those knockdowns up so his team can follow up, and just peeling for his zipping to get a little bit more space to outlast his opponent's zipping, gives them that win over the champs SR.
It's really, really nice stuff to see, actually. OA to play incredibly well. SR having a good game for themselves, but you need to get himself cleansed. Here's SS1. I don't know how many of them need to be cleansed, though, unfortunately. I don't think that was just a solo pick for S1, so with 50 seconds left on the clock. Alliance in the area, 5-2-1 in the area. SS1, they got 49 seconds to take out one of these teams, unless the rebirths are available to them. They did just cleanse a single player. There is a world where that could happen, although they see Kakaishi here off running into the zone. Going to continue to chase onto him here. Kakaishi doing a good job, and honestly, Lue missing a bunch of grapples there. Kakaishi goes down, so that's going to be a player cleansed, another one. So it's only the single player now SS1 need to bring back. Honestly, Fortune just really favored them there. They were able to really pull that one back as OA getting themselves into this spirit well. I think that's the Romanyang spirit well, as SR going to be capping the next one. So these two teams going to be, well, SR cleansing themselves and then immediately cleansing themselves again. There it is. Romanyang spirit well goes off. Actually, hold on, we haven't capped both of them. We have capped both of them. Okay, so SR had capped. Okay, so GG, FPX, and Alliance all have the spirit, the Romanyang debuff on them now.
With the Yang depletion, this definitely forces a ton of action into bad fights. OA with the blue buff is going to get all in right here by 5-2-1. Actually, I don't think they're getting all in. They are initiating the action onto 5-2-1, seeing that 5-2-1 isn't very scaled up. They're still in blue armor, and OA is super stacked, plus the Mystic fight. Having that damage reduction, they're going to make quick work of Pampy, but Yu's going to find that bow shot on to Pampy on the other end of Alliance and SS1. It looks like SS1 he's trying to guard to get a res on his teammate, body blocking with Luye. Alliance going to make their way closer while Wolves closes the distance as well. SS1 going to try to make their way out of here. Their zipping is not going to be able to pick his health up. U1 is going to fall to the cannon of PP. Now Alliance trying to cover and move, get away from this juggernaut Wolves team. No ulti is going to pop. Now, no monk to them, and now Wolves with the gold armor is going to be coming in. OA as well. Just rolling through the lobby. Both of these teams stacked right now with armor and weapons, scouring, looking for the Yang depletion teams. FPX, the last team standing with Yang depletion. Now, OA is going to be able to find Alliance right here. Flamethrower is going to be coming out. Monk Ult is going to be popped. Tut with the cannon is going to be chasing down that blue armor player, while Alliance is going to pop that Monk Ult, trying to dissuade the focus fire of the lobby. And now Alliance, PP's trying to lead the charge, cover his teammates as they move their way up the cliffside to get away from all the shenanigans as the gold armor teams make their way through the lobby, picking off the weak links.
That was rude onto Wolves, man. They ulted and then immediately got their ult cancelled by the no ult zone. That was so rude. There's still 20 players left. FPX, the only team who haven't cleansed themselves right now. They've got 2 players to do so. They're Kylan and their Monk. So it could be a little bit rough here for the side of FPX. Only had, put 2 kills together. But, I mean, looking at the kills right now, OA on 15, Alliance on 14, Wolves on 13, SR on 10. This is truly anybody's game at the end of this first round. And it has been a bloodbath. To have 4 teams into double digits on kills is crazy, actually. As there's going to be the end of SS1. 17F, beautiful little parry comes down as Alliance. It actually just took the charge of the Bane's Breath, but I don't think anyone saw it because PP's inside the building, so it's going to be A-okay. They're just going to hold the door here with the flying knives. And Alliance sitting quite comfortable right now. No one really wants to step close towards that building. Bane's Breath plus a bit of mixed range coming in. Gonna be a real menace for them as AB almost getting hit there by the Bane's Breath. Wolves, on the other hand, they are not Bane surfing effectively at all. But OA are not pressuring. They decided they're not going to go on to the members of Wolves. They're going to let them heal up. They don't want to have the attention turned onto them, and this is why they want to get themselves on to the Spirit Well. They are first ult though, so Wolves may play interrupt off this. Could get a little bit dicey. Zone's almost captured. Are Wolves even going to think about it? Nope, they're leaving. They're just going to give it over. Oh wait, too scaled up, too scary to capture that Spirit Well and get himself the buff.
They're going to the top of the mountains. FPX on their last legs. 40 seconds left. Only 2 of their members left. OA did grab the buff, and Kylan gonna pop his ultimate because he does get the second refresh on the top Monk. He's gonna be ulting right here. Looks like FPX Water, last ditch effort to cleanse right now. 20 seconds looking for 2 grabs. He does get 1 Tut with the gold armor, but you're seeing right there that slam just does nothing to how scaled my man is. Fatnut's gonna come to the top range, hit him with a parry, and now Water with 5 seconds left. Who's gonna be able to pick up this kill? And it looks like Cuckoo with the great sword is gonna finish off Water, while Tut with the Kylan ult, he's gonna pop the second one through. But to the outside, we're gonna have Wolves and ZK coming in with the scoops, gets 1 double grab. Yuma is gonna steal that kill away from Wolves though, with the musket shot from downtown. This nice little scenic route, the tree with the cherry blossoms right here. 17S and AB on the Monks on the edge right there on the zone. Draco Storm Monk of AB looking for grabs. 17S gonna get a slam while AB gets a follow-up. 17S like, nah, you can't get this kill. He comes flying in, knocks AB from his grab, but now AB in the top of the beam of the Draco Storm. He's taking a ton of range damage right now. Zippy's gonna pick his health up, but still 14 people left alive with OA and Alliance leading the charge, but Wolves is just right there nipping at their heels.
Yeah, Wolves still trying to keep up on the kill front right now as Rico inside the zone taking way too much damage. He's just going to go down. Alliance able to catch up on that kill. That puts them up to 16, I believe, or is that actually they take over to 15? Nope, there it is. 16 kills in their pocket. 2 minutes 50 left on this circle and 14 players in the game. Wolves holding this low ground. SR being down to play is going to be incredibly rough for them. Zone is moving. Players do need to reposition somewhat. Like I said, it's a very, very scenic final circle for these teams. But I don't think any of them are really care about the terrain and the view. They're more interested in the kills and getting those points on the board as PP getting heavily chunked out. Tutik is going to be able to secure that kill there. Nice pickup for him. Still has some more dashes to work with. Still got a little bit more ult to work with, although he doesn't want to overextend his hands. He's just going to play interrupt. AB getting jumped into the zone here by Alliance, and GG able to secure that kill. OA down there. Monk just as the circle closes. I don't think they're going to be able to get him back in time as well. So a lovely pick there from GG. And the front runners in the lobby heavily zoned out. It looks to me like OA, no, they haven't been able to get their monk back. So it is pretty cooked for them on that front as S17S here for SR has been able to transform. GG's LXN has a grab onto Tutik, has been forced into the zone. Tutik's able to break away and not get the regrab as LXM heavily chunked out. SR just playing complete bully here on to LXM from GG, but the double grab looking to be picked up here by Wolves of ZK. 17S is going to be forced to pop the bells, and all of the monks have now timed out at this point as NiHQ getting himself knocked back here, but hasn't gone too low. Is still in a pretty comfortable position, continuing to chase forward as SR's last man standing is going to go down. That's the end of Zhao there. It's NiHQ, low HP, ultimate about to time out. Dash is about to run out as well. All rough here for NiHQ. He is bot back the moment his ult timed out. Has got the combo breaker, but it doesn't come up in time, about half a second. And Tutik is able to secure the kill. Tutik still holding on to that ultimate. Can he make this work? He's got his not Karumi, he's got a Zipping in the pocket. No monk to play off though, so they are down a player. CJS incredibly low here. Tutik finding the dashes on as secures another kill. That's 22 kills over to the side of OA. LXM getting jungled back here, but this is going to be a pretty rough fight. 2 versus 3 here for the side of OA, but they are doing some serious work onto LXM. Kiku jumps back in, but gets himself carried into the zone. Needs to jump forward and pick his weapon up. 2 members get knocked back here briefly by Tutik as he's able to secure the kill. And with the man disadvantage, OA continue to crush the lobby. 24 kills. Zhang Zhang jumps down, gets himself parried, and he's just going to be bullied out by the members of OA. This is the end of Zhang Zhang, and that is a 25 kill game for OA.
Man, Tutik on the Kylan just absolutely decimating the lobby. Just even in the 2v3 situations, you just see how much impact this Kylan has on the lobby, coming in with such big impact slashes, creating opportunities for his Zipping to follow up. But Tutik able to bob and weave in the chaos and seeing this monk endgame. All the monks in the lobbies, the days of old are back. Everyone piling into their monk, trying to hide behind his legs. But with the new jump on monk, this is what I was curious about. Old school monk didn't have that jump mechanic where you could fly across the map and slam onto a player and then it confirms into an actual grab. But this makes endgame so much more dynamic with all these monks posturing and positioning, trying to give their team places to breathe, places to live. But with this new Spirit Gold Chase, with everyone having Yang depletion, you see the desperation coming out. We're still seeing the strongest teams with gold armors not really go for each other and try to pick off everyone else, just because when you're that stacked in the game, you don't really want to go against the other stacked team. But you never know when it comes to NARAKA. Anyone can backstab at any moment, and we saw it earlier. The Draco Storm team was taken down by the Vermilion's Bluff team's OA as soon as multiple teams came in, just because at the end of the day, you want to take that W, and if you see your strongest opponent starting to bleed, you can take advantage of it. We see OA, one of their members does get taken down, but it doesn't matter. On the back of Tutik, they're able to clutch it up and take this first round home.
Honestly, just insane tenacity from the side of OA for that game. Like, they had a great start, and losing your monk, I felt like a lot of teams, that would be them going, right, we're out. We're just going to play to get placements. Tutik says, nah, I'm just going to pop ult. I'm going to try and get as many kills as possible and not really care about the placement side of things. They still got the damn placement. They got the kills. They got the placements. Absolutely crazy. Now, this might be the easiest question ever. What hero didn't appear in game number 1? Was it Tianhai, Zipping Ying, Kailing Zhang, or Takuchi? Oh, wait, hold on. No, that is easy. That's so easy. What am I talking about? That's so, like, everyone played the same thing, guys. You just need to remember one comp, and you remembered every comp. That is possibly the easiest question. That's spoon feeding the question. If you have to copy what everyone else has done in Twitch chat, go sit in the corner for a little bit and think about what you've done, because that is Yeah, that's disgustingly easy. But yeah, we got another game of these mirror matchups coming up, Raven. This will be the Takeda comp, so our Sand Siphon comp will be game number 2. I'm excited for that one actually, because I'm a big Takeda fan. I really enjoy watching him. So the whole lobby on Takeda, that final circle is going to be chaos. There's going to be through end shoves flying from literally every angle. It's going to be complete carnage, to be honest.
Yeah, I think the league is gonna definitely go back to the lab and try to figure out how to control these end games. Like I was saying, the monk jump definitely changed a lot of the dynamic. Now, Sand Siphon, with GG being in the lobby, they're known for being the best end game Takeda team the league has ever seen. So would they show their dominance again? I think Syra coming into the meta definitely changes things a lot more. GG had a lot more inconsistent results. That's where we saw the rise of Wolves showing up. They're bi-weekly, back when you could Thanos snap the whole lobby with the white Tigers buff proccing off everyone. That was on the back of Wolves and their Sand Siphon / Transformers. So it's going to be very curious to see a whole Takeda lobby and which one of these teams can take it. Now, looking at the overall leaderboards, with an insane 25 kills, 2 of their members closing out that first game with a game score of 34. Alliance trailing at 18.5, Wolves as well with 14, and SR with 12. Still a ton of kills, but it is dwarfed by how big a game Tudyk had on his Kylan with 15 kills, leading away to this massive performance. And this is just like goes to show that how much synergy there is between Kylan and Zipping, especially in duos. These 2 characters are always played together. The regen that Zipping's able to provide to Kylan allows him to go over and really take a lot of risks with his slashes. Now, going back to the highlights of game 1, the off spawn of their mirror matchup of Transformers. A lot of cooldown exchanges, and Alliance does take down DRG for their first off spawn. Now going over to Tudyk on away from his Kylan. You see his double slashes coming through, lifting his opponents off the ground as his teammates come in with a follow-up VVV, going for a ride right there. Tudyk, nice, very accurate double slashes, double charge slashes in his Kylan. Now AB, the lifeblood of your Transformers team, the Monk. You see ZK getting picked up by 17S, and then AB re-scooping him. But unfortunately for him, Wolves is cooking him out the legs as well as GG. Now we're going to see the clutch up from Tudyk with his Assassin's Lunge, throwing these focus attacks like hotcakes, and no parry coming out from GG. But to be fair, his Zipping, always Cuckoo, was throwing out light attacks, preventing any type of counterplay here, and closing it out. Tudyk does get another Kylan ultimate up, and OA runs away with a massive 25-point game for the first Monk lobby of the season. Just full 12 Monk teams. I love to see it.
Oh my word. Just look at the damage, man. 46k, pushing the door on 47k. I don't know the record, but this has to be up there. This is a phenomenal amount of damage done by Tudyk. 15 kills. He really put that game on his back. Their Monk went out very early, but Tudyk said, "Now hold my beer, I got this." 15k with skills and ultimates, like, that's crazy. And what's craziest is he doesn't even have a single, like, legendary Soul Jade. This is all purples and a blue.
A Cyan thing and Assassin's Lunge. Can you react parry to Assassin's Lunge? Assassin's Lunge is one of those weird attacks in the game that until you see it really shown,
yeah,
very easy to get mixed up by the dagger dodge into the Assassin's Lunge. And then if you get hit by Assassin's Lunge, the amount of stagger and stun lock from it, you just see really good synergy between Tudyk and Cuckoo on the Zipping to close out that game. But it's really on the back of that Assassin's Lunge and just Kylan. Stunlock, the name of the game right now in modern NARAKA, just gets one of your opponents, Stunlock as your teammate follows up. But still, really, really crazy because remember, SR, the champs, they won EWC on the back of their Monk compositions, and they were looking very, very in form, winning the Realms of Yang and also snowballing off spawn. And they do get slowed down by OA right there at the end. Will this kind of keep up? I'm excited to see what the next matchup is going to be, because the other composition that SR did really, very well on was their Takeda composition, their Siphon, and we are going to get another classic. Today is a bunch of classic lobbies that I haven't seen. I think 3 years now we've had the pick ban system. So this is a nice throwback for me. Even though the modern compositions are a little bit different, the strategies are still the same. Transformers being led by Monk, and now Takeda, Sand Siphon, having Syra as a pseudo kind of healer. She's basically DPS though.
Yeah, I mean she's changed a little bit since last season, where she was everything. She was crowd control, she was CC. Well, sorry, that's the same thing. Crowd control, damage, and healing. Like she was just a bit too much of an all-rounder. So now, she still offers a lot of what she did, but it's limited in her capacity to do that. So I'm curious what this game's gonna look like with obviously first of all the changed Syra, but the fact that everyone's on it. Honestly, if I'm brutally honest, these first 2 rounds are ones I'm not actually all that interested in. If I'm really, really honest with you, because I think mirror matchups, they're fun gimmick when they do show up, but what I'm excited about is when we get to game 3 onwards, because they would have used, first of all, the 2 most popular comps would have already used a charge. So they can only play each of those comps once more, unless they want to burn all of their hero points. And then after that, you've still got 3 games. So they've got game 3 and then 3 more games, and they've got to figure out what they're going to play. And hero points are going to be quite expensive, actually. Not quite expensive, quite expensive to run. So, we may see double ups of comps that aren't these popular comps coming into the first couple of games. And I think what's actually going to happen is, because the way in which the hero select works is the first 2 comps of the day, the mirror match ones, are based on the first and second most popular comps of the last bi-weekly. So in my head, the way that's going to look is we'll see things like Monk and Sand Siphon get played, not as much this week because teams will probably be forced to play other comps. And then you'll see more of it next week. And you'll see kind of like maybe like a rotary system of like some comps being more expensive to play one week than they are the next week. I could just be wrong, and the teams might just send it and all go Monk again or all go Sand Siphon again, but we'll have to see. As here we are getting ourselves loaded up for our second game of the day. Again, mirror matchup, so we know what's going to be picked. We don't have to worry about the pick bans going into this one. We're just going to go straight into these guys, locking in the Sand Siphon and taking a holler off, which is, to me, the Sand Siphon map as well.
Yeah. And for a little bit, we saw Sandmech, Sandformers back in the day. As soon as Takeda was figured out as far as Sand Siphon, it's pretty much been Holleroth, Takeda, Temmie has dominated with the third changing over the years. At first, it was Zipping, then it moved on to Kurumi. Now we have Syra. Still the same idea. And the OG Siphon was Matari. Matari Zipping Takeda, where you'd get that cool reset and just super buff Takeda, where he'd basically be unkillable. He could be 1 HP, you pop that Matario with Zipping, and he'd just go back to full off one shove. But now the modern Sand Siphon, a lot more finesse to it, a lot more range play as well. Just over the years, Temmie has become a lot more accurate using his wisps to capture players at range at a safe distance while his team follows up and they range people. Used to be very, very hard to land, but over the years, everyone's become a lot more accurate. That stagger just lasts forever. And now even other teams pay attention to other Temmies just in case they can steal those kills. So we're going to see even more endgame evolve. There's one of the cool parts I thought before phasing was introduced is that endgame was a big part of what NARAKA was. A lot of prepping to get to the point where endgame was very, very stacked. But now, since mechanics in the game have been introduced, like Spirit Well and Yang Depletion, you're not getting a full lobby to survive to the end game, where it's just max lobby going in, all amongst ulting. Around like 2/3 of the lobby is alive by the end of it, but it quickly escalates between the Moonbane, Spirit Well, and other teams all in. It's very hard to not get picked off if you haven't been fortunate enough to find kills throughout your game. So bratting or playing very, very slow where you don't take any engagements, it's pretty much out of the game completely. You do have to find fights right now in order to maintain your strength and kind of level up throughout the game, because in endgame, especially when you're seeing the two strongest scaling compositions, Transformers, and now we're seeing on Hollywood Sand Siphon, you have to find kills in this modern NARAKA. It is super important to either win Yang or go to Spirit Well or go to one of the caves and really have dialed in your looting strategy, because if you don't get loot, you're definitely not going to be able to stand the amount of range pressure that is like around every single corner, as endgame has become more of a chess match of positioning now with range, especially now that composition is out the window. We're all the same comp, so now it is strictly who is the most skilled at their current role in characters. I've always personally loved Ditto's hit rate. I always feel like there's no excuses when you lose a Ditto in any type of fighting game or any game in general. When you have all the same loot or the same things at each other's disposal, no different characters, no different weapons, I feel like this is one of the highest displays of outplaying your opponent in true skill.
Yeah, no, I'm really just going back a little bit. I'm really glad you mentioned like the way that the game's changed, in the sense where like you have to fight to be relevant and to be able to actually play the final circle, because I actually think that's why GG have been struggling a little bit more this split. GG are a team who were always monsters in the final circle, but they were monsters because they quietly just went unnoticed until final circle and then would pop off. That's where they would catch up to the rest of the lobby. That's how they won when they had their back-to-back season win last year, actually. Was it last year?
Yeah. They were the favorites going in to win Jacob last year.
Yes, they were, yeah. So they won, they won every season last year, right? And it was off the back of them playing a more patient, less proactive game. But the game, like you said, has changed so dramatically now that scaling is ultra important. Your positioning going into the final circle also ultra important. So that's why I feel like GG have been struggling to keep up with the rest of the lobby. And some of the teams who were maybe a little bit more recklessly scrappy before, this is their meta. This is their time. OA are a team who I like this. I can't read any of this, but I like this. But I like the time where, do you remember Wolves back in the early days where they were like the most fun team to watch for like 10 minutes and then they'd just be out the lobby? Like, this is their time, man. Get scrappy, get involved, and get those points and get that scaling going.
They're both teams. Wolves and GG are kind of two sides of the same coin, where they play very, very safe. Now, safe doesn't mean they won't take a risk, but if they have to choose between a risk or looting up, they'll generally take the line of looting up further. They've definitely opened up their strategy a little bit more now that when they looted up, naturally you have more money, so they would invest in a Moonbane, and they would use their Moonbane to kind of control places of the map to loot up. We are going to see two of the strongest teams away right now fighting GG off spine. Someone's going to be coming through, and Tut is going to get crossed up by LXM, and now OA is going to be backing off here, looking for a reset, or Tudig is coming over for the PL. Good teammate by him, trying to help his Temmie AB from getting focused right now. CGS is going to get Whisper right now. Nice parry going to come out from CGS to close it out onto OA's Tudik. Punch is going to be coming through from LXM, staying involved, getting that stagger through, and now LXM stealing that weapon, looking for the parry, and it looks like OA Cuckoo is going to buy a little bit of time to try to kite this out of here. One charge cancel, gets a nice fry on the cross, but the flank with the focus attack is going to take him down as we're going to move over to TE and OA.
I mean, everyone knows GG drop on Imperial, so OA went for the tactic to try and deny them, knock them out of the game, but GG started strong there. And literally about 30 seconds after I said, you know, they like a quiet drop. To be fair, they were forced into it. They took it regardless, and they came out for the better. Nice start there for the side of GG. 2 kills under their help. Bowder losing a player already here to FBX. FBX had a pretty underwhelming last game, and Bowder not much better for themselves. Only 2 points on the board, and doesn't seem to be getting much better. VVV looking for that wisp, doesn't make the connection. He's got the pistol. He's only got a cannon and a pistol to work with, so he has to play range. He's very close to getting the ultimate, but that is not happening here. FBX are able to take him down. Nice start for FBX. 4 kills on the bat.
A very, very big kill, controlling the southern side of the map, taking that Firefly location away from Bowda. Good stuff from them, winning their offspring. Now going to the center of the map. SR Zhao claiming up Plume Castle. Tons of loot to find here. Not really being challenged. A lot of the times you see hot drops coming down at Plume Castle. It's kind of a dicey place to take a fight here. Just because if your lockdown isn't as strong, it's very hard to close out fights. One person gets away, you're not gonna get that three kill. Someone most likely is gonna be able to get away, get to that mountain, and once they get to that mountain in Plume Castle, even some of the best players are very, very hard to lock someone down using that giant cliffside in Plume Castle to hold someone down. Now to the north here, normally all of this loot is claimed by GG, but the Alliance is gonna be cutting off this loot path right here, getting a lot of this village right here. One of the little kept secrets of the map, one of the highest concentrations of loot is that little bit of village right there in the north as you transition out of Imperium. Now over to the south, we are going to see FPX claiming up Medtab. It looks like they're splitting a lot of this loot with WZ, but Water doesn't want to split right here. Sees WZ right here looking for an engage as he calls his teams over, but we're going to go back to the north as OA and TE kick it off with the Temiel going down.
Star Ultimates were trained out. Both Beak and Tutic find himself caught inside the dazzle as Youth losing a lot of his health, most of his armor. Nice parry comes in onto Tutic. Remember, OA, they use their revives. If they lose players here, it is absolutely over for them. Tutic using the free range shoves. He is just breaking away. OA realizing that was way too dicey for them. Don't want any of that heat. Just going to back off as now Youth finds himself caught out cornered here by the members of GG. Nice whiffs come through. LXM is going to be able to take down Xiaonan though for the side of TE, and LXM continuing the pressure up onto Youth. He's going to dash up, get into the buildings, but LXM is hot on his heels. Nice another kill there for the side of GG, and that puts them on to 4. They're starting slow and steady, but they are getting what they need, and maybe they're just getting geared up for those next, well, not for the next circle, sorry, for the Realm Yang, so it'll be spawning up in 4 minutes time. We also have OA still in action here. They've got SR chasing them. Again, this could be incredibly dicey for OA. They know that they've used that Takeda ultimate, so they throw down the no ult zone just so they have a slight advantage. But Zhao has summoned up the Bane's Breath here from the side of SR. He's going to go down regardless, but they're going to be able to get their revives off as 17S jumps inside for OA. They're just going to have to risk it. They may have to look at the Bane Surf, but the Cuckoo's this low. A single Bane's Breath is going to finish him up, or a single shot from that musket is going to get at least one pot down. 17S goes and advances forwards, finds himself taken down. Cuckoo's able to get the healing, and this Bane's Breath actually not doing enough here, but Cuckoo gets clipped, baits out with the combo breaker. He just needs to make escape, does have the ultimate available to him, as OA switch into purple armor onto Tutic and are going to be able to escape away from the Bane's Breath in the ult zone.
Yeah, a little bit of an overextension from SR. Even though they have the Bane's Breath, the problem with casting Moonbane is that both of your teammates have to fight the 2v3 as you're doing a little very, very long cast. Ideally, you want to definitely throw it out as you surprise another team, not use it defensively in the case of SR, but Yang is coming up, and they are just trying to get some type of value on it. Now the remaining members of SR are going to be jumped on here by SS1. No ult zone, definitely attracting everyone. And Temmie also going to be coming down. Rico's going to go into the Syra ultimate, and the Syra ultimate with the stagger. A little bit of a change here now with the Syra strategy used. Normally we've seen the other Syra ultimate that lasts a lot longer, and you could sort of assist on heals. But with the stagger, it's kind of like a mini Viper stun. Rico is going to be able to survive here as 17S and his teammate go down. They are going to try to find a res here, try to recover their game as well as possible. But going into this first round of Yang, a lot of the loot is going to be soaked up right now by the lobby. All of these Cicada teams, that's a big part of Sand Siphon, is that it's one of those compositions that I would say is even slower than Transformers to get value from. You need to put a ton of your loot onto your Takeda in order for him to do more damage, to get his ultimate to scale up, because it's based on how many rare weapons you have as a team. So you're investing so much money to get that Takeda very strong. And what this means, though, in an all Takeda lobby, Takedas are basically pinatas. Just you want to pick off another team's Takeda because you're going to get the majority of the loot, since everyone's stacking a ton of the loot onto Takeda. We are seeing the stack GG coming out of Imperium, going to find one of their rivals, SR Rico, kiting, running for his lives, using the fence perfectly though, able to create some space away from GG. 3-3 or LXM hot on his heels with the jumping LMBs, but 521's going to be cutting him off. Rico does make his way to the right around the tent. He's almost home free, but he is spotted as these teams are going to be able to hunt him down. But it looks like Fat Milk is going to be able to steal that kill away from GG, as first Bravo Yang should be spawning sometime soon as teams make their way to the first round of Yang.
Excuse me. Yeah, Roma Yang spawning up next. I believe it's on the 21-minute mark. Exactly, I think. So players will be jumping into there fairly soon. Here they are. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's way earlier. Okay, it's way earlier than I thought. It's like 21 minute 40. It's really weird timing, but Roma Yangs have spawned up. GG are looking to get their hands onto it, but not before maybe jumping in onto Fat Milk, who's popped the ultimate. Both Syras have used their charges here. Pampy is himself caught against the wall, but the microwave beam is too much. CGS heavily chucked out. GG get the dazzle onto two members, and that's going to be a nice fan coming through from Pampy. GG are able to relocate themselves, but LXM has isolated himself on the team, and that is going to be really dicey from the Furen shove, keeping him locked down in place. CGS answers out with his own Furen shove, but Fat Milk is going to look to finish him up. Somehow CGS holds on, but LXM, I don't know how much more he's got left in the tank, dodging away on that Wisp, and now with CGS, no ultimate, no Wisp, he is so exposed. Through 3-0's gone down. CGS also going down, and honestly, 521 didn't want this heat. This is entirely on GG. 521 just wanted to go towards the realm of Yang. GG started the fight, and they pay the price for it.
Yeah, cheeky play from 521, taking advantage of the realm of Yang.
Does Pampy not see him?
Yeah. If you don't, he might be a T-Rex if he doesn't see movement. Pampy might have just spotted him right here, pretending that he didn't see him. Gets the scale rush, finds a nice lighter top, looks for another scale rush. Looking for the uppercut, but LXM will try to make his way around. A little bit of a movement error, accidentally parries along the ledge, and now 521 is going to swarm him, get the light attacks hit, but the Pampy with those scale rushes is going to lock him down. And like I was saying before, going to the first realm of Yang, weird things can happen if the other team doesn't want to be cordial and doesn't necessarily want to go in. You can catch other teams lacking who just assume that, oh, you're another Takeda team. You want to go into Realm of Yang and fight it out there. You don't really want to be held out. But at any point, another team just gives a little bit of space, a little bit of opening, teams will take advantage of it and try to catch you off guard. And like I was saying before, the Syra ultimate's changed so that now it has a stagger and it's a lot less duration. Kind of plays a little bit like a Viper stun, and 521 gets the best of GG right there by jumping GG as they hesitate to make their way to the realm of Yang. Takeda's not able to peel off. We are going to go over to Wolves and Alliance. Takeda also going to be invested. Vermilion's buff go on you. They're just looking for a little bit of extra credit right here. Even if they die, they are going to have a second res. But Alliance, I think opting with, or is it SR opting with the Draco? So one of these teams has a Draco Star. Well, Alliance also has Vermilion's buff. And Temiol is going to be invested again. SR making their way away from the shenanigans of the double Vermilion's buff. They don't want to risk getting all in here. Both of Wolves and SR have nothing to lose right here. And now you on the outside with the cannon shots, laying down, but the Takeda shoves, keeping the space set up. Rico trying to make his way away from all this. SR in the middle of these two teams, Wolves and Alliance, have them surrounded right here. And now SR stuck against the corner. Triple charge is going to be coming out from you, and 17S is just going to get deleted within this Temio.
SR don't have the Vermilion Birdsmite, so this is really rough for them. Rico, it's the second time we've seen him on the back foot getting pinned down. You trying to break away from that for a brief second, but that is going to be you running low. He's got a bit of armor. SR, I believe they're actually able to hold on to their two players at least for now. I'd say that as Rico's able to take down PP, and SR starting to see if they can mount some level of a comeback. As Wolves just losing the last of their Vermilion Birdsmite. That's going to be the end of that one. Fowler, only team with Vermilion Birdsmite left, but they only have 30 seconds left on it, so it's a little bit risky. Somehow SR were able to break away with at least one player surviving this one, but Cuckoo being hunted here, the member of OA, the guys who absolutely dominated the first day, the first game of the day, now being left all alone as TE just mopping up solo players left, right, and center, just getting more and more kills at the bottom of the table, but just caught up to 4 kills off the back of that one. Nice there for TE, just able to catch all the stragglers kind of moving together as a pack.
Vermilion's buff is down going into this mid game. Looking at the leaderboard, OA with their first game still in a commanding lead, almost double the points of Alliance in second place, with Wolves nipping at the heels. All three of these teams though keeping up the momentum, but SS1 FPX picking up steam as well. And the Siphon, the Takeda champs, GG is eliminated from the lobby. One of the first teams to go out. SR, champs of EWC, are going to get slowed down here. And it looks like someone else is going to be taking this game going into the second half. DRG, aka Depletion. Looks like they're going to... I think one of them had a ton of money. One of the tricks you can do in mid-game, even though you lose Realm of Yang, as long as one of your teammates does get cleansed and you have enough money, you can buy Rebirth Charms to res your teammates back. We are seeing 5-2-1. The Griefers of GG finding that kill onto their team. Now looking very, very nice with the gold fist blades on their Syra. Now, running this new Syra ultimate, definitely very interesting of how things play out. Before, the mirror matchup of Siphon was a very long, drawn-out fight where you were trying to delay your cooldowns for as long as possible. The later your Takeda ulted, the more likely you would be ahead in shoves and find an execution at the end. But now it looks like the Syra is getting a value off their ultimate, and their stun is very, very big. We are seeing Syra of 5-2-1 Fat Milk opening up this fight with the gold fist place. Temi also going to be invested. And it looks like he is going to be holding on. Ivan, his teammate's going to drop the Temi ult as well, and Fat Milk looking to stay on top of Temi right here. Syra ult's going to be put down, and he is going to get the kill secure, as now Wolves is going to be fighting a 2v3.
Nice. Q just eviscerated off the start of this one. Fat Milk with those golden fist blades, actually switching it up to the range, just going to try and get some shots in for his team. Got that nice 50 cal skin in the pocket. Back to the fist blades though, and Yu is not going to be long for this Realm of Yang. Gets a through range shove, but he is going to be quickly finished up. 5-2-1. They've just got to mop this one up. 3 versus 1. Easy pickup for them. Alliance, these are the guys I want to keep my eyes on. right now kill leaders in the lobby had a really surprising game one. Absolutely dominating performance, and these guys do not seem to be giving it up. They're coming back into the season on fire already. NY7's been caught. Yuma, good through range shove to make sure he recovers from that parry. Isn't going to get any follow-up thrown onto him. Still has one more charge. Goes and with the flying knives, this VBV is going to have to go and break away. Uses a bit of escape, but he is going to get taken down in the response as Alliance 3 versus 1. They're going to finish up them nice and easy. An incredibly great performance from Alliance today. They might be my team to watch coming into today's games, honestly.
The Alliance heating up right now with a new lineup this season. Known for their aggression. They've definitely been tempered out now with their newest strategy. It's working out for them so far. Now, both Realm of Yangs are completed. Looks like Alliance 521 NT in the top center of the screen all have a buff right here. FPX on a ballista, letting everyone know, putting it on notice. Sends a shot flying, nailing WZ. FPX trying to recover their game, not as fortunate to be as scaled as the other teams. Blueberries right here. No grapples on the Cicada. Looking very, very impoverished, struggling. It looks like Wolves with their Yang depletion going to be hunting the edge of zone, trying to find an ISO fight. This is like the catch-22 of going into second Realm of Yang, since there are not as many teams and everyone's a lot stronger going into the second half of the game. It's very, very hard to find a cleanse in this situation, especially from the first Realm of Yang. A lot of the times teams will buy the Rebirth Charms where there's a limited amount, so it becomes even harder to find a recovery. But fortune favors the bold. In general, the teams who do win the second Realm of Yang end up being a very, very strong favorite of being the top 3 teams to close out the round and being in that MVP situation. We are seeing Wolves, though, with 3 minutes left on the clock, moving around, and it looks like Bauda is hovering right them, seeing that this team is probably hunting, looking for a team to fight. They're kind of just waiting to see if they take a fight, and they're probably going to skedaddle over and try to res. The interesting thing is, though, even though you're in spirit form, your opponent can hear your footsteps around you, and you can kind of gauge whether or not you're being hawked. So Bauda
been hunted like wolves, which funnily enough, Bauda are actually hunting wolves right now. Or are wolves hunting Bauda? That's the real question. Both of these teams have the debuff on, so this is probably the best case scenario, because like you were saying, it is quite hard to find the cleanses with the teams, you know, being scaled up into this later half of the game. These are going to be the weakest teams for them to fight. I think everyone's just checking for rebirth charms, first of all, to make sure if they're available. Maybe that's going to be your out. But right now, they are playing it very tempered. No one wants to full send it. Here we go. Sandstorm into Syra Ultimate Bauda. Looking to knock you into the zone. Night HQ dodging away on the dazzle. NY7 also looking to see if he can break away. The ultimate has been popped by both of them now at this point as you looking for NY7. Nice parry comes into both of them and some wolves. There's a sandstorm as well. That's the end of you. And suddenly Bauda has got a grip hold on this fight. Have the control with the man advantage. NY7 playing it a little bit tempered. It's just going to open up onto now NY7. Catches him with a parry. Finishes him up. Golden weapons. Everyone's cleansed. That was an absolutely crushing victory there for Bauda. Didn't even look like Wolves had a hope in hell.
Yeah, the Temi initiation from Bauda, super fierce. You see NY7 close out that fight with a nice, tricky double dodge parry with the spear, but he gets a big parry earlier in order to open it up for the scene with the Dragon Slayer parry. Now we are going to go to the Realm of Yang TE versus Bauda. We are watching XEM on Takeda right here. He's getting staggered over and over. Going to pop his ultimate. Youth from TE is all over him into the Temi F, but XEM with the presence of mind still throwing out those shoves to help his team out. He just has to survive as his team looks for the focus fire. They do have the Syra down to 1 HP, and XCM comes in with the assist. Back-to-back shoves. First one putting Peak in a bad position. The second one confirming the kill by Geo. Now he's going to come through, bringing down this to a 2v2 BBB with the Dragon Slayer. Able to get a nice stacker off, and now in a 2v1 situation, Geo now does he have the magic to bring this back? And 7 is very, very low, but no, he cannot. BBB is going to find the parry and the closeout onto him. Good stuff coming out from Bauda.
Absolutely. Well, Alliance, like I said, these are my guys to watch right now. 9 kills under their belt. 521 also have 9 kills, to be fair, but it is just everyone wants to compete for Spirit Worlds. There's actually significantly more players in this lobby than we had at this point in the game in our last game. We've only lost 3 teams. We're 9 players down. That's it. Everyone else is here. Everyone else is ready to contest. 521 trying to get themselves on to the Spirit Well. Cuckoo also going to jump forwards here. See if he can maybe play the contest. On every angle, everyone is jumping in and trying to cap. No one wants to get that debuff on, as we actually see AB from OA getting taken down. Don't think the revive's going to be available to him, although they are actually looking for the pickup. There's no way AB was able to get revived, but he immediately gets taken down, just giving over a second kill off the back of that one. Pampy throwing down those Furen shoves, got the flamer in pocket as well. It is incredibly hard to contest this, but Yang Yang jumps in, throws up a sandstorm, and says, this is Alliances. We are going to control the area. PP with the microwave on as well. As Alliance, Yuma is miles away, but he's coming back. He's going to join the team. He'll have his ultimate as well. And I think everyone's just giving it up. Alliance, they're going to cap. And that is going to be the Realm Yang Spirit Well. There's the cap. Oh, wait. Yeah, they did cap it. Okay, cool.
We are going to go with a WZ. I haven't actually seen WZ right? On the Syra. Haven't seen my man yet with you. They do have 4 minutes on their Yang depletion. Syra ult is going to be popped. Not finding any value in it. They are chasing down, though. Scuffed Gold Armor team. Who are they chasing down? They are chasing down I've been trying to kite his way around the tent, making his way left to right. Gonna go for the armor reset, but WZ wants to reposition, doesn't want to get focus fire from the lobby. 5-2-1 in shambles now, losing their Syra. Fat Milk, but Pampy still on the Takeda, has a gold armor. As long as your Takeda is alive, since majority of the loot is on him, you do have a chance to bring it back. But like you were saying earlier, Hiprain, so many teams left alive, 24 players still going in. We are going to have an Empyrean endgame, lots of levels here, a lot of foliage, trees and cliffside, so positioning is going to be key right here. A lot of teams posting up in the center of the tent. WZ right on the outside, 5-2-1, trying to weasel their way in, trying to sneak their way in on the side of the tent, while TE holds the inside of the tent. But everyone forced to the outskirts here as the 80% Moonbane does come down, taking this majority of the center up. DRG needs to find a play here, though. They do have 3 minutes left in the game. They need to find a soul boon for his teammates. Reds, WZ with that Temiol is going to force DRG back. DRG doesn't want to show their desperation yet. They do have a lot of time to work with, kind of to find a better spot to get a nice third party, and it looks like WZ's gonna be all in here. Seeing SS1 inside this tent, they're gonna go for the murder for them inside the tent. Hopefully the Nabi doesn't notice. Cannon shots are ready to be raining in right now as WZ evicts SS1. SS1 avoids the all in, and they immediately get out of dodge and move to the other side of the tent on top of the hill.
Yeah, it's just so many players all caught together. This Bane's Breath causing an absolute nuisance. Has finally timed out. In comes the Soul Well. And again, another point that a lot of people want to fight for. There's 2 minutes left on the Realm Yang debuff. If you're WZ, that's a cleanse. That's freedom. But Alliance are not even giving them the opportunity. There's a meteor shower actually breaking down as well in the middle of all this, which will give them rage if they land near them. They will also do down quick, so you need to be careful. There's lots of things going on. There's so many little things that are breaking out in this. Alliance actually don't contest for the Spirit Well. Instead, it's actually DRG who are able to cap back and get themselves cleansed. There was also a flag on DRG, but I don't think there was any way they were going to get that flag put down. So can't find the cleanse through that. As WZ, I think it might be a little bit over for them. They're going to have to do a lot of work to get a cleanse off. And the problem is you open up a fight. Everyone knows A, you're desperate, or B, you know, you're very strong. So either they're going to all jump in and see the fight go nasty, or they're just going to run away from you and play kite. So most of these teams just going to kite each other right now, wait until they're a bit more forced together. Cuckoo gets caught by the dazzle there. Wonk unable to make the connection. Cuckoo goes for the pop, doesn't quite make the connection, but Wonk has found himself caught by a dazzle, throws down the F and just plays escape, doesn't connect the dazzle on in response. WZ down their Takeda. They've only got their Temi, they've only got their Syra left for them. The Zhang actually goes down Alliance, losing a player. That is a big loss actually this early in the game. It's only their Temi, so not like they lost their main carry for the comp, but 19 players left in the lobby. About to jump down even more with WZ, probably about to get evicted. It is dicey holding on for the last 3 minutes.
Yeah, it looks like DRG with their Mystic Might really gets to cherry pick the lobby, choose their fighting situations as well as possible. We see Tudik and Killfeed being able to pick off Alliance Yuma on the low ground, it looks like, and now DRG is going to activate, seeing the commotion coming out, finding that Young is very, very low, and DRG is able to steal that kill away on the right side of the map as Kakashi leads his team to a little bit better positioning on the top side. He does have Merciless right now, not a lot of really good space control, using that Merciless gold focus to control the area around them, putting out those attacks out, denies a lot of that range pressure, stops anyone from really sneaking up and trying to posture to find a nice flank in. The Merciless has such a long range, they're able to hold that backside of the tent very, very safely. It's like Bauda out in the open, just out in clear view for everyone to see. No one's even focus firing them. SS1 in a bad position right here. Temiel's gonna be coming down, trying to res his Cicada Loye. Now on the inside, FPX does hear the res going down. ZGE does come to the outside, look for the follow-up, but he's not able to. Nice whip coming out from Temi to peel for his teammate to survive. Now moving over to FPX, going to be activate on water, looking for the stagger, looking for the focus fire. They go into zone, trying to find the kill to Loye, but he does have one shot away, makes his way back into zone. Now water in a tough position, no walls to his name. He's going to wake his way onto this top side of this platform as we're down to 16 players right here as Chaos is absolutely breaking loose. Battle on the outside, TE on the outside, FPX in the thick of things, but this giant tower giving a lot of playability as we see on the high ground. Always Tudik and Cuckoo controlling the ultimate high ground of the lobby. Can they go back to back and win both rounds?
With the wall, with the tower, there's so many different terrain and areas where fights are going on. The Bowder get absolutely blitzed there by the members of CE. Buweek going a little bit low, Kakashi getting knocked away. Dazzle may make a connection and catch on the peak so he can get followed up onto. Throws down his own Dazzle into the microwave now as he needs to look for those fiends, look for that little bit of extra damage. DRG playing the escape here, but Peak just plenty of health to work with. Is just going to look for the pop. Doesn't quite find it as he's going low. Now Kakaishi's their turn in that Syra ultimate. Again, looking for a good window to make connections as TE's peak goes down. And honestly, I don't know who has a full grip on this. This is absolute carnage. OA just playing the high ground. Gonna knock Kakashi down as VVV also going a little bit low. DRG are gonna lose you there to the side of water. There's still 9 players left in with 23 seconds. It's carnage right now. Sandstorm's getting broken out. Donkey9 incredibly low. Xiaonan will be falling mostly to the corruption as FPX controlling what remains of the zone as it finally closes in on everybody else. There's Syra ultimates breathing down onto them. There's 5 seconds left on the game. And OA managed to make it to the final man standing as they finish up FPX.
Yeah, nice. So much verticality going into that end game, denying the actual MVP round. I believe it's going to come down to kills. And with that, Bauda is going to be able to steal that MVP away from everyone. No first place going, everyone. It's a tie for second, but the overall kills will decide who actually MVPs that round. And man, what a trip. It's going down memory lane of these super stacked Takeda endgames. It is a little bit different though, seeing like the Temmie wall change and the skin. A lot more precision with ultimates going down, and a lot more verticality figured out. You see the ultimate hype being controlled by OA. They don't really want to get involved on the low ground. We see Bauda, one of the reasons I fell in love with FPX. They were one of the few teams that held very unorthodox positions in endgame. Normally you want to think, oh, let's get to the highest spot, or let's get inside a house. Let's kind of stay out of sight, out of mind, and not get focus fire with a Libby. But you see VVV lead his team out in the open and not getting focus fired. And they managed to make their way closer to the end game. But as cooldowns get exchanged, we see the scrappiness come off and more of the modern day NARAKA. A lot of plays being made in order to secure the win. We see that nice stall out. Anytime you see a ton of verticality for an end game, usually it's going to go to a tie. You see the grapple stall in midair, and you see back-to-back good games coming out from OA. First game, a huge dominant performance, but now kind of coasting. Having 8 to 10 kills a game will net you a win for a day, though.
What hero will be MVP for Game 2? Is it Tomoch, Takeda, or Syra? That is a significantly harder question, because it's based on damage and kills. So either you have to be paying a lot of attention, or you have to be a good guesser. Game 1, impossible to lose. Game 2, actually a harder question. So ABC or, well, A, B, or C, actually, no D in here, into chat. So you have a higher chance of guessing right off this one, but make sure you do check your whisper box, because that's where you will be sent all of your goodies. But yeah, I mean, I also kind of want to talk a little bit about Alliance, because I feel like these guys have been consistently good today as well. They've had some really, really solid performances. So I feel like they're one of my teams to watch. They're yet to have an MVP. Obviously, it's OA and Bauda with the first 2 games. But going forwards, we're end of mirror match now. People will have a bit more kind of personality. They're allowed to pick what they want to be picking. We have 4 phases of pick as well. So we have an extra phase, which means that last pick rotation is either going to be crazy pricey to lock in a comp, or we will see, you know, various other things come out from these teams. I'm actually really excited by Game 3 just due to that. I think, you know, heading back to Morris, so keeping some of that nostalgia that we've had at the beginning of the day, but more the map rotation with the hero picks. And then we'll get to see some really, really exciting picks coming in from these guys. Now, here is our scoreboard at the end of the day. Bauda by 0.5 of a point, eking it out in front of TE. Alliance just behind them as well. A single point separates first and third. FPX also tied up there. Honestly, not a bad scoring game for most of these guys, actually. OA, they pulled it back at the end, because that, honestly, if they had managed to put those last kills in and didn't go draw it to a tie, they would have won this game as well. So the kill spread's pretty wide here, apart from SR, who got 1 point. That's really sad for them.
It really goes to show just how close the skill level is in the league right now. A 5-point spread from 1 to 10 is absolutely insane. And looking at the damage for the MVP, most likely, it's kind of hard to guess, because most people would assume that Takeda in the past was usually the MVP of teams. And then with Syra being so dominant in the old meta, that usually Syra is kind of the MVP, but it's always a little bit of a toss-up of whether it was Syra and Temmie. And a lot of the times we see Temmie's do a big part of the damaging, which ends up leading to a lot of times teams MVP. I'm not sure how it's exactly calculated, but looking at the overall leaderboards for today, top only 12 teams have played so far. OA all the way at the top with 43.5, still having a solid second game. The whole lobby just having a solid game. Alliance with 10.5, bringing them up to 29. Wolves at 21, SR at 14.5, SS1 at 13.5, and FPX at 13.5. Now it's still very early, still a lot of NARAKA to be played. First games are in, and in general, around, I believe, 75 to 80 points is going to get you to that qualifying area for one of your days. Now we are going to go to the highlights of Bauda. This is what I was saying before. Hearing VVV calm so much is very, very strange, because normally he's very quiet, but now you can hear the energy of getting in there and getting his team riled up, rallied
每次过去空去，
winning
往
these
一下，
games.
来，去打，好，打，不要紧，好，对，太稳了，学姐，我再看，好左，慢慢来，好战牛逼，我开了，开，追着，
quite chaotic comms.
杀，拐子睡觉，可以扣希拉的，我可以晕的，兄弟，我那个，别，我到了，你先，
，OK. Way more.
帮了我，
You know, we've seen some really good improvements from these guys. Man, I can't But yeah, the comms have gotten better for the team. Obviously, we talked a lot about like increase across the board, like where before.
不行我就扣杀了，你打啊，打，你打。
But we say, you know, we had like an era where FPS, we'd have like 3 teams at the top, right? No one else could even come close to those guys, and then the other teams were kind of just playing for the scraps. Now it feels, you know, like everyone's pretty much on an equal playing foot, especially when we can see these mirror matchups, because like you said, the mirror matchups are the best way to really kind of see skill level. It comes down to just everyone's on equal playing foot, but here we are, our MVP, VVV on the Tumult. Reparo Armor Pierce as his legendary Soul Jade. Only 16,000 damage compared to the 67,000 we saw in the last game or whatever that was. But regardless, huge game coming in for the side of Powder. And they are playing closer. Like you said, 70 points roughly is where you're going to be looking to play towards that qualifying spot. So it's they're getting there. Slowly but surely they're getting there.
Hey, you see Tumult, the range character of the league. You see the slow shot of VVV. He was a pro FPS player before. I heard from Jim, and it's no surprise to me of how mechanically skilled VVV is. He used to play Faria, and is the reason why I even like Faria. The FPS mechanics that she has, and you see him popping off with that Temi. Now, don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be taking a short break as we go into the later half of NARAKA Pro League Trios. We will be right back, folks. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, for some NARAKA Pro League Trios. I am Nbpl. I am joined by the great Hip Rain. Exciting game for Trios under the new reset. We got our first 2 rounds in the bag. Mirror matchups. A blast from the past. And like I was saying before, Hip Rain, when you play the Ditto, when you play the same composition, there's no excuses of who is the best. I think it's one of the highest expressions of skills. But now we are moving on to the latter half, where points are going to be involved again with phasing. And I'm very curious, Hip Rain, will we see some new compositions? It's definitely very cool, though, seeing some of the old school endgames that I was so in love with before we moved on to variety, this buffet of characters. But I am very excited to see, like, maybe will we see the new character play today? Will we see some more variations of Viper, and we'll be able to see more of the kebab comp with the Yueishan Matari double skewer. I cannot wait to see that. It's one of my favorite characters to play, the skewer Yueishan. So very excited. I wanted a little bit more time to see him being played, kind of like seeing Targu being played in the trios, but we'll have to see.
We also have the Yoto comp, which we were starting to see show up a little bit during the first week, and then a little bit over EWC as well. So there are some other comps cooking up in the background, and this here is where I'm excited to see the consequences of the fact that everyone has already used the 2 most powerful comps up once. So we've had both of those comps only used up once, so they get 1 more free pick of both of those comps. So I expect the first rotation to probably be monks as normal coming into this hero select, but then moving into the second stage of hero select, or into the third and fourth, our new 4th stage here in hero select. We've got SR, we've got SS1, we've got FPX all on that. Are they going to be pulling out something maybe a little bit more exciting, maybe a little bit more, like we said, personality picks that we're getting solos?
Well, we got 4 rounds instead of 3 rounds now.
Yeah, we have 4 rounds now, so it's 4 rounds of 3 instead of 3 rounds of 4, which I actually quite like this, because by the time you get to round 4, you're onto a point where the things like the Kylins and stuff, they're just gonna be too expensive. You only have 9 points to spend coming into this. It says 0 here, so maybe that's not the case. We're gonna see CC comps coming in for the first round. Viper still remaining as a go-to, but there has been some variants here. It's actually the Temi Syra Viper from Wolves, and then a Justina Syra from OA. So DRG going for the more stock standard Syra Viper comp. They've now been increased in hero points, so it has to be something different going forwards. What are these guys going to be pulling out in the second round? This has to be Monk or Sand Siphon. Oh, you can't go Sand Siphon. It's Syra. This has to be Monk then.
Yeah,
hold on.
Whoa, we got a new GG's busting out.
Okay.
Theria Matari.
You're going to have to talk me through this, you guys. Oh,
it's basically
whoa.
We got after. What is this?
Okay, you know what? I was skeptical.
What is that?
I was skeptical, Raven, about the new hero select. You know, I thought it'd grow boring having everyone pick the same thing for the first 2 games. But if this is the result of this, I'm here for it, man. This is sick.
Yeah, this definitely opens up creativity. You just, with 4 phases, I was like, wait a minute, whoever's in phase 4, like, what's gonna be left? You're gonna have to dig really deep. Oh, and it looks like it's gonna be paired with a new cannonball variation. I wonder what his ability that Matari's resetting, where it's gonna be fair. I'm very curious to see if we'll see that composition in the realm of Yang. Is it used on the outside for Spirit Ball, or is it gonna be realm of Yang? But I was very curious to see how the new characters are gonna be played. We got a Liam in trios as well. Wooch and Liam, Tessa, what? Very bizarre world we're living in.
I like this. I have never seen Liam in trios ever. He is strictly a solos character. To see him in trios is really exciting.
That's a credit.
Look at the variants we're getting, Raven.
And go by Creditor and EU and go by and NA. They're the only ones I know who play Liam in trios. Just weirdos. Now, like, I mean, the characters aren't bad. They're just increasing points, so you can really finagle and think of creative ways.
They've all got 0 hero
around.
points in this 3rd round. So I assume, yeah, this is just going to be monks across the board. Unless SS1 have got something really, really spicy cooked up. See what they're going to lock
the new
in.
character. I was wondering if everyone was telling me he feels underpowered, but if GG is playing him, they must see something useful. So I'm definitely going to be looking at this under a very close lens to see exactly how, because traditionally Cannonball has been like a soft counter to Transformers inside the realm of Yang. It's kind of going back and forth as strategies have evolved. There's been like different lines and strategies figured out of how to overcome shortcomings, but that's where like Ice Cream Comp came out, where Justina and Faria were just full crowd controlling the monk, so he could do nothing, not really get any value off double grabs or anything. You just get full CC'd every single time you got a grab. But I'm not sure how the new character interacts with some of the traditional ideas, how he really does versus Viper, how he really does versus Freya, and how he does versus Monk. And then even Siphon. We know Siphon teams in here, so we're not going to see that strategy run against it. But I've always said, in Trios NARAKA, there are 3 main strategies we've seen over the past 4 years. How do you deal with Temi, how do you deal with Monk, and how do you deal with Viper? And usually we've seen very different variations of those ideas. And then in the most recent times, Cannonball coming up with how do you deal with Faria as kind of a 4th strategy, if you will. But this is exciting. We get to see a little bit of everything. No Tarka, unfortunately. Shout out to Duncan. But it's only game 3. And this is particularly Morris, which we've seen in NARAKA. Lately, teams are more favored, instead of just like picking the strongest competition on whatever day, teams really favor picking the right comp to counter other compositions on the right map. If they have to choose between countering other teams, they mainly like playing compositions based on their map and their landing locations. So super excited to see how WZGG are going to be using this new character.
Yeah, the Ainor Wax is his name. Well, not the Ainor. I'm just going to call him Ainor. It's too long otherwise. Okay, so I've been a bit under a rock because we had EWC and then I flew off to Sweden. So I haven't really had a chance to really study up on this guy. What does he do? What is his role here in this comp?
Everyone told me that he's underwhelming.
Okay.
He's kind of like he's like a Yueshan basically with lightning bolts. You'll see.
Oh, wicked. Oh, is he a Transformer?
Yep, technically transforms. He has lightning bolt hands, kind of like Zeus jumping around. But I felt like everyone was telling me it was very easy to kite. Then again, most of the instances I heard was in solos. Didn't really get to hear from a lot of trios players experimenting with them. And like I said, like most teams are very slow to adopt change unless it's very, very overpowered. Just because picking up a new character, the amount of time it takes to develop a composition, like your off spawn, your Yang fight, versus every single comp, and then how you play endgame, it's a lot of work. And your other comps are always going to be a lot better at first, so there's a little bit of investment to get it up to speed so that you could win in a grand finals instance, because we also have moved on that every single comp has to be able to MVP, just because 8 rounds, you got to get first place in order to close out a tournament. We are going to see the classic GG claiming their cave in the north for these Fireflies, and LXM Lenore is going to be popping out. He has the first ultimate. Is he going to pop it? He is going to pop it right here. Coming through with the first kill, jumping, creating the space. Now, you definitely don't want to fight, in a closed space right there. He's getting so much cleave damage, but another team is going to be coming in. He is taking a decent amount of damage coming through, but flying through this guy with these light balls. I mean, this slam is basically a Yueshan slam over and over. He does get the pin with that, and LXM is going to create some space, and it looks like DRG is going to clean up, while GG is going to disengage from here. TE and DRG now are going to lock horns inside the cave.
Yeah, Yeah, getting the use out of the Einor early, getting that ultimate from the Fireflies, immediately able to secure a kill off the back of it. But don't overstay their welcome. Mushrooms get popped. Everyone's got the dots on them. And now DRG going to eat a little bit of heat there. Pete gets parried though, and DRG able to secure themselves yet another kill. WZ able to grab himself something as it looks like GG actually coming back in. Parry lands onto LXM though, immediately has to drop his weapon as in comes the backup. Mushrooms get popped as well. Q9 going low, but that flying knife in such a tight area. It's such a solid job of shutting them down. Scale Rush could come through. LXM finds himself caught out by the stun, and he just needs to play disengage. But Kakaishi pressuring up onto him. GG has gone down. LXM needs to get a pot off, but he is losing HP to those mushrooms, as you can see. They're ticking away on him as 330 continues to find himself pinned in the wrong place. As LXM, he's just going to have to go down with the team at this point. There is no way in hell he's surviving this one. And DRG, they just control the zone really effectively. Nice pick up onto LXM. Good start there for the side of DRG. Opening that one up with 5 kills off the bat, as now over to Sunwing's rest. FPX got SS1 in their line of sight. Running a comp we are used to. A normal comp here, the Transformers of the Kylin.
Yeah, white armor, not finding any luck off spawn, even with blue armor. No heals to their name, but they do have blue weapons at least. I'm going over to Bauda. Wu Chen, Tessa, Liam. Now, this is like a rank composition. Oh my goodness. Now, the one thing that Liam does have going for him is he does have the best combo break in the game. It's the only character when you get parried that you do not get punished. He can instantly combo break. He doesn't have to wait for an initial hit in order to hit his combo break. So he can avoid hard punishes from fist blade parry, nunchuck parry. And it also has decent knockdown where your teammates can follow up and tech chase someone's wake up when they get knocked to the ground. So it will be interesting. Now I'm wondering if Wu Chen's going to be running teleport, or they're going to be running with V2. I didn't get to see during the character page. Or is it going to be some variation of rushdown, or is it going to be the old Attack on Titan like hit and run style with Wu Chen kind of coming back in? But man, looking at this lobby, we got a little bit of everything. We even got Wolves with the old school Wombo. Temmie, Viper. You rarely ever see these two paired up, just because Temmie has been pretty much married to Takeda for a while now. Those two are always duo together in almost every single composition. To see them actually separated with Viper Temmie. Now in ranked, Viper and Temmie is one of the first compositions you learn, just because the double ult allows you to slow someone down and get the stun off very, very easily with that quick 1-2 punch. So I'm curious to see how Wolves is going to make it work, because Wolves is not kind of a gimmick team. They're pretty calculated in everything, do. The same thing with GG, going with the Enor picked as well. Are they going to set a new meta with how Enor is going to be used in this new variation of Cannonball? They do win their off spawn, getting Enor that ultimate. But to be fair, you could give your ultimate to Kylan and Akos, any one of the strong high mobility ultimates, and you're going to get a ton of value off of it. So I don't know if Enor definitely has proven himself yet. It's really going to come down to this first realm of Yang, especially if we get to see a nice Faria versus Monk composition matchup. See how I feel Enor is going to be in this current meta of NARAKA, but definitely exciting stuff to see the new character being used already in the first patch back.
I don't know what LXM was doing there. Just got himself caught out for free. So we can see Sandstorms and Syra Ultimates getting popped across the bat. 17S trying to chase forwards here, but isn't really able to find much of a window. Does get connected by the Dazzle though. That's just going to waste a massive amount of time. Remember, CC on Monk actually lasts a little bit longer than everyone else, so it adds up getting hit by that CC, and 17S basically just wasted the Monk ultimate, and Wolves know this, so they're just going to play it now with another Dazzle connecting onto 17S, as they can just finish him up. He loses all of his armor. There's immediately going to have to pop the bell. Viper ultimate also connected here by you, as it looks like SR, they're going to be able to get the breakaway, but Rico does get caught. Nice bodyguarding coming in from Zhao. Rico's finally going to recover from the stun, but the damage is done at this point. They've already lost one, And Wolves should just be able to finish up the rest off the back of this one. Rico trying his hardest versus you, but the massive armor deficit is just too much here. As you, actually, he's just going to break away, try and join up the rest of his team. You can see the Knight's Q's gone quite low here. 17S actually comes back with a salty run back, and suddenly this has gone really dicey here for the side of Wolves. You desperately trying to make the breakaway, but the parry comes down. And that Viper is getting absolutely smoked. In comes the backup of the rest of SR. You does get the healing in from the backup though, and somehow Wolves have been able to buy the time they need as Zhao is going to fall in the middle of all of this. And Wolves can give chase. 17S, he's used his revive up already. If he goes down here, that is a massive, massive loss for the side of SR, as down he goes. Only 2 players are going to be able to come back from this. Wolves, nice little pick here down by Shadow J Mines, able to secure themselves a victory off the back of that.
Seeing the power of that Temi Viper. 1-2 punch with the combo. Temi ult goes down, can't get away. Viper stun gets you those kills. Now going over back to just outside. Zastra, we are going to get OA versus DRG. WC's Wonk on the Fairy. They're going to be popping Fairy ult, laying down cover fire off the top. Young trying to get out of here. Scale rushing. They are going to lose him. Matari is trying to make his way back in Celestia. It's a Fairy though. Wonk is going to get smothered here by OA and DRG working their way in. The Viper compositions looking to pick up all these Transformers teams as they rotate on through Celestia. DRG super scaled. Oh my goodness, this Viper already purple armor, purple weapon. Don't want to run into this Viper composition. Away, cutting their way through multiple belts in Celestia. Very easy to clear out. We are seeing GG able to get 2 reses already before first Rumble Yang. Bowda making their way through the sky, trying to find their way into the teleport safely. Not able to, or maybe they were looking to lane a third party there. We are going to go into our first Rumble Yang with this new rule set, second half, third. We're going to get FPX versus DRG. Viper inside Rumble Yang with the Syra. Before the drop down, we get the classic Attack on Titan versus Transformers. Water's going to get the first grab, but frozen up immediately by the Justina. Viper is going to take a ton of damage off that slam, though. A little bit of follow-up on the focus attack. Syra's going to be coming out for the peel, trying to burst down Water right now on the Monk, chopping at his legs right now. Freeze is going to come out, and the stun from Syra is going to come through, and now the Viper ult's going to come on for the second phase. Kylan's trying to peel for his teammates to get around the corner, but one of them does get stunned. Woo. He's gonna look for a scare watch, but he's gonna get peeled off and taken down by the Kylan, and we're down to a 2v2. FPX versus DRG.
I don't know how FPX are gonna find that turnaround, but they have made this equal footing. Kakashi goes to the freeze. He's gonna break away here briefly. ZG getting harassed here by Donkey 9. Nice knockback for the fan though from ZG, able to get a bit of work, and with that, the man advantage is in favor of FPX. Dazzle doesn't quite hit onto Donkey 9. He's trying his hardest to hold fast, but I don't think the opportunity is going to be there for him. Kiki caught by the knock-up. Scale Rush comes down, and FPX able to find the turnaround inside that Realm of Yang. Really nice for them. GG did lose theirs, sadly, so we don't see the Inor inside a Realm of Yang victory yet. But maybe we'll have a little bit more. Maybe we'll have a little bit more from them later on. We'll see. The revives coming in. Everybody's going to be looking to scrap. And it looks like we are reviving Celestia, actually, which is an interesting place because it's quite hard to pursue kills here. Typically, there's just so many windows and buildings and kind of opportunities for movement that finding a kill inside Celestia is actually quite hard. So Wolves decide they're going to head away and see if they can chase someone else down. As WZ, our other Einor team, looking for the kill. They did get the slice down, but instantly porting out is a bit easier to give chase. Bowder, Liam lined up and ready to go. Young, and he finds a catch onto him here. He's got the ultimate available. He's going to pop it and look for the opportunity. Finds the cap on to 1. Throws them back down. Doesn't really get too much of a follow-up, but does do something with the dual blades. Has another cap available to him. not able to find himself that opening as Wonk gets himself inside the mech, and Bowder has been forced to play defensive and play away.
Every time we've seen Wonk on the barrier, he's always been covering his team as they've been disengaging in a dicey situation. Now, they don't have Yang depletion right here. They just need to create some space, but they have multiple teams with that Vermilion's buff getting very oogly here. A lot of oogly are going to be coming down from water. At a minute and 30, he is going to find the kill onto WZ to Xiao Yao. Now, Xuan from SS1. Gonna hit him with the vibes right here, but multiple monks gonna be working their way versus their common foe. Viper, Tammy also be coming down. AB stuck in this Tammy ult, holding on to this Viper ult. His Justina is dashing through. He's gonna find a nice Viper on the center of everyone, but DRG is gonna be coming out of nowhere. XLU coming down from the top ropes with the drop down. Viper stun, finding the kill onto the monk of OA's AB, but the follow-up, Cyro's gonna be coming down, getting staggered on them, and now against the corner, Wolves is gonna be coming up with this cleanup, finding a kill onto FPX. ZK double tap those out, trying to avoid the focus fire of OA. He is gonna pop the Cyro ult himself, focus firing FPX right here. Zone is gonna be coming in, all of these teams scrambling to get out, to get some control of the situation, but the Vermilion's buff teams just absolutely turning up the heat with their aggression. ZK gonna get poked out from the spear of Viper. Now ZK, remember, the first early zones don't do a lot of shadow corruption damage, so these teams are able to sustain, fight out here. Zipping ult's gonna be coming down for SS1. Yuan keeping his team alive. Luye looking up for the follow-up kills. GG's trying to salvage their game, find this quick kill right here, but it's not gonna matter. Alex Sam is gonna get picked off and taken down by Juan. And now TE's gonna be coming in with the sustain from the Karubi and a Faria on the outside. GG's 3-3-0. Last one left alive with 1 minute left. No ult zone, Kunbi get hit down by Yuan and Luye making their way away from them into the zone. He is going to try to pick up his teammate, but with only 52 seconds, he's going to put all their hope and dreams onto CGS with only like 7,000 to their name. They are going to have to work really hard to find these reses. Now, we saw earlier, remember, GG got 2 rebirth charms, so I'm not sure if other teams were getting rebirth charms, but not going to be a lot of rebirth charms left for them to pick up for their teammates. But Chip and Chair, they still got 2 of them left alive with 22 seconds left. He's going to try to make his way to the zone, but 3-3-0 is going to be going down to Shadow Corruption there. So yes, he's going to have to pick him up one more time. He has to hope that WZ is not going to be able to spot him out here, but Yao is going to spot him out, but it looks like he doesn't have teammates either. We're going to get a 1v1 here for the last little bit. No, but WZ does have another teammate left alive, and it looks like they are not going to actually fight that out and opt to rotate into zone instead.
Oh, that is rough for GG. They were able to get at least their star player, the guy with the debuff cleanse, but like you said, they have no money. Absolutely no dark side coins to be able to get those rebirth charms, and a lot of rebirth charms have already been used in this game. Realm Yang spawning up, teams can be jumping into that. That does give GG a brief window where some of the players are tied up inside the Realm Yang to maybe put something together, but it's going to be a tall ask for them as Wolves get aerial to start off with. OA actually opting mostly to stay on the ground as Yu's going to look pop ultimate, but they're both just trading out. Viper ultimate for Viper ultimate. Stun's going to connect onto pretty much everyone, but Kuku's going to follow up. Dazzle's coming down, and Wolves, they just get popped! Where did they go?
Well, AB gets the Viper off first and with the follow-up, and meanwhile, we're going to FPX with a double grab and the re-grab. Kylan is going to come out, and SR17S is going to get womboed. Double slam into Kylan ult, into re-grab, taken down, and now FPX is going to go with their victory lap. Kylan just absolutely harassing Rika with a double slash, and Water staying on top of him. 1 minute, 16 seconds. They're going to stall this out a little bit right here in order to delay their buff to come out with advantage. But crazy stuff. Both fights just instantly decided. Now going to the outside, we have OA, Bowda, WZ, and 521 all scrapping this off right here. Chen wall, man, it's been a while since I've seen a Wu Chen wall. Weird seeing him back. Very, very scaled though. Coming out of the realm of Yang. Gold armor and the Mystic Might, but they don't want to really fight in that instance with multiple teams. They're more looking to find some duos and solos who are trying to navigate their way to endgame. With that Mystic Might, they're going to find anyone hiding. Does give you a decent range to find, like, basically ESPing everyone, pinging them throughout the map. We are going to go over to Alliance as well, doing the same thing, hunting everyone up. And what a weird world seeing Akos back into the meta. He was in the meta really far back, where everyone was testing out different variations of Attack on Titan, where it was Wu Chen and Viper and X. There was a time where Akos was used for a little. It was short-lived, but it was decently used. But now he's back. It's a weird variation of Tessa Akos. That is definitely looking like a rank comp. But looking over, Wolves, 3 minutes and 32 seconds with their Yang depletion. They are going to be in a tough situation, as all of these teams are going to be very hesitant to take a fight until they figure out exactly who has Yang depletion.
Well, it's just a bit of a scouting game on that front as Wolves. So you're looking to jump onto Zhang Zhang here, not able to find it. GG actually pulled it off. They managed to get at least one rebirth charm here put together, so somewhat recovering. It's been a bit of a dicey start. The problem is his gear is going to be severely lacking even if they get everybody back. Nice Tessa charm comes down into the Viper stun. This is the big crowd control combination between the two. ZK breaks away from one stun but gets hit by the charm as PP goes down in the middle of all of this. Same for Yuma. Wolves have not been able to find themselves a cleanse quite yet, but they are going to look to try and re-engage into this. That no ult zone saved ZK's life, I think. Breaking away from getting hit by that ultimate. GG are back in the game though, being able to find themselves the revive. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhang's been forced into the zone. Trying to go the long way around. Alliance for my team to watch coming into this game, but right now, down to just their ACOS with 4 kills under their belt, and that is the end of Wolves' run today, at least in this game 3. They're going back to the lobby. 11 minutes left in this game, and the player count is significantly dropping in the last couple of moments. A lot of kills coming in across the board, while everyone else is just trying to find a decent position here. Actually, Wolves coming in from the zone could get gate kept quite heavily here by the rest of the lobby. That no ult zone also being a pain, as BBV with a musket shot able to snipe Xiao Yao down, securing the kill as Wolves were forced onto Bowder. Bowder jumping into the no ult zone, thinking, but Wolves are not going to have to be able to throw those ultimates down. But Wolves, they don't care. They're just going to continue the chase. 521 also potentially in the line of sight. Everybody is giving chase to Bowder right now. Nova Bowder, a potential easy pick here. Okay. Trying to line up here with the pole sword, gets hit by the Tessa charm. Is just going to touch the urn and break it out. Bowder gonna get the knockback there. Could have another Tessa charm available eventually to them. As Tutik got caught, we see Wu Chen port out to safety. And Wolves just gonna do some shopping off the back of that. They're gonna call it.
You see a parry come out with the Tessa ultimate. Multiple teams. We are seeing the monks going and hiding in a bush together. Now, Wolves and OA, both these teams very stacked. Oh, this is 2 Viper compositions actually. OA, looking at the leaderboards, at 14 kills and Wolves at 11. It's like OA is going to be leading the charge. They do find 521. 521 is going to be moving towards the no ult zones, but the Viper compositions are going to be laying waste to everyone ahead of them. Bowdo and 521 trying to get away from the all-in of these Vipers. OA still hot on their heels, just biding their time, walking down 521. 521 not in a good position right now. Tyra also gonna be invested, and Ivan is just gonna get lasered down, just staggered and crumbles under the just crushing loot of OA. And now OA is gonna backtrack, make their way back to Bowda, but Bowda heads for the hills, gets in Celestia, gonna use the buildings to hopefully line of sight and break contact from OA. But you see AB taking a high grapple, looking, scouting for where Bowda went. BBB on the edge right here. Wait, Wolves is going to pop the ultimate, and VVV is going to get staggered on the Tessa. But it looks like Bauda in an odd position right now. Shadow Corruption doing a ton of damage to them, all with a sliver of health as OA. They pass OA, claiming the Spirit Well. Dicey's position for Bauda. On the opposite end, we are seeing SR's Monks team claiming the Spirit Well right here. 41 seconds on their Yang Depletion. I see 5 teams with Yang Depletion right now, but at the top, OA had a massive first game, and it looks like they're having a massive third game. If they keep up this momentum, they could just be qualifying. Well, having 60 to 70% of their qualifying points necessary done only halfway through their first day of play.
Oh, they are honestly looking so good right now. These guys consistently good, and the good thing about them is we've seen them on different teams. That's what's most impressive here, right? Like, they have played a mixture of, you know, every game has been a kind of very different comp and a very different play style, and still delivering. So really impressive. My brain got fried a little bit because it did look like there was some contest coming in onto the flag. As always, AB able to secure the kill onto CGE from FBX. Nice kill there with the golden longsword. So it looks like the fight's not completely done here. ZK just frees himself up briefly, but breaks away. AB going incredibly low. Wolves may be looking for the snipe onto him. No armor, very little health. AB just desperately trying to break away. Is going to be able to get at least one pot off. As OA do come in, cover AB, make sure he's A-okay. He's going to continue to heal up, and NiceQ looks to chase forwards. Cuckoo's going to have to peel back to play defensive. As Wolves, they've still got the debuff on. They just cleanse themselves the last one and immediately get hit by that Roma Yang debuff as well. Spirit World debuff, excuse me. So, really, really rough for them to get 2 of them on. NiceQ, just with the Flamer playing forwards. 24 players in the lobby. Again, Raven. There's a lot of people in this game.
Yeah, 24 people left, but a ton of these players, 4 of these teams have Yang Depletion. They need to find a cleanse right here. They're under a ton of pressure. And it looks like, as we've seen before, Monks versus Vipers. Where does everyone just kind of fall in line, though? Because there's Liam's running around, and even Eno is running around. We are seeing OA from their perspective, trying to control the southern spot, trying to pick off SS1. Tough bet for Loye to pop the Monk ultimate, immediately getting lasered from multiple directions right here. Cyril's going to be popped. He isn't going to get frozen out right here, taking massive amount of damage from range down to half health. He's not able to find a grab to heal him up, and Viper ult is going to be coming down as he de-transforms, jumping on top of him. Loye is going to get taken down from OA as they cannibalize their corpse, but Kylan is going to have the last set here. He is going to get a little bit of vengeance right here, knocking them into zone right here. Now SR is also going to pop their Monk ultimate, trying to go back, pick off one of these Viper teams right here. OA's trying to make their way out. Half health on one of them, and Zhao from SR keeping the pressure onto them as 17S is trying to fight off the double team pressure coming out from SR, and Wolves is going to find a focus attack from 17S as he transforms. The Viper team's laying waste to the 2 Transformer teams right now. 5-2-1 on the low ground right here as Wolves makes their way in. They do have Yang Depletion. 1 minute left. They're trying to find more Soul Blooms as the second Spirit Well comes in. On the high ground, the Wolves spawning out their next victims on the low ground. A 5-2-1 and Bowder scuffing it out, but XCM on the Liam. So weird to get Liam in trios right now, trying to bind their time, but they're how much longer can they wait? They're already down to 50 seconds. They need to find a kill. Same thing with GG. Enor from LXM going crazy onto AB. OA has tried their best to recover from their initial all-in, picking up their kills, but they are super stacked, getting them to pick up a lot of their help, but they are going to lose their Justina Q-tip as OA makes their way to the building to try to recover, as the lobby is just absolutely erupting in carnage right now.
It is complete, just bloodbath right now. It's a complete bloodbath. 17 kills over, or 17 players left in the lobby, as AB is actually able to get a nice Viper stun down onto multiple people. He decides he doesn't really want any of that heat though, so gonna see a couple of people getting taken out. And Bowder losing them. One to Soul Bloom, but debuff, but one also to the musket shot coming in. That's going to be the end of the last member of Bowder, as they are. I know they've still got their Tessa. They're still holding on. Bowder, not completely done for them. ZK loses most of his armor and is immediately getting followed up onto. It's just going to heal back up though, able to break away for now. 3 minutes 30, 15 players left in the lobby. GG. LXM here on the Einor. Very, very geared up right now. Golden armor in the pocket. He has purple weapons. He is set up to go for it. Is Wolves going to lose ZK here. Rico's able to secure that kill as SR slowly starting to climb up that lobby now. Up to 6th place on that lobby. Working their way towards the top after, you know, a very dominating EWC performance. The return to the regular season hasn't quite been as hot for them. OA, on the other hand, getting themselves heavily chunked out. GG's able to secure the kill onto AB. Pillage what they can off the back of that as well.
GG has recovered their game. They were in pure shambles before. Now they're double gold armor with their Enor, up to 9 kills, climbing up the lobby. Now they did have their work cut out for them. OA is at 17 kills. But when we were looking at them before, they had, I believe, only 2 of them left alive. Rotating in the zone, they were next to WZ. Now WZ is fully eliminated, but GG has somehow recovered their game completely, and now they are fighting for an MVP. Now they do have to go double the amount of kills, but the good thing for them is that OA is already down 2 of their players. All they have left is their Syra, so all GG has to do is clean up the rest of this lobby. Now normally you would say like, ooh, that's kind of hard to ask for a team that they just have to clean up the rest of the lobby, but this is what GG is known for. When they get the positions like this, they're usually able to capitalize in this spot. But FBX is doing really well with 8 kills. SR is still here on their strong Transformer teams. So as we go into this last leg, can GG come through with it? Or is it going to be SR coming in hot to secure another win for them and keeping up their momentum on Transformers?
Well, 17S, he transformed, but he's just getting absolutely blasted by 330 in the Ferry MX. Another cannon fire. He can't find the stops. He can't find anything. He's inside the zone. He's incredibly low. 17S is able to break away, but now a Tessa Charm lands onto him. He is just completely grappled by the CC. CGS does get himself caught out by a parry. I don't know who threw that one out, but he did eat one off the back of that one. Some whole work coming in from Zhao, who's now committed to Kylin Ultimate, and he's going to look for the damage onto some players. The 17S still running around on a blinking health bar. Zhao needs to be chasing kills and play defensive for his team. GG are the team in his sights right now. LXM finds the knockback though, has got his ultimate and comes in for the lockdown onto Zhao, who's losing so much HP off the back of that one. LXM doing some fantastic work here with the Einor. First time getting to see it here in the Nbpl. He's opening up strong, but his health bar is starting to bleed out a little bit off the back of this one. Rico will get hit. LXM just about gets into the zone as he's now going to play the range, try and play the high ground, get some healing in, gets the slam down, but Pampy's able to finish up CJS off the back of this one as now 17S is into his line of sight as it looks like 521 want to find this. 17S finally puts together enough rage to get another transform off, but gets hit by another ultimate from a Tessa as he's trying to get himself into the zone, but he's just jumping over the top of 330 inside the mech, and he is bleeding out, losing way too much HP to the zone as SR are taken down. OA's Tuku rejoins into the fray, finishes up GG. FBX and Bowder are in his lines of sight as he's trying to just get the range shots off. The timer ticks down and nobody will be the last man standing. Another tie.
Another tie for the last one standings, but away with the commanding 18 kills. Great job by their Syra to stall out again to that last second. Even though they changed the health pool of how Balda and Syra work in endgames where they don't get that extra shield, they still are able to stall out just based on the characters to be able to float in midair, to use their abilities to stall and stay off the ground where most of the lobby is fighting for that last sliver of a non-shadow zone, not getting that shadow corruption. Everyone's just trying to stay in the zone as much as possible. Those characters like Syra and Valda are able to stall in midair very, very well. You see OA's Syra clutch it up for their team, even getting one more kill onto GG. We saw a little bit of GG's coming back in that end game. See that Barrio really contests SR's strong transformers, push him out of zone. Unfortunately, though, got a lot of wild cards, a lot of hectic things. We still got Teslas and Vipers in the lobby, navigating around, so not very easy to control this end game, especially in that terrain situation where you just got wide, flat ground. And you see OA able to capitalize on this. And like I was saying before, Hiprain, we're in a league now where your early, mid, and transitioning to end game, you got to be getting kills throughout the game in order to be successful, because you can't just clean up these end games. It's just way too hectic with the amount of Yang depletion and weird situation teams get put in. It's very, very hard to control and be consistent in these end games. But you see the high fragging power of OA and SR and their playstyle really shining right now in the current meta.
No, you're completely on the money. I think it kind of comes down to a couple of changes where, first of all, loot is a mixture of more readily available and less readily available. If you think about like early day NARAKA, like soul jades, like high-end soul jades and stuff are actually fairly easy to get, but slowly the wave like drops have changed from either the shops or even just from loot caches within Immortal War have been changed over the last few years. So then those rewards and those loot have actually been shifted into things like the Realm of Yang, the Spirit Wells. So you have to be a lot more kind of like action focused. You can't passively scale up, and you're on the money. It really comes down to those teams who play proactive in the early game and kind of scale their loot and play off the back of, you know, they need to constantly be doing stuff, will always have the impact. And OA, I feel like they're a team who've got a really good read on the current, like, I wouldn't say the meta in that sense, but like the kind of the macro of the current way the game plays. They've really got their heads down on that one. They've figured it out. That's their second win. And that's another big win as well. They got 25 points in their first game of the day. They just got 18 kills in this one as well. That is a monstrous performance from these guys. They are going to be so far ahead of the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, looking at the scores, wow. 18 kills, 14 kills, 11 kills, 10 kills. I mean, anything over 10 kills is just a very, very solid game no matter what. Yeah. But OA having these consistent dominant performances. Usually we see this from GG, but we're seeing for the first time in trios a lot of the old guard being challenged. So we've seen like TE, GG, KLA, KLA is now YZG. But these were the household names that were dominating trios forever. But now we're seeing new teams coming into the league. Like SR was created just because the boss wanted to really get Spider on a team, and he happened to have to make a trios team as well. But then goes back to back at EWC. SR is doing super, super well, and now OA. Now Cuckoo has definitely been around for a while. AB and Tudyk. Not household names, at least in my knowledge, unless they've renamed. Totally possible. But doing super, super well for the first 3 games. Now, very exciting stuff coming out from our first game under the new rule set outside of the Mirror Dittos. We see a lot of creativity coming down, a lot of different compositions, but still, we still see the Vipers and Attack on Titan and Transformers going at it, where the monks are favoring each other, the Vipers are favoring each other in order to survive, and then you see the wild cards of Theria and Liam Teslas like running around completely just very, very strange positions. But these end games are so hectic right now because of how the Yang depletions are putting everyone in such awkward positions that everyone's trying to find a different leg in order to make their game a little bit more consistent.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just reeling from the score here. OA are 30 points ahead of second place. Like first and second, it is not close. I mean, in trios, that could be a good game that can make the catch up, but OA have been way too consistent. They could also be further ahead by the end of the day. They could really, really grow that gap. And you know, like you said, they're most of the way there towards even having the qualifying points for the bi-weekly finals, and we're halfway through the first game day of the regular week. So that is crazy for OA. These guys looking really good. And I'm a big fan of new picks so far. I'm going to not say I'm 100% sold yet, because this could just be the chaotic, let's play around and see what we can do phase. But there is a world where we get to see more of this, more of these kind of exciting and, you know, picks we didn't expect, to be honest. It was a very, very very interesting hero select, seeing, you know, things like the Ainur show up, the Liem. Now, I'm gonna be real, I forgot there were Liems in this game, because I think I saw one Liem ult and that was it. They didn't quite have the same level of impact that they had previously, but for the second time today, our MVP is gonna be the man, 2-tick. 22,000 damage coming in. He had 2 grey Soul Jades as well. I assume he got pillaged when he went down at some point. But man, what a game coming in from this guy. What a day coming in from 2-tick. He's put this team on his back today.
Look at his Jades. Interesting. He's able to do all this even with some white Jades. The damage reduction and attack seems to be the main strategy. But it just shows this new variation of Attack on Titan with a Justina. They did make changes to Justina where she can all-in commit to a guaranteed freeze. And you see just how good she is at controlling the Monk in Transformers. Like when Monk starts to get going, you see the Monk just constantly getting harassed by freezes. And the thing is, like, if a Monk is in animation, he doesn't get frozen, actually. So she has to be super well timed to catch the Monk not grabbing. So as the teammates start pressuring the Monk, chopping at his legs, and he stops throwing out grabs, she finds the opportunity to freeze him and really put him in a ton of pressure and really limiting just how well Transformers can get things going. Now, we saw on the opposite end, when Tudyk was on Kylan, his ability to protect his Monk in order to peel for it. So not only is he able to defend his Monk, he's also able to go and take down enemy Monks.
Yeah, he protect, but he also attack. Anyway, for us, we're going to throw ourselves over to a quick interview, then a break, and we'll be back with the second half of the day. So we'll see it in a second.
Hi guys, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So before this, our second Biweek, we had a tiny little holiday, and today we can see OA had a really great performance so far. So we have Tutu right now, so please say hello to our audience first. 请图图先跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 OA 的图图。
Good for you to be the MVP of Game 3. Also, OA is the first place of the total point list so far. So how did you guys make it today? 那其实首先也是要恭喜图图在第3把拿下了这个 MVP。当然，目前为止 ，OA 也是我们整个积分榜的第1名。对于今天的比赛，觉得前3把能够发挥如此棒的原因是什么呢？
前3把发挥好原因，主要是我们对每个阵容的都准备得很充足，每个阵容的打法都准备得很充足，然后磨合也在慢慢的变好。
哦。I think we did a fully preparation for every combinations. Also, our cooperations is going better and better. Okay, well, also we can see like we add a little new things for this time combinations, which is our mirror matches. And how do you think about that? 那其实当然我们可以看到，从这一周的比赛开始呢，我们加入了这个镜像对局。你对于这个镜像对局怎么看呢？
我觉得这个镜像对局更好玩了一点吧。
Oh, I think it's really interesting. Well, also today our mirror matches combinations is Kylan Monk combo and Takeda Timmy combo. How do you think about like your team for this 2 combo? 那其实这次我们镜像对局的2个阵容，一个是张佛，一个是五杀。你觉得你们队伍对于这2个阵容的优势在于哪里呢？
感觉每个队伍的阵容熟练度都差不多啊，主要是看一些细节或者之间的配合之类的。
Okay, I think like every team is the same for those combinations. It only depends on the detail and like the cooperations for those combo. Okay, let's move on to our answer for treasure, please. So this time our question is, which hero did OA Tutu use in Game 3? A. Justina, B. Zippy, C. Syra, D. Timmy。那这次我们的问题是，图图在第3把用了哪一个英雄呢 ？A 是顾清寒 ，B 是子平 ，C 是席拉 ，D 是沙男。Please count down the time， 也请图图给我们倒计时一下吧。
3、2、1。
You have to say English， 用英语说。
3、2、1。
Yeah, screenshot everyone. And what's the answer？ 答案是什么呢？
答案是 A。
Yes, the answer is A. Well, also because OA is the first place of the total point list so far, also your team have a really huge gap between the second one. How did you think about like what kind of preparation you guys did mentally to face this time competitions? 那其实目前 OA 也是我们积分榜的第1名，并且跟第2名也是有一个蛮大的差距的。那能够看到来到这一双周，OA 的状态什么都非常好，是做了什么样的准备，或者说在心理上面是怎么去调整，去面对这一周的比赛，能够达到如此好的状态呢？
主要是前段时间的休赛时间吧，我们就比较挺充足的，对于每个阵容的熟练度啊，或者对别的阵容的打法都很充足。
I think because in the holiday we talk a lot, including the strategy and also every combination, all the details. So we had a really fully preparation for this time competition. Okay, thank Tutu come to our interview. 也是非常感谢图图来到我们的赛后采访。That's all for the interview. Bye bye everyone. Thank you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Nbpl. Getting ready to go into our second half of the day. Games 4 and 5 coming up. And it has been a interesting start. Obviously, first 2 games, we had our mirror matchups, which are the most popular teams from the previous week. That went out the way. Game 3, a lot of diversity. We had only a handful of teams running the Monk comps, and then other teams running Viper comps. We knew the Viper was strong, but for her to be taking things like the Temi and the Syra was a bit of a wild card for us. We did have some Liams, we had some Ainur as well. We had, we had some variants coming into this. And the big thing for me is, remember, the way the hero points work is your first 2 selections of a hero doesn't cost you any points, but after that it does cost you points to run a hero. And if you've now locked in your Syra and Temi in this, the next time you lock them in, it's going to cost you 6 points to do so. So you do still have the opportunity to run like a Takeda comp with them, but that's it. You get one more chance to run those, and then you're not going to be able to run that comp ever again today. So I'm interested because I thought we'd see people kind of go for the triple pick angle potentially and burn the hero points there. Instead, they moved away from that. They decided not to go down that road. And I guess the other thing that really caught me off guard about the hero select was the teams actually picking up like the meta comps at the end of the hero select in round 4. I thought that would be what we'd see at the beginning, but actually no. People would rather pick up that Viper, and I expect that trend to probably continue. They're showing us that, to me, that Viper is the sought after character right now.
Yeah, I agree with you, Hipbrain, that for sure Viper is a sought out character. And it's just because in the current meta, especially over the last year, we haven't seen a lot of hard countering to Viper. Normally we saw Yueshan kind of deal away with a Viper rushdown where he'd be able to hold his ultimate in a combination of like Yueshan and Temi. If you double down on it, it's very, very hard for Viper to get any value out of it. But we haven't seen many counter characters. Even the Mataris are a little bit more scarce. We used to see Siphon with Zai Matari zipping come out against the Vipers. And if you're not going to run counter Viper, those 2 compositions are going to do super, super well, especially when they double down and roam the map together and start wiping out the whole lobby. We saw the most stacked Viper composition still rolling around and crushing the lobby. The monks desperately trying to survive. And what's interesting is that the Liam and Tessas ended up trying to like kind of be like the wild card here. I'm still not so fully sold on why Tessa's really being used in the current meta, just because there's so much counterplay to Tessa right now. Before, when Tessa would ult you, you would kind of get a guaranteed focus attack right now, but most players know how to like animation cancel and take their soul back with the urn and mix you up. So it's a lot harder unless you just get a full-on Tessa ult onto someone. The Liam part, I didn't really see how he was being utilized, that it makes sense that he is there, but we saw 2 teams running a Liam. I'm wondering right now, since it's just very early into this 4-phasing strategy, are teams just kind of trying to dig deep into their character pools and are like, all right, well, this might be a throwaway round until we kind of have this figured out. What characters do we not use anymore? And it's just like Liam and Tessa, just so we can get to the next round. But slowly, in the 4-phasing rule, all these things will be optimized more. Teams will find better footing and better compositions that kind of fit this 4-phase rule, because it's very different what your strategy is when you have a full lobby of the same characters versus you have a full lobby of just like an all-you-can-eat buffet of NARAKA characters, where you're seeing even compositions you may have never fought before, how to kind of figure out how to play against this, because it's not just the fair 3v3 where you're faced up perfectly on flat terrain. There's so many different terrain situations, and fights can go multi-way because of all these Yang depletion situations. NARAKA has changed so much over the years now that like the transition from mid to end game with these spirit wells and teams being forced to find cleanses, that you're getting a lot more action. So how strong your team synergy is in fighting multi-way is so important, and we are getting such a new fresh look of what's possible in NARAKA. We saw it initially with the Wu Chen ban, how everyone kind of scrambled and formed new type of strategies around Viper, and now we're seeing it again with 4 phasing. We're seeing characters we've never seen before, Liam, Akos, and now the new character Enor.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because like we have had like people toying with Akos in trios over time. There was a period where we saw things like, I think it's V1 Akos, the one where he puts the little like fight cage up and he has his own pillar with monks to kind of like separate teams and kind of break them apart. But that has changed dramatically in the sense where now, you know, we're using the Tiger Akos. But I feel like there's still room for that character. I just think we're in a very experimental phase of the NBPL, and I think the next couple of bi-weeklies actually, so over the next 4 weeks, I think the coaches are going to be working overtime to kind of lock in what looks to be the most solid strategy, and we'll probably see more of a meta form of this as we get closer towards playoffs, and it might get a little bit more standard. But right now, I think we're in a very fun period where we don't really know what's coming. Like what these guys have got up their sleeves, what they've been cooking up. Like GG off the bat, not playing like a standard meta comp and going for the Ainur and going for the brand new hero who, you know, when you really think about it, they haven't had that much time on. They had EWC and then they've had 2 weeks off to kind of catch their breath, and then we've gone straight back into it. So they haven't had all that much time to really wrap their heads around everything. But again, no hero points, so we might actually be playing hero pointless now from this point on. What these guys have got in the bag looks like, yeah, it's just going to be the standard, the Viper comps coming out across the board for all of these teams.
First round phasing again. Oh, but we're seeing the Wombo composition. Like just full all-in Temmie Viper ult coming out. So they're investing their points of their Temmie. So that...
Sorry.
Wait a second. Oh, wait, no, TE.
Valda, Inor, and oh my word, Feria coming in from the side of TE. Seeing another Liam here with 5-2-1. So replacing the Matari with the Valor on the side of TE. That is a bizarre pickup if you ask me, but I mess with it. I like it. See what the other guys have got going into round number 3. Are we just going to see some of the more standard comps coming out here?
So weird to me. Phase 3 and then phase 4. We've been doing 3 phases for such a long time. Now we're getting this new age 4 phases. I wonder how this is going to play out with 8 rounds as well. 6 rounds, the 2 mirror matches. Are we going to have 3 mirror matches for 8 rounds? Oh, we do get the Yodo with Tessa Wu Chen. Another rank composition, if I've ever seen one. I wonder which variation of Yodo ult they're going to be using. Oh! 2 Yodo compositions. Wait a second, and SR is investing into this.
I feel like it's V1, which is the new Yoto, because that seems to be the go-to. We did have, me and you actually were lucky. I can't remember who it was, but like an absolute psycho that ran V2, you know, old school Yoto ultimate, and I loved it. I love that ultimate. I actually do like the F1. We saw them running the F1 V2, which is older, old V1, but like the ability to kind of reposition using the F, actually I thought was better use than the kind of like the safety net one that we saw a lot of people running. But looks like it's just gonna be monks coming in as, oh, hold on, no, we're getting a Siphon coming in from OA. Our first Siphon of the day, our first Zai of the day actually coming in game 4.
Wonder how
very varied.
How Zai can really do in such a hectic meta. I mean, with the duration change down, Zai does very well as long as she doesn't get super crowd controlled, and Matari does a good job of supporting her. The problem is, like, everyone's been fighting against Zai for so long. She's a very common character to play against in ranked. So oppressive. But who knows? going multi-way. We really haven't seen this version of NARAKA where the lobby is so varied in characters of like how each strategy will play off of each other. Now, like off spawn, you can really control things, isolate, choose if you're gonna hot drop, choose if you're gonna land on fireflies, choose if you're gonna land outskirts. But then as you go into Rumble Yang, you can kind of decide which characters you're gonna be playing against. Are you gonna play for Spirit Wall? But when you start getting to those mid-game situations with the Yang depletion, you start going to end game, that's where we see a lot more new situations that we've never really seen before, where we're having 4 or 5 different compositions all contesting each other. We are still seeing the old dominant strategies working. Viper and Transformers kind of going at it, and then counterplay of everyone else working on the outside. It's going to be very curious, though. You were pointing out Siphon coming out from OA again with Karubi. Usually we've seen like the zipping variation. We're seeing finally Karumi even back into the meta. The most exciting part, I think, for me at least, is seeing how Yodo is going to be played with Wuchen and Tessa, with her recent changes and how dominant Yodo was in the past. Can't you find a footing again in trios, or is she still just too weak to really contest against the current Transformers strength, especially with how good everyone's been with like Kylan?
Zhao's running a V2, so that's traditional Yoto ultimate. That's not the new one. I actually totally missed what ZG was rocking, but that's the aerial one. That's probably down to the fact that I think we've seen some pretty clustered final circles, and the V2 actually very effective at hitting lots of people if they're all clustered together. You have all the aerial options as well, like we saw in the previous game where Syra was able to stay aerial for so long and grab an extra couple of kills on the way out, but secured away their victory. This is a very, very interesting loadout here. I have to see how it works out for them. You can see that GG dropping on their normal spot. TE are going to be trying to play Interrupt. Wolves have actually got a solo drop, so they should be able to grab some goodies and then probably head towards the center of the map and try and get snowballing from there. Beyond that, it's relatively clustered. I know there's in the south we've got like FPX, 521, Alliance, and WZ all isolated, but I don't think they're going to stay isolated for long. I think they're going to get into the action as soon as possible.
We are going back to Pretoria. Definitely my favorite map to watch currently. Still a lot to be discovered on as OA is going to be taking that Zai on to the Monk of DRG. Kakashi is going to be calling down Cuckoo down to a sliver of health, though. He is going to get the armor swap, though. Nice peel coming out from the CMS Tudik. Looking for the peel again. Looking for the flank. Perry covering his teammate. He does get the follow-up. And now DRG's Don Q9 stuck against the wall. Using his stone form. F's going to be coming out. Nice dodge through. Able to get away from that ability. But it doesn't matter. 1v3 situation in the Great Sword. Not able to get a lucky shot through. Always going to clean up that off spawn. Nice and tidy. Now we're going to be moving over to WZ versus TE. Doesn't look like TE wants any smoke, wants to scale up a little bit more. Valda, Feria, and Enor. Interesting. I hope to see them inside the Rumble Yang. We are going to go to the center of the map. We have Bauda versus SRS. 17S, just so aggressive, getting on top of SS1 right here. Wuchen. Daggers coming down. Nice to see Wuchen back into the trios meta. It looks like SR is going to pick up that kill real quick onto Bauda as both teams split off as well. 521's Fat Milk running away from Alliance, it looks like, from their off-spawn fight. Alliance wants to take this fight right now, sees the white armor, but with only 3 grapples to the name, don't want to waste too much resources. They are considering to loot up a little bit further, but Ivan from the flank, it's going to be a weird situation. No ult zone, about to be popped. Ivan does want the smoke, and they are going to take the fight versus Alliance.
Well, Ivan throws down the Tessa charm. No one's going to be able to get in range to touch that urn, so those charms are coming in. Zhang gets caught and immediately followed up onto Liam. Catch as well here from Pampy, and that's going to be a kill secured already. Make that 2. PP last man standing, looking for the dazzle. Doesn't make the connection onto everyone, but does catch one. PP though, no backup, no room to breathe, unfortunately. And Alliance, who've actually been very consistently good today, are out early, so they're going to lose their revives. They're going to have to jump back into the game. Playing without that, but without that safety net of the revive, 17S going to blink out here. They still got their revives, but don't want to lose them too early, so just going to play the escape as WZ giving chase here, seeing if they can line up onto 17S. He's going to break away from his team and potentially just sacrifice himself. The problem is Rico also being guided in the same way, so could get a little bit dicey. 17S has gone for a heal. Nice parry lands in onto Zhao here for Zhao Well, but he's not actually get much of a follow-up. 17S also joins in. There's going to be the ultimate to Zhao, committing the Yoto ultimate here, looking for those slashes. Can't quite line them up, unfortunately, though. Isn't going to get enough damage down, as it looks like the third party from SS1's coming in, and Zhao Yao throwing down the stun onto the members of SR. Zhao's F is just going to walk away from him, so he doesn't even really get much of a safety net off that. But the third party, I think WZ, don't want to hang around. SR able to pick up Rico, heals back up, and now they're just going to play escape as FBX are being baited into this fight, and SS1, who were third partying with them, actually turn their attention towards FBX as SR have now been able to get away, and it's on these guys to give chase to see if they can connect on any more kills.
Look at the Yodos. F2 coming in, creating so much space for Team WC's Zhao Yao. He's gonna get surrounded by FBX, and SS1's Yuan's gonna pick up the kill with the musket. It's like FPX and SR not interested in fighting each other. Another team shooting at them at range. TE gonna be being tracked down by GG on the Viper. Temi. I say Wombo coming out 3-0, looking for a drop down. R&B flank, not gonna be able to get it. Nice shift berry though, catches peak, reaching in with that lingering focus attack, ends up getting shift berry by 3-0. Now hunting down the enemy from downtown, looking for spears at max range. Peak from TE, trying to get CGS at 1 HP. CGS does get the armor reset, makes his way into the zone, and is able to dodge the last spear, but Peak is going to be coming in, looks for the grapple stagger, but CGS is going to pop the F, offering through. Now Peak on top of him is going to get parried from LXM from behind and quickly taken down. GG turns this around easily, as now Youth is left standing as 3-0 with that pole sword, and LXM looks to clean him up, and just like that, a nice light attack coming up from LXM to take down TE's Youth.
We shift over here to OA. Still just got those 3 kills from drop, but playing a little bit more chill now. Been able to put purple armor on everyone though, and some purple weapons actually. These guys are pretty geared up already for this phase in the game. This is a nice mid-game loadout, and we're still very much into early. They're definitely going to be looking to get inside those Realm of Yangs. Again, spawning up in a couple of minutes' time. We'll see the teams jump over and get involved in that. Bowder, bottom of the table. We talk quite a lot about Bowder today. You know, they won game number 2, but they're still in 9th place. So still definitely very, very much cemented towards that bottom end of the table. But all it will take for them is one good game. Another good game, they can probably jump back up that standings and potentially look to be on the high end of the mid side of the table. So it's definitely not all over right now for them. Same for GG, who are right now locked into 4th place, but open up with 4 kills. Currently our kill leaders in the lobby. They'll also be looking to jump inside that Realm of Yang, although gear-wise, still rocking blues across the board, so not quite on the OA level, who have 1 less kill, but have been able to actually convert that into good gear. They'll be getting themselves set up. 90 seconds until the Realm of Yang spawns up. I really want to see an Ainur inside a Realm of Yang, but TE already down a player. Don't think we're going to see that Bowder variant, unfortunately. It's DRG Taishi It's going to get thrown out. It's going to throw out the transform here. Looks for a grab. Doesn't quite line it up, unfortunately. And SS1 just going to play escape and break away. It's Kakashi. The moment he de-transforms, the lobby are going to absolutely launch themselves at him, and he is just taking range shots from every angle, looking for the grab, gets caught by the tether, by the urn, is able to get some healing in from his team, but that's the end of Kakashi. He's going down. Bad timing with the fact that we've got the Romy Yang spawning up fairly soon. Zhao gets parried back, is able to recover from it, doesn't lose too much. Just going to continue to play chase, but now SR going to give this one up. I think everyone's not really overly willing to super quick commit just to fact with the Romy Yang spawning up fairly soon.
It's so chaotic with how many teams are just hunting, kind of just hovering and hawking, waiting for someone to overcommit in a situation, and you see a great big burst coming down as multiple teams try to finish off the Yang depletion team. Able to get 2 rebirth charms here on the outside. Away, just doing spectacular. Almost double the lobby in points. Going to be going into their next Rumble Yang. They are going to be fighting against GG. GG with just 1 purple armor, but still known for always going into Rumble Yang. They have one of the highest win percentage for the Rumble Yang. I don't know about this season so far, but they have the work cut out for them because OA has so much momentum right here. Tudik, the MVP of today so far on the Zai. Looking for CGS. Nice crowd control. Able to find him on the pillar and track him right now. He is getting jumped on right now by the Syra. Goes for the F to try to peel off some damage. Nice job playing this Kurumi to help defend him with the F3 and pops that Kurumi circle right here. Now they're going to turn on their defense into offense. All of them are healed up completely. CPS now in a tough position. That's the last little bit of the Zyle from Tudik. Is going to be coming down. Delayed Matari ult going to come down, refreshing the gold F for Tudik. He does find a flank, but a Temi ult is going to be coming down to create some space for 330. It's not going to be enough. CGS and 330 are going to go down. Now it's down to LXM on the Temi, but the light attack spam is gonna be his last nail in the coffin after moving into the second Rumble Yang FBX versus SR.
Alright, well, Zhao here with the pole sword, opening up strong onto ZG, secures the kill. Nice parry comes in onto Zhao. They have got that tether on them though, so there's not really gonna be too much of a recovery. I think he stole the pole sword, and they're just being completely walloped here by that star. Kiki left on his lonesome. SR 3 versus 1, sorry. Able to secure up FPX nice and easy. They get themselves the Bird's Might back onto the map. I think there's one more Roma Yang to be closed out. I think it's been a very bloody game. A lot of people just fighting constantly. Obviously, the amount of players left in the lobby is a little bit misrepresentative because a lot of people are currently in spirit form looking to revive. A lot more than 22, but when they get back on the map, we are expecting to see some teams play tidy up. And if you've got that debuff on, you basically just want to play tidy up and jump in when the Bird's Might teams stop fighting one another. That's where you just want to get away from them. WZ hunting 521 with the White Tigers. 521 pop the no ult zone, maybe thinking that's going to buy them a little bit of safety. Like you said, Liam's got an incredibly good combo breaker, so while his F isn't going to do, you know, the most amount of damage like a Zai F, but it is going to at least buy a bit of safety. He pops the ultimate though, catches onto one already, throws them back out, has another catch available. Can't jump into the zone though, is looking for the cat, doesn't quite get it, and just has to go into the zone, eat up this ultimate charge. Unfortunately, as everybody is jumping towards this no ult zone, wants to get involved in the action. It looks like 521 are going to use this as an opportunity to break at least someone away, because Fat Milk is going down in the middle of this. As WZ now looking towards Bowder. The Bird's Might teams are the ones scrapping it out, as Zem is going to get himself knocked back briefly there, but is holding fast on the moment. Yao could finish him up though. It could be really dicey with this no ult zone on. It's actually hindering a lot of these teams who just want to commit everything and try and get some kills on the board.
Yeah, the ultimate zones make situations super awkward and very just scrappy. As XEM's gonna come down, find the kill onto Yoon, or onto Young. Now, Bowda still has a work cut out, cleaning up the last parts of WZ. They are fighting back. Zhao now is gonna get taken down. And now WZ's Wong is gonna get taken down and cleaned up by Bowda. I was thinking about it. We've seen this twice already today. The White Tigers buff team being chased down by the Vermilion's buff. When you have White Tigers buff, when you die, you do drop your loot. It is for keeps, but when you have Vermilion's buff, you don't drop any loot. You only drop a Soul Bloom. So it makes sense knowing that your opponent, who just came out of Realm of Yang, has gold weapons and good armor. If you really are looking to scale up, you basically get to ask yourself, like, can I kill this team with our composition? And if you're Viper and they don't have a Viper counter, you can assassinate their main geared character. We are going to see Wolf get that monk grab. ZK scoops him up. He doesn't get the slam, though. Multiple teams around here, though. ZK has to be careful. Looks for the Snake Eyes blind grab, but the Viper's stun is going to be coming down. He has to de-transform this perfectly, but the Syra ult is going to be pushing him in Sacred Loom. He gets stunned instead, not able to time his de-transform, and now Zyult on top of GG. Tammy ult's going to be coming down. Away, jumping into the fray. So much chaos coming down as both teams moving up and down. Tudik, though, on the Zai is going to find, again, back-to-back. Taking that GG down in the Realm of Yang and then putting them out outside the Realm of Yang as we're going to move over to more chaos of Alliance and WZ around the corner.
Really nice stuff there from OA. Put them up to 7 kills. They can use the F to break away here for Tutik. Alliance still giving chase. Seeing if a kill is going to be on the cards for them. Looks like it's not going to be the case here. GG able to buy a rebirth charm, but they still have a debuff onto their Viper, so they're going to need to try and find a way to pick them up or run into the zone and just go off the hope that they can do another rebirth. Right now, they're going to get LXM back, though, so at least they brought back their Temi. They're the last people with the Realm of Yang debuff on as the next round of Realm of Yangs. It's going to be spawning up fairly soon as well. I think it's 11 minutes. I might be wrong, actually. It might be earlier than that. But regardless, it's coming up soon. These teams are just going to be looking to scrap once again. 26 players left in the lobby. Wait, did GG lose LXM as well? I think they did. Oh, that's so bad for them. That is so bad for them. Oh, wait, no. Turning their attention towards this Realm of Yang. Then getting ready to spawn up. They do have 5-1 in the area. But OA, the only team on the Siphon today. Consistently on it today as well. They get themselves inside. It's been a moment since we've seen Azai inside the Realm of Yang. She kind of fell out of the meta a little bit at the beginning of the season. Tutik, though, being the MVP twice today, now the carry on the Zai, has 3 kills under their belt, and also has that Volpine essence. They're looking for NY7 with a grapple. F is available to them. They're waiting for a good opportunity, just letting everyone come down from the high ground. You see a little bit of damage hit onto Tutik here as he's getting bought back actually quite heavily here. Loses most of his armor. Gets the slam down with the F already. But AB has been picked up. But Tutik, he's already too damn low. I don't think he can do much here. Throws down the chain side, but his health bar is just blinking down. There's the Volpine Essence heal, but he's interrupted on the F once again. Zem is just keeping him pinned here. There's too much piercing. That's the lockdown with the kebab. And they are just absolutely walking over OA. Way too much crowd control here on the side of Bowder. And they just didn't get to move the Matari. Just enabled Bowder too heavily there. And OA got clapped inside that Realm of Yang.
Did I see a Tessa on OA's side? What other combos they ran into? Bowder just walked right over them. Nothing they can really do with the amount of crowd control coming out from the Faria cannon shots and the Matari dashes too. We are going to see WZ with the Tessa. Or against a Tessa. Sorry, I believe. And SS1. So many teams are right around them. Mystic Might on 5-2 window. Pampy is going to get staggered out. And balled. And then triple charge. It's not going to matter though. Mystic Might with that plus defense, going to be able to soak up a ton of that damage. Looks like Syra from Wonk is going to be coming out with an ultimate to peel for his teammates as they are going to be backing out. They don't want to get all-in committed here by the Yang depletion situations. As hard as Zhao on a Yodo, going to be popping in these slashes. It's been a while since we've seen this Yodo roll coming in. Trying to find the slashes onto WZ. Zhao Yao. Nico is going to find the kill onto them. Now Luya gonna keep up the pressure though. With the white armor this late into the game. 521's Ivan gonna find the first kill here. And SS1, man, they have so little right here, and they're doing their very best to stay alive right now as SR is gonna be coming in with the Draco Storm, but they are deep into the zone. Max corruption almost in. They don't want to get risk getting held by another team waiting inside zone, so they're gonna back out of that situation and hopefully be able to hold them as they do come in. Yang depletion for OA right now, though. Tudik does not have his Zai ult, only at 33%. So it looks like they're going to opt to disengage for now. Try to find a better fight. 3 minutes, 30 seconds. A lot of time, though. Usually start feeling a bit of pressure when you get down to then 1 minute and 45 seconds. Just because, like, as the fight gets extended, it's very hard to get 3 soul blooms for all 3 of your teammates unless you're running some type of wombo composition where you can instant blow up, which we've seen that today. The new Syra ultimate with the stun and Viper has caught some teams off guard, and even with the old school Temi Viper combo, it's caught a lot of teams off guard, so you can get blown up in 30 seconds if you're not careful. So very exciting stuff, very volatile with the new rule set having 4 phases. We're seeing a lot more variations of strategy inside Pro League. Normally a lot of these strats you would mainly see inside rank, but because these teams are forced to use their character points a little bit differently and precisely, we're seeing a lot of interesting stuff, and this is one of them. Seeing Wu Chen, Tessa Liam.
It's such a bizarre comp, this one.
Yeah,
I really want to get some more insight on like what the function is. I guess again, there's a fair amount of crowd control there, I guess. But I'm also curious why, because both our Yotos, I'm now confirmed, are running the old Yoto ultimate, so now the very interesting to see that's been getting thrown down here as Tutik opens up. CGS does take the meteor to the face. Remember though, doesn't have their ultimate available to them as AB is going to just get caught here. GG, they have used 4 rebirth charms this game, and they are going to continue that pressure as the no ult zone gets popped. I don't think that really works here for OA. They're going to have to try and just outplay 2 versus 3. Tutik is just being juggled around, is unable to move here. Jumps back outside of the no ult zone, gets that F slammed up, and that's going to be 3-0 taking down Cuckoo as Tutik is on his lone serve. That's the end of OA. Even with this being a bad game, they still got 8 kills. That's pretty damn good, to be honest.
It looks like Pampy and 521 hovering, waiting to see. They can pick GG off. You don't want to overcommit right here. There's a lot of discipline coming out from 521. He only used range to get GG focus fires right here. GG is going to turn their attention to SR's 17S. Syra ult's going to be invested right here. Tessa ult from the flank of 521 is going to come in as SR is able to port out of that situation. Now Alliance coming in with the Viper ult and Justina dashing in. GG still trying to get away from here, but he's going to get scooped up by Pampy. The ball into focus attack is going to take down GG's CGS down, and now 521 trying to slow things down, not overcommit here. They picked up 1 member from GG, but they're not going out without a fight. 330 going to try to fight his way out of this, but it's not going to matter. 521 finds the flank. Now they have to be careful going back into zone. Zone has rotated in, and SS1 and SR is lurking on the outside. Doesn't look like they're interested in griefing them in particular. It looks like they're going to keep moving on, find a different target. We're moving to the other side of the map as Bounda looks to claim the Spirit Well.
TE on the other side grabbing theirs. It's been a very, very quiet game from TE. Only got the single player with purple armor. This is going to be the cap though coming in for them. So finally, they'll be able to put something on the board, giving everybody the Roman Yang diva. I say everybody, it's actually only a handful of people have picked that one up as Zen did commit the ultimate there. Golden armors have been picked up across the board though. Now, I'm assuming with the Ainur, when he transforms, does his armor correlate into health a bit like the monks?
Yeah,
or is he just really squishy?
It's a full health bar. It's based on his armor rarity.
Okay, so it is, yeah, okay. That's why some of them we've seen have been very squishy. That makes a lot more sense.
There's just so many weapons now that do decent damage at range. Like flying knives still super prevalent in trios. And you're just getting chunked at long range. Normally, it'd be very dangerous for someone to throw an attack because they have to get very close to you. But I think the ban and flying knives really changed the game in trios. That there's this mid-range option that cooks a lot of the transformers. It used to be you have to get up and close and personal with a pulse sword and spear. Now those two weapons really you get to sit at max range and safely chip down and find flanks. There's almost like I would say there's a dedicated flanking role now in trios. It used to be position 1, 2, and 3. 1 was entry, 2 would guard, and 3 was support. Now I would say 2 is closer to being more of the pure flanker, while position 1 is the guard. It's more of the tank to try to enforce. It's because every player has just gotten way better at their fighting ability and their flanking ability by using like scale rush and different mechanics in the game.
Alrighty, well, 7 minutes left in the game. Still got Alliance with 2 members of the Realm Yang debuff on them, but they are it. This could be a very clustered final circle. Now, taking stock, we got both of our Yoto comps are still, or 2 of our Yoto comps are still in here. We got both Einor comps as well, including TE Valda variant, which I'm very excited to see. I don't even know what variant of Valda they have. I'm assuming the normal one and not the tidal wave, as much as that's my favorite. It's an incredibly varied lineup of comps getting played here. Only the 1 monk though. So if I was DIG, I'd be a little bit nervous about that, because the moment you transform, the lobby are going to take you out. No one wants to deal with a monk, especially if he's the only one. You just get rid of him, you don't worry about it, and then you call it there. So if I'm DIG, I'm going to be a little bit nervous going into the next few moments of this game. Just having a quick look at Soul Jades. Unfortunately, I can't tell you what we got because I can't read it, but somewhat set up from the look of the Soul Jades here for the side of TE.
There's a lot of space right here, but it's actually pretty deceiving. It's still a very stacked endgame. 21 players left alive, 80% move bane in. Everyone getting forced to the corners, but there's so much nice terrain to keep your team safe right here. All these different rooftops, so you can't really get forced into a bad position by range position or range spam. See SS1 on the low ground here, getting a little bit poked from Valda with that twin shot. Oye doing a good job of light attacking. All of the range attacks coming in. It looks like SS1 is going to be making a play for the Spirit Wall. They are going to get forced off by DRG's Kakashi, popping that Monk ultimate, taking the center right here. He is going to get Tessa ulted through the wall. And now DRG is going to cover him and really commit to sitting on top of the Spirit Wall, but it doesn't look like SR wants to hard commit and force them off in fear that something can go wrong. Now there is going to be a V1. Viper All going to be coming out on the outside. Alliance Yuma is going to find a kill onto SR's Rico. 5-2-1. Pampy though going to scoop up and steal away Don Q as he's focused on the fight in front of him. Nice little pickup from Pampy. Very cheeky, throwing 2 catches into that group of players. Not able to find a second grab, but cool stuff coming out from them. Finding all of value in this end game. We are going to get SS1 Julia with that Yodo Orc going to be slicing through. Yuma is going to get taken down on the opposite end. DRG's Kakashi with the Draco Storm. Monk looking for grabs right here. He's going to get Tessa stunned for a second. So much terrain blocking him off. The Wu Chen wind walls stopping a lot of his grabs. He goes on top of these statues trying to find a grab right here, but again the wind walls defending against his pressure right here, even though DRG very stacked, able to salvage a body. It looks like not getting a ton of value from their Monk ultimate as we move into these last legs of this end game. Very interesting terrain situation with these statues. You're able to use and go into these statues as a quick play, but because of these sharp angles in the maneuverability you can do, I actually haven't seen a trios endgame using these statues. So going to this last bit, it should be interesting of which composition is going to be able to take the cake when all is said and done.
Right now we are just kind of waiting for the circle to force them into that final fight. 17 players standing, all looking to play for their spot. With the fact that OA are out and Alliance are heavily diminished in power, this is an opportunity for Bowder to catch up to the front runners. This is the opportunity for some of these bottom teams like T and DIG to actually get some points on the board and maybe move into the middle of the lobby. It is really all to play for as we get ourselves lined up for game number 5. Right now, game number 4 coming towards that final moments. The zone slowly closing in and edging these players towards each other. Like I said, first time I think I've ever seen a trios game end here. All these statues are going to be potentially really game-changing as Pampy closing in on having his ultimate lined up. Kakaishi, he's a bit of a ways away, but it won't take him too long. He's just throwing out the repeating crossbow shots trying to build up the rage right now. Kakaishi holding fast. And I do worry the moment he transforms, he's going to just get lobbied by everyone. No one wants to deal with that monk as Lue throwing down his F, just using it as a window to get a pot off. Armor pot comes through. Second armor pot does also come through, so we get some healing done. Knocking back onto Kakaishi, they immediately try and blink out with the Wu Shen. Put themselves downstairs here into the waiting hands of another team who just TP out. And it's just carnage here on the lower ground. Everybody's joining in into the fight. SS1 get themselves caught out by the catch there from Pampy. Still got one more catch available to him if he can land it. Is going to look for it. The Tessa Charm comes down, waiting for a window to throw that one out. It doesn't make the connection, but Yuan is going incredibly low. He's going down. Lue trying to find the opening here with the Yoto ultimate, but this is easy tap dodges here for the side of 521 to break away from the Yoto, who is not going to be getting long left in the lobby. There they are, taken down. SS1 eliminated with the 9 kills under their belt. Bowler have jumped down to join everyone else here on the low ground inside the area, but looks like everyone else is just going to play escape. 1 minute left on the lobby. Bowler going to use this opportunity to pot up and heal up. But I think upstairs is now closed for the side of 521, or Bowder, sorry, so it might be a little hard for them to break out from this one. Bowder, 14 kills under their belt. TE, we have seen nothing from this team. Let's see a little bit more as Pampy gets knocked back into the zone. Zen going to secure the kill onto him. Bowder up to 15 kills now. Caught by the Tessa Charm as in comes TE jumping onto the low ground. They're going to commit for these kills. Youth has the ultimate, but he's waiting for a good window to throw it down. He's getting absolutely nailed by VVV and the mech. He's trying to reposition, but Bowder holding what remains of the zone here from them. That's going to be the transform coming out from Zen, as he's just going to try and use those lightning charges, just use that damage in on the high ground. A double grab's come through, but it matters not. There's so many people left. We've got 5 seconds left in the game, and the numbers are ticking down real quickly. Here's the final 2. Fight it out. Bowder, I think it was a tie again because someone was upstairs and 2 Bowder members were downstairs. There it is though, Bowder find the victory.
Very, again, unique situation in the end game. That's what I'm saying. The puzzle trapdoor right there, you have to align the statues in order to open up the door. And second, half the lobby gets split up there. Bowder goes to the low ground and just wins out the full low ground. And we do see the cannonball of Bowder with Enor playing out perfectly. They were scaled to the moon, but we see kind of that classic Faria dominate the middle, cannon everyone out into the zone using one of their transformers. It used to be Yueshun, now it's Enor, pushing everyone out and kind of controlling the situation. Doesn't really have the heal off power where they're able to transform and get another health bar, but they have so much crowd control and CC and just so much brawling capability that they're able to bully that low ground. The interesting thing though, I'm not gonna lie, I was wondering how Liam was used, and there was a gimmick strategy really far back. This was mainly used in SCA, just because they're just so aggressive in SCA region, where they were using Liam to grab people and then silence them off of this. We're seeing a different variation of this with Tessa. So Pampy was going around kidnapping people with the ball, and like when a team fight would come out, he would pop his Liam ult, grab someone across the map, and then they would bring him over, focus attack him as he came out of the ball, and then Tessa ult him. And there's no way that guy can survive fighting against 3 players, especially if Pampy is pretty calculated of who he's kidnapping. He's not grabbing a transformer or someone who has ultimate. It's definitely a very interesting way to pick up kills because it's kind of like a tiny monk essentially. It's functioning as the same way, except you don't have the downside of getting lobbied by the rest of the lobby by being this giant target. Instead, you're just this Liam running around looking to capture someone and bring them to your team.
Yeah, no, honestly, it's crazy to me that it's taken this long for the teams to kind of start utilizing the Liam in this way. Now, here's a question for you guys at home. How many players chose Yotohime in game number 4? Was it 1, 2, 3, or 4? A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat? Let us know what you think. I'll give you a clue. Here's your clue. We've changed the way hero selects. It's only 3 people per row now, so that should help you somewhat. At least shave one of those options off. A, B, C, or D, A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat. Check your whisper boxes and get yourself some goodies. We'll have our MVP graphics, our scoreboards, and everything coming up fairly soon. But as we get on to game 5, it's a very, very bizarre time for trios. I feel like everything I know is kind of been thrown out the window. We kind of got used to a almost like a trios formula for hero select, and now we're in the Wild West where people are trying to theory craft the best comps and the best ideas on how to play them. So I have to admit, I'm loving it. This is the trios I fell in love with. I for a while have kind of felt that trios has actually gotten a little bit stale, with almost solved in a way. But now with new hero select and the way things have changed, trios is not solved anymore, and it's exciting. It's really, really exciting.
I would say the compositions we're seeing is closer to the soul of what trios is, just because outside of competitive play, you do see a lot of players just in normal ranked, and it doesn't have to be like low ranked. Even at higher ranks, a lot of players just prefer playing Feria with Tessas or Liams and all these other sorts of strategies. It's just, when you talk about the cutting edge, there's so little room for margin of error that none of these compositions really got to see the light of day, because why not just play a slightly stronger comp that's going to give you a better chance? Now, with 4 phasing, you really have to dig deep into your character pools, and I'm sure we're only scratching the surface of what's possible as far as the character combinations. I'm sure there'll be even more strategies ironed out and a little bit more counterplay as well, as teams kind of figure out who's playing what and when they're doing it. But for now, it's pretty much what I could hope for, of just being this volatile, just like super ooga booga. Let's just try everything. Let's see if we can redefine a composition. Just because even though meta has been around forever, it's not gospel or anything. It's not rule of law. It's just these compositions have worked. Teams won with it, so other people started mirroring it and making it work. Now, we're seeing almost every composition kind of work. I really liked seeing 521's Pampy running around kidnapping people, finding kills, because it basically works as a low-key monk going around. Now, if it wasn't as chaotic, could he still find the grabs from max range? I think it'd be a little bit harder, just because the ball is, if you're looking at it, you're able to dodge it. But now imagine multiple Liams from around the map all throwing a ball at you. Then it becomes a little bit more dicey. The only thing I would say the Liam Tessa comp a little bit struggles with is, like, what is it doing in the early and mid game? Is it specifically designed to just third party? Definitely very cool as far as a hit and run strategy. That's what Viper kind of was designed for. We're still seeing it 4 years later. When a monk de-transformer, Viper comes in and V1 ults the transformer team, so you just don't let that monk recover. And we're still seeing it today. Very interesting at endgame, though. I don't think I've seen that particular terrain situation where the lobby gets split in half because of the puzzle. So very, very cool stuff. Still new things in NARAKA happening to this day.
No, genuinely, it's a dramatically changed game off this. Again, we're in that phase of figuring stuff out. I'm curious though, because you definitely have a better grip on the meta and the game than I do. I'm curious what you think of Vinyl. Like, what are you making? Because I remember you coming in saying, people are telling you that it's a little underpowered. Do you think that holds true? Do you think maybe it's not underpowered and it just needs time, or do you actually think he's genuinely good right now?
I think he's a little bit more mobile, Yueshon. He's probably more fun too. Yeah. Even though they're pro players, playing something a little bit more fresh and exploring a new angle, because Yueishan's been here since the beginning of days, so is there really new things to be discovered on Yueishan? It kind of looks like what Yueishan is being used for with Viper Yueishan, where he's looking for the kebab. But we'll have to see how everyone kind of keeps playing it out with him. I mean, GG is not the most innovative team. They're generally very conservative, so for them to really invest in it, they see an angle here that maybe no one else sees. So it definitely shows a lot of promise. We see it doing well in this end game.
No, I have to admit, I'm surprised by GG because of the fact that, you know, you're right. They're a team who typically stick to what they know and what they know best. But here it is, Bowder, our first Einor. And actually, this might be our first Einor MVP. He had himself 8 kills off the back of that. So a really, really good standing off that one. We'll see where the current standings are. TE remain at the bottom. WZ and DRG are in very close proximity to them as well, though. So it's a lot to play for on this bottom end of the table. But OA, I think you're allowed a bad game, to be honest. They're still 72.5 points. Alliance are behind them at 45 points. There is a monumental difference between the top and the top end of the board right now. So OA, they've still got 2 more games. They could honestly break 100. That is very achievable. Like 2 15-point games and they break 100.
Yeah, they're definitely more consistent than every other team right now, considering their pacing right now. Anything between 8 to 10 points is absolutely insane. We are going to get the POV from Emo. Found this XCM putting on the pressure right here. Looking a lot like it kind of looks like a slam. Get the slam into skewer, kebabbed. Now, the difference is, though, Enor being supported by area. A little bit better lockdown, kind of like what Hottie was in the old time. With this combo break. This is the second time we've actually watched Bowders. Nice other attacks coming out.
We've only had 2 MVPs today, to be fair. We've had not MVP. Yeah, MVPs. We've only had OA and Bowder. They only seem to have won a game today. So, guys, their victories haven't been quite as flashy as the OA. When they put some points on the board, they put some serious points on the board. And it's really cool to see them here. He's just doing some serious work. A lot done, and I mean, I don't think it was Bowder versus OA. I know what. Either way, they absolutely clapped them there. This is our final circle. This is where the lobby got divided. And just putting in some serious work on the end, really, really clean stuff. Honestly, I'm very impressed. You would be expecting it from the World Cup.
He does get Oh, he does get to transform XCM when Enor ults, so yeah,
that's cool, Logan.
I stand by the explanation that Enor is basically Yueishan with lightning bolts.
Yeah, slightly more mobile. You're on the money.
Maybe easier to aim than the actual slams as Yueishan. Less funky with the light attacks. But literally slam into kebab. Just like Yueishan's being used right now. Very, very similar. But still, XCM piloting it very, very well. And definitely being empowered, though, by the fairy of their team. Just because they had really, really good synergy of locking a player down. If the big thing that Farrier has to do when Yueishan or anyone is chasing, this is one of the shortcomings. When someone double jumps and is like hovering in midair, it's very, very hard to peel players off when they're scale rushing over and over. So as long as your Farrier just guards against that, every single time the person jumps, they try to grapple, they just immediately get shot out of midair. Usually your Yueishan, or in this case, Enor, can really dominate that situation. And you see just how much Enor is able to create, how much damage he's able to dish out if he has a Farrier supporting him. I'm wondering if Enor is used in a different position, like maybe like Transformers or something with a Monk, or even with Temme, does he get the same value? Just because even though we highlighted the newer character, in the background, I feel like Fairy was definitely enabling him, making him able to do everything that he was doing.
It's interesting actually because we used to see Yue Shen used in Transformers. Like traditional Transformers is Kurumi, Yue Shen, and Monk, right? Does he fulfill that role that the Yue Shen used to do, which was kind of cover the Monk when his ult ended? But the reason that Kai Lin is being shown up right now is because he's very good at guaranteeing the kills with the Monk. The Monk gets a double grab or a single grab. Kai Lin comes in with a slash. You then get the slash out of the punch into a re-grab. Like, will you be able to get that utility out from the Ainur or not is the real question. I mean, I assume this stuff is either on the cards to be tested very soon or has already been tested. And maybe the teams have just decided that actually they prefer the Kai Lin variant. But you know, in future weeks, maybe next week, I can't remember if it's every bi-weekly or every week where we change the mirror matchups, but we haven't had all that many of the Monks today. So my expectation is next week we'll probably see the Viper comp be number 1 on mirror matchup, and then we'll see the Monk comp, or yeah, probably the Monk comp in number 2. So I wonder as we move through the day and through the weeks whether we'll see some changes on that front, just due to the fact that right now they actually don't get as many Monk games as they want, because one of them they are forced to lock in a very specific comp with no changes. So loading up for game number 5, heading to Holoroth. I am very excited to see what these guys are going to be pulling out, because so far Hero Select has genuinely been very fun. Like with this extra round and with the new the new changes to hero points, it has exploded the game. It's changed it massively. So I'm really excited to see what these guys are going to be pulling out in game number 5. And so far, no Sand Siphon. Sand Siphon has not shown up at all. Beyond the mirror matchup, obviously.
To be fair, I find that composition the most boring. But,
really? Interesting.
But you brought up a really good point that whatever is the most popular composition will be played as the mirror matchup moving forward. And because so many teams are trying out different things right now, Viper's for sure up there. But there's so many different variations of Viper that even though we're saying like Viper will probably be the number 1 picked, a lot of these teams prefer playing Viper in a certain way with different characters. So it's going to put actually a lot of teams in an awkward position as they're forced to kind of play the meta of other teams for their first 2 rounds. So for some teams, they're completely comfortable in doing their variation, but there's a lot of teams that make a lot of their gains in weight by putting their spin on like a certain strategy, a certain composition by one character difference, and it makes all the difference for those teams. And for example, like GG, when they play Transformers, they prefer playing with Valda. Even when they play Cannonball, they were playing with Valda. So if they're forced to use character points in the mirror matchup, it's going to be interesting how some of these kind of personality picks of these teams are going to have to adjust to what's most popular for the week, and will that really change like strategy going into things, or is it going to be like this kind of sincere, we're just going to play what we want, and then maybe there'll be some copycats? But before, you just have to worry about copycats. Now there's like this another depth to it that you're forced into a Ditto.
I really hope we get the more personality pick outcome, where it's not people just trying to copy each other and deciding what's the meta. The ultimate goal is the game is in such a well-balanced state that the players kind of just pick what they feel suits them as a team best. But that's never going to happen that way. So hopefully these personality picks will be their moment to kind of get that in, get that shine in, and have comps where they do genuinely perform best, not because it's the strongest comp, but because it's the comp they perform best on, the comp that suits them the most. Hopefully we get into this Hero Select fairly soon, because I really want to see what these guys are cooking up. Here we go. See the pick order. 2 more games to go. It's flown by today so far. I think it's all the new stuff
round.
going on.
We got our game 5 coming in. Usually, you're hoping to make a good day, this is your game 5. Usually game 6, even on the qualifying rounds, you see everyone just like, all right, it's the last game of the day. It's just everyone plays a little bit more aggressive now. It's not the last game of qualifying rounds, but it's the last game for today. So generally, we've always seen in the 6-game spread, last game always goes very aggro. So I always call game 5 championship round. If you're looking to make moves here, looking to clutch up, kind of salvage your day, or kind of put the cherry on top of your day in OA's instance, it's really this game 5. I would always say game 4 and 5 are the most competitive rounds in tournaments. Game 1's definitely the most important, just because you cannot underestimate how much momentum is important for players' mindset. You start out very hot, it's a lot easier to stay hot throughout the tournament. But if you heat up later on, it could set you up for the clutch. Those game 5 and 6. So we've seen things go multiple ways. We are seeing more Enor. We are seeing different variations. Was Enor placed with Justina last time? Was it? Look, yeah, we have.
No, this is a very new Enor
everywhere. We have Enor with Matari, Yuesha. We have Enor with Hadi. What the? Second round went crazy. We just got an Enor buffet right there. Just so many different variations. I love it. I love that everyone's just taking the 4 phases, and we're just like, all right, well, new character, new rules. Let's just throw caution to the wind. There's no conservatism. I would say everyone's trying out new things right now.
Yeah, no, it's really exciting. Is OA gonna lock in the Yoto comp? I honestly feel like the new Yoto Ultimate's probably better than the old one here, but you know, last game, both our Yotos said, nah, we want to take old Yoto Ultimate. Is Wolves going to lock in the EM here? Tessa Wu-Chen.
They did recently buff Yoto Ultimate, so I know a lot of people are trying it.
Yeah,
Before it, I would agree. But there was a recent buff, so that everyone's probably testing to see if they can get some value off of it. Just because, I mean, Yoto forever in trios was such a dominant force of kill securing. Just because nothing can stop her and crowd control her.
That's an old monk comp. That's an old monk comp, that one. Takeda, Karumi, and monk. So the others got cooked up. I'm assuming they're also going to be locking in monk comps here in this final round. That has kind of been the tradition for today. What are Alliance going to go for? There's a WZ, lock in the normal and the traditional and the current monk comp. Have Alliance got the Valda variant up their sleeve, or are they going to go normal? Okay, they just like curveball the hell out of that one. I was not ready for that.
Hadi
Matari. Oh my word. Only two monks though. To me, that's a scary thought if I'm one of those teams rocking monk, because you aren't going to get focused out. People don't like monk. They don't like it. They like playing monk. They don't like playing into monk. But I do feel like they could get heavily focused out going into this game.
Well, I mean, I can see how Hadi is going to be used just because the Q is sort of like a more offensive Wu-Chen. You're not going to get the heals from the Wu-Chen. You get the bailout of a combo break. He is a lot squishier, though. And oh my god, we're going to see Cannonball variation with Hadi? Hadi Fairy at Enor? I mean, I still see how Enor is being used as basically Yuesha. I'm waiting to see if anyone uses him a little bit differently. It looks like he fills in that role of like being an enforcer. Kind of like it's basically a different version of Kylan. Do a lot of damage out there. Although I feel like Enor does more direct damage. I'm not sure what the actual numbers are, but it looks like every time we were on Enor, he was just ISO soloing someone to the side versus like a teammate using his staggering to follow up and kind of 2v1 people over.
Well, when my computer unexplodes itself, I'll give it a go. Have a figure out how it looks. Hence why, if anyone's wondering, I'm sure no one's noticed or cared, but my camera looks weird. It's because I'm on my laptop today. My computer exploded at the beginning of the week. But that is by the by, because we got 3 iron ores coming into this game. 3 different variants of iron ores. That's what I'm actually so excited for this SS11. Matari, Yuashen, and iron ore, like double transformers, but double high mobility transformers. It's not like a monk plus someone. These are 2 pretty high mobility transformers. I honestly think the damage from that comp is genuinely terrifying. And looking at the drop spots right now, GG just did something I did not expect them to do. They are not an Imperial village. That's crazy. Okay, we're literally in topsy-turvy town. Everything's wrong. We got 2 hot drops. Raven, this is gonna be a bloodbath, buddy.
As pure Ooga Booga, just 4 teams on the high yields. Matab, having Bauda, Owe, DRG. Then 521, Wolves, GG, SS. Well, 5 teams, TE on the right side of the map. And then Alliance and SR, WZ just. Not even like a timing attack. I understand SR's position to run puzzle to get the gold weapon. WZ, I guess a lot of loot uncontested in the north, and Alliance uncontested. I guess Alliance is also probably going to go to Yuashan. They're not going to get a timing attack off of this. It's very, very dry off spawn for them, but they can have the dry off spawns. We're going to get the full Ooga Booga off spawn here with TE 521 all landing together. It doesn't look like anyone wants to engage right away. Gonna pick their spots. They don't want to be the first team to get third party.
Different story at the top though.
Yeah, Matab is a little bit different. It looked the vibes were being checked right here. Enor to the F, knocking everyone down the hill. Targash gonna be coming through. CGS trying to space this out right here, but this is the tough part of Takeda Monk. You need a lot of loot to get this comp going.
Yeah, it's a rough start here for CGS as he gets taken down. SS1 Juan, though, does lose his life in return, so it's a 1-for-1 on both teams. As LXM is going to put some distance between. Has got some healing coming in from 330 if necessary, but actually looks like 330 might just be getting targeted out by the third party from Wolves as the pack strikes as 330 trying his hardest with that staff to make a good connection, but he is just pinned in place. That is going to be a Karumi ultimate used for nothing. Down he goes. Wolves get a good successful third party offers. Lue gets finished up by 521 with their third party. A nice little pickup from both of those teams. It looks like they have no interest in fighting one another. They're just going to move on.
Going over to Matab, we have the Liam Tessa composition. Running around, setting up. This isn't, I believe this is daytime Hollow, so no fireflies.
Apparently we only have 2 Firefly maps now.
Auda? It's either being hovered by DRD or being chased. Looks like they're being hovered. Going across the map right here. Auda not really interested in taking the fight here. They're going to cut the Plume Castle, just grappling ahead. SR from the opposite side of the map, coming from the north side, going to be cutting from the top side of Plume Castle. Possibly running this and looking like the old Cannonball composition. Got the Hottie and the new version of Yuashan with Feria. Very interesting. I really want to see the first Yang fight. See how some of these comps match up against each other. Feel like, I mean, I would be very excited competing in trios to just try a bunch of new stuff, especially for teams like trying to innovate and wanting to play a lot of off-meta stuff. I feel like this current rule set really encourages discovering new gimmicks. And I feel like on the Pro League side, you're going to be finding a lot of new stuff. We've seen the UH jump in. Land the F, land the stagger. Back to back. Matari resets his ability, looks for another jump in and get a stagger. WZ does a good job of defending against Alliance's kind of rush down using that Matari ult. And now PP looking for the parry on the outside. Gets a scale rush, knocking down the monk. But PP has to be careful right here. Already down to low health. Wants to hold his ultimate as his hottie kind of goes around. Nice flanks gonna be coming out. Finding you with a giant pole sword to the back. But he has to be careful right now. And then he uses his Q of the hottie to get out right here. WZ now in shambles as far as this Kylan. Xiao Yao on the Kylan has to back off up here. Doesn't have the zipping ult for him. You doing all he can to help put pressure onto Alliance to help peel for him. Looks like Alliance is going to be backing off here. Submitting to the Monk ultimate, at least kiting it for now. Jang from Alliance does manage to go max range and get out of there. But now, the third party is going to be coming into WZ. Monk's going to be coming out. He bells, but it's not going to matter. SS1's going to surround him and take him down. And now Alliance, they were thinking of coming back in. Now seeing the third party with a triple ult come in, they're questioning whether or not they want this fight. Unfortunately, SS1 is going to go on top of them, but it doesn't look like SS1 wants to commit to them.
This is a crazy game, actually. We had 2 hot drops, and probably the least amount of kills I've seen in the first 6 minutes of a game in an incredibly long time. As Rico trying to see if he can line up some damage here, doesn't actually make the connection. Jen giving chase to Rico, who's losing all of his armor. Looking for the scale rush, doesn't make the connection as VVV is just playing escape powder, trying to play some protection of their VVV. Rico's lost a lot of HP. Zem's going to get knocked back. Dazzle goes down. Zem continues to assault forwards on to Rico here. Can't quite make the connections. And then comes Zhao and finishes Zem up. Rico back in the fight as SR actually able to find their opening. 9x7 caught with the aerial parry. Down he goes. Beautifully executed from SR.
They see Zhao with the pole sword, gold pole sword on the hottie. He's holding a triple charge, and like this is a pretty obvious release here. But the Faria does a good job of opening up his opponent by landing the ability stagger off her ranged attack. Sets up for that nice triple charge. We are going to go to Yueshan Ruins right here, DRG. Oh, now we're going to Alliance. Boarding out of here, PP. On to Yueshan. Looks like Alliance is going to be kiting out here. And we're going to see GG again buying double rebirth charm. GG has not had a good day off spawn, but they have always recovered from their off spawn. Look at the overall leaderboards. We see OA with a giant lead, but from places 2nd to 7th, only like a 10-point spread, or 2nd to 8th actually. Around a 10 to 12-point spread. Not that much, considering like a 10 to 12-point game is just a really, really good game, a really solid game from the team. Anything from 8 to 12, it is a really good game, and that's like being on pace to qualify to make it to top 12. Usually, you need around 60 to 70 points in order to secure the position without a doubt to go to the final round. We are going to find SS1 finding WZ's Young, trying to salvage his game on the outside. Unfortunately for him, SS1 going to find and pick him off here. We are seeing a little bit of a bizarre map comp right here. Matari with Yueshan and Enor. We did see that another team used the Matari instead of holding the Matari ult for when Yueshan was ulted. They just used the Matari ult to have Yueshan double F2 jump in to like open up and get a stagger. Very, very interesting usage. A little bit more conservative versus being all in a double ulting, only a single ult. We'll have to see if that strategy ends up paying off more. A lot of new stuff today. We got the Liam kidnapping and we got Yueshan double F2. Everyone's trying new stuff.
Interesting to see the way the circle moved there. Actually, a lot of the circles out of the map. So we actually have a much smaller zone for everyone to play within. Now, typically that affects the loot just due to the fact that, you know, there's only so much loot left in the zone, but because we're on Horror Off, things can refresh due to weather effects. But what it does mean is when we come out of this realm of Yang, the teams are going to be very on top of one another, as SS1 and SR, who we're going to be watching inside this zone. Zhao immediately getting up onto the Hardy. Just going to stay aerial, looking for those dashes through the members of SS1. The SS1, they got the double transformers, and they've already taken down a member of SR very, very effectively. The double transformers being a complete menace. There's going to be the call-in of the mech here from the Feria. For Zhao, his ultimate will be timing out fairly soon, and Juan feels comfortable to keep this pressure up onto him. Zhao, he's just trying to glide away. It's finally timed out. He's immediately getting launched onto, but Lue is going to get chased off here by Rico, as they're just going to look to try and find the isolated SR member and finish up Zhao. But Yuan taking a lot of cannon fire. Here comes the D-Mech, and suddenly SR, they're going to feel the sting of being down a player for the rest of this fight. Uppercut lands onto Rico. Rico loses half of his health and all of his armor now, as SS1 has the man advantage. They're opening up into Zhao. Zhao in a familiar place as well, as Rico's taken up with a scale rush. Zhao is left on his lonesome. No cube, no ult. SS1 take the realm of Yang.
Oh man. Bad blues get parried, and SS1 definitely capitalizes on all those bad blues. Big damage going to be coming out from the parry. Multiple teams here waiting right outside the realm of Yang. They are going to immediately dive. 521's Pampy right here, the Viper composition. So many teams just waiting right outside here, ready to take the smoke. 521 is going to pop the Cyber ultimate though. Fat Milk looking for the stun right here. Not able to find it. The Temi ult from Ivan didn't really capture anyone. But now, Owen Wolves is looking to cannibalize 521 here. They still have B1 from Pampy. Can they get some value here? Oh, a mistake from the Yodo. Usually you can iframe that by teleporting. 521's not able to capitalize off of it. Wolves coming in for the flank. Nice job from 521 Pampy's teammate Fat Milk getting a parry for him, but he goes back in and immediately gets fried by the focus attack and eventually Dragon Slayed from Cuckoo. And now multiple teams, millions up, all consolidating in this one spot of the map.
Are you just trying to find the cannon fire in, build up that ultimate again, miss that final charge, but it doesn't matter because Wolves still chasing forwards. Oh wait. A much quieter game from them, only 2 kills under their belt here. Did see Tutik. He was the one who timed the Yosu ultimate correctly and was able to get it cancelled out. So we're going to have a replay of GG versus 521 inside their realm of Yang here. Pampy on that Viper. There's the Sandstorm immediately. One tool to shut down LXM, but does get the slam down. Pampy still holding the ultimate for a fair amount of time. Does have the Silence F available to him. Waiting for a good opportunity. This is the Decatur version of the comp, as that is going to be CGS caught in the whistle, caught by the lockdown. Absolutely brutal crowd control onto the one player there, and that just buys 521 the 3 versus 2. Honestly, a really clean play from them. Can GG, I actually don't know who won this, I can't remember now, so I don't know if GG were able to pull off the recovery. We've seen a few 2v3s turn in favor of the team with the lesser players or the lesser numbers. I think this time around that is not going to be the case, because LXM goes down, and yet there's 3-3-0. Really nice layering of the crowd control there from 521.
Yeah, now on the outside, we have FPX and Alliance. Very also going to be invested by Alliance, but Jang Jang is already going to be taking down Kiki on the Enor. Finding his timer here, doesn't have ultimate down. B1 stun coming down from, I believe, FPX. GG getting reses off, having full 3 teammates up, but they don't have much loot to really fight against here. CGS going to get pressured inside the Tebio, forced out of the house. Multiple players now jumping on him. Nino is going to be coming through. Nice parry from CGS. This buys him a ton of time. Karumi is going to be coming down. He's taking so much damage that the armor isn't getting picked up. Finally, he's able to heal up back to full, but now all they have is their Monk ultimate. And this is not very good terrain for a Monk ult. Hopefully they make their way to the other side of the map. CGS And 330 and LXM, they managed to salvage some of their Takeda Monk game. Like I was saying earlier, that composition needs a lot of different weapons, on top of the fact they need armor for their Takeda and Monk. Takeda, even though his ultimate is very strong, he is very squishy in multi-way fighting, at least in modern NARAKA. It's very easy to stagger even though he has F1. We are going to get CGS ulti on GG. NY7.
Oh,
looking for the plank. He does get frozen right here. And just all of these teams just posturing, waiting to third party. Anyone who kind of overextends here or shows a sign of weakness.
It's just still... The tempo of this game has been so bizarre compared to other ones. We actually see SR getting eliminated. The EWC champs honestly not having a strong opener to the second bi-weekly of the full split here. Only 4 kills, 34 points total on the 5 games they've played. Definitely an underwhelming performance from them here as Powder. I don't think they're going to be able to find a kill in 10 seconds. How many of their players? It's only the one. So you can see they get themselves positioned for the potential rebirth charm angle. As Zem just going to jump off into the zone. But here comes our second Rama Yang. SS1 versus WZ. I'm absolutely loving this SS1 comp. Double high mobility transformers with a Matari to back them up. Lue getting the high ground right here on the Yue Shen, looking for the opportunity to jump in. Young holding his ultimate actually till later within the first transform being used here on to one of the players. They're just looking to play complete interrupt, and they're actually using the transforms, staggering them so that they can have as much use out of them, as much space for them as possible. As Young losing a lot of his armor there, it's just going to have to force into the transformers. Juan putting some extra damage onto Wong. Wong not going too low here. Lue goes in for the transform, tries to get stamped onto, but Wong incredibly low HP. Armor has been stripped away from him. I do believe a grab did come out into the slam. SS1 though, still with that man advantage. One trying to break away. Lue looking for a kebab opportunity. Has that Matari, remember, so he can reset the F. As what Young is going to de-transform, getting caught out here. Lue loses the transform, and now the triple parry comes out, and Young follows up with the halberd. So much work coming onto SS1 into the parry in the response, stealing the golden weapon and denying WZ their glory. What a turnaround.
Oof, SS1 almost trolled right there, but nice clutch up for his teammate to cover him with the parry. Very, very close to going off the rails right there when we are going into the other Rebel Gang. 5-1 versus Alliance. Yuma, old armor though. Fighting against the blue armor of Fat Milk right here. This is the Wombo composition. Panda's gonna go for the ride. Juggled by the Flying Knives, but 2v2 situation. PP again. Gonna get Juggle on to 1 and 5-1. And wait a second. Fat Milk is gonna get a parry, forcing PP into a tough position. He's kiting away with 1 HP. I've been as well on 5-1 down to 1 HP. Doesn't look for his scale. Double trying to be coming out, but from the drop down, Ivan lands the flank, and we're down to a 1v1 and a last hit situation. But Alliance Yuma is gonna fade out with the double charge focus attack, and Fat Milk is gonna crack under the pressure.
Nice stuff coming in there. 21 players left in the lobby. Obviously, again, Remy Yang's going to play a little bit of havoc with that number. We'll see a few people returning. But Alliance and SS1 with the Mystic Mites and the victories. OA were able to get themselves a Draco Storm. But like you said in the previous game, this is the phase of the game where it's a lot harder to find those cleanses on the Realm of Yang, because you haven't got teams playing reckless with the fact that they've got the Vermilion Bird's Might. And a lot of people now have got the scaling secured, but they're either hard to kill or not particularly that interested in taking a fight unless it looks very free.
Yeah, there's so many unique instances right here where teams don't want to be committed into the Yang depletion all in, but you're still trying to go fishing, you know, to just toss it out there, see what might bite, what you might find, especially if you have Mystic Might. You're able to find a lot of situations at range to see who's fighting who, exactly what composition everyone is. So you definitely can get out there and find some fights, but you're seeing the strangest alliances between teams temporarily, where they're just like, hey, look at that guy, let's kind of get them, and then but quickly people are betraying and then going a different way with so many different compositions. And we're seeing even the likes of this. SS1 has Mystic Might and actually goes into a bush to hide away from the possible Yang depletion situation here. They really want to make it to this end game. We've even seen all day today, even though you win the Realm of Yang and you have like White Tiger's buff, if the Vermilion's buff team see you as a potential, they're going to go for a kill on you to see if they can steal one of your weapons, just because you're playing for keeps with the white armor buff. They have nothing to lose if they want to all in you. It is not as favorable a fight just because White Tiger's buff does give you a heal. And if you do get a kill, it gives you that AoE damage effect. But still, worth the chance, at least to a lot of these teams. Now we are going to see WZ versus DRG, and away on the outside of this, oh my goodness, in 4 seconds just gets lasered and deleted.
Wait, don't play Monk.
Oh my goodness, a blue armored Monk just not able to survive the level of feed coming out from this Yang depletion situation.
This is what happens though when there's only 2 monks in the lobby. You transform, everybody just pivots and points their range at you. You get blasted for it. That was a lot quicker than I expected, to be completely honest. Normally, the monks last a little bit longer, but like you said, they're a bit of a blueberry. Only got that blue armor. As it, he jumped onto here. He's just going to get himself battered around quite a lot. This could actually just be the end of days for WZ. Xiao caught inside the ball by Yu, who steals them away. There was an attempted steal from the bow shot as Yu needs to find some backup. Has got himself ZK in the area. Ultimate still available to him, so he could potentially try and yoink someone else if he wants. WZ are knocked out of the lobby. He went for a fish, didn't make the connection. He's just going to repair his weapons and chill out. 24 players left in the lobby still. 2 members of 521 have the Realm of Yang debuff on, so they need to get that back and get themselves cleansed. But 1 minute 30 is all they're going to have to work with off the back of this one. It's Dicey Alliance, up to 10 kills though, absolutely dominating on the kill lobby right now. Where before we actually had, you know, it's been an OA day through and through. Here we go. Spirit Well spawning up. 521, gonna try and play hold on this. Bowler though, not willing to give it up easily. 521, gonna have to be careful here as Ivan gets connected from there with the Tessa. Pampy throws down the ultimate just to play defense and cover for his player, who gets caught off briefly there. Double Yotos into Yoto ultimate come forwards as well. Everybody wants to cap here, but 521, they were so close, they just jumped back in, everyone else gave it up. They got away with murder there. 521, what a victory for them on that grab. I can't believe everyone stepped off for just the brief second they needed.
I mean, fortune favors the bold. 521. A lot of these teams don't want to get invested here, but this is the tough situation of these end games going in. You see half the lobby on the character screen all go orange here. They all have Yang depletion, so they have to take a fight here, or at least steal a soul bloom at some point. Only really OA and 521 are safe to kind of cherry pick the situation they want to get in. But this also makes the lobby just so volatile. You see Ivan getting Tessa ulted right here. Why? I believe that was OA. 521 trying to find a weaker team to pick off here. Hopefully having a pickoff game or pop-off game for them. The TE is in the building below. We see Pampy making moves, riding around on this high ground, trying to see if he can find a nice flank angle on another team, while his teammates... Ooh, well, where did his teammates go? Around the map, he was isolated for a second. We do have Balda's XCM playing in a new old zone. This is something definitely new from today. Almost everyone we've seen multiple no old zone. I'm gonna say at least once a game we've seen a no old zone being used to kind of slow down a third party, where a team fights someone, They win it just barely, but they need to recover, and another team immediately starts grappling them. Getting to these no ult zones have been a pretty big lifesaver for most of these teams to find a win in some of these unwinnable situations.
I've seen a lot of no ult zones today. It has been crazy. Forbidden Seal constantly getting popped. There's still 24 people left in this lobby, Raven. It's kind of chaos. Those Realm of Yang debuff though will be coming through soon. Bane's Breath as well. We're going to see a significant drop in the number of players, just due to some people are either going to time out or they're just going to have to go for it. The question is who is going to be foolish enough to be the one to pull that trigger? It looks like Pampy. I mean, he has the buff instead, but instantly the Wu Shen ults come out. Cuckoo does get caught hit by the CC, and immediately 2-tick plays back up. Pampy burning low off all of that 2-tick. Great defense of his teammate there, making sure that Cuckoo doesn't get eviscerated. It's 5-2-1. They had the buff for a little bit. It's about a timeout, but they are going to be able to get themselves some healing off, while everybody else has to fight elsewhere. 1 minute 30 on the Realm of Yang debuff for a bunch of these teams. I mean, right now it's Bowder, it's Wolves, it's SSS1, it's T, it's PRG. There's a significant amount of people with the Realm of Yang debuff on. They're going to have to send it.
Yeah, TE's Zhaonan. He gets staggered for a second from his Syra ultimate, but he's looking to secure this kill onto DRG's. Is it Exlu? Nice F2 coming up from Yodo, defending his last sliver of health right here. He is going to be able to scale rush up, but now he's going to target select. Oh, he was going for Tessa, now he's going for Invis. Yodo, what the heck? He's just in front of him and he just disappeared. We are going to go over to the Spirit Well. Super hectic actions going down. Alliance BB pumps him. Wants you wait on all, but immediately jumps out the edge to make some space. Slamming on all the watchers going into this Yang. I mean, Alliance pretty scaled to fight back right here, but there's just 4 teams right here. It looks like they're gonna... XCM is gonna sneak this in. No one's willing to challenge XCM on this Spirit Well. The XCM is just gonna scale up to the moon right here as we're gonna go over to OA. Dudick versus Bowder's XCM. He was holding that V1. Like XCM or 7. Does catch Amos, I guess? Wait, does he all catch from that side too? What? That'd be something else. XCM going around, leading the charge for his team. Looking for frags right here. They are going to find another kill on Wolves NHQ.
They're getting there, mate. They're slowly starting to pull it in, but Alliance on 11 kills. OA. They're down there Yoto right now. I can't really quite make it out, but Bowder, do you get hit by the quickly charm, cleanse himself of his charm? And it's been a very bizarre game because the game's been so high tempo, but this one a lot slower pace. I say that as we see Bowder secure themselves another kill that puts them up to 10, taking Wolves U out, finishing up Wolves off the back of that one. As now Bowder's PP, well, PP from Alliance is going to go down. Alliance losing a key player there. Bowder, they've got a big tempo advantage over everyone else. As TE looking to finish up SS1's Yuan, but who hasn't been able to get himself a Soul Bloom and heal back up, actually. So Yuan's A-OK right now. Problem is for Yuan is they actually don't have any teammates with them, so it's not really far they can go. They're kind of a free kill, and that is going to be Peak securing the kill there onto OA, finishing up the front runners in the lobby. Only a 5-kill game for OA as well, so a much lower performance appearance here from OA in game number 5. With 1 game to go, hitting triple digits by the end of the day has become significantly harder, as our last couple of teams are all just waiting around, waiting for that opportunity to open up onto one another's zone, slowly making its way forward towards them. Zhang, ultimate available. He's actually going to commit it here, so he just wants to see if he can find the opening. So ready to get his teammates out. Zhang staying high. just going to play knockback and batter people out. He's a human greatsword at this point. Just knocking people out into the zone, make sure they take extra damage. But the follow-up is going to be Zem, who commits the Viper ultimate. And that is going to be all of TE caught out here by Bowder. NY7 takes out Peak. That's going to be Xiaonan as well off the back of that one. And just like that, TE down to a single player. Youth stayed aerial, but I believe he committed ultimate to break away as NY7 with a pistol shot takes Yuan out of the sky. And now this team up to 14 kills right now. Bowder leading the kill charge, and they've got every member on hand. They're going to commit NY7. He's going to throw down the Syra ultimate and make Zhang Zhang pay. He is picked up nice and easy as now everyone else is just playing runaway from them as Yuma is caught. Stuns coming in from the Viper. They're just playing pure lockdown. Youth is pinned in place as Yuma will fall. Bowder looking to finish this one up nice and easy. They don't drop a single player on their team there.
Yeah, good stuff coming out from Bowder to really pick apart the lobby. And we really see the aggression being ramped out even in game 5. Like normally we see most of the aggression ramped up to the moon on game 6, but I would say this game looked like a game 6. But it just goes to show that Viper has been picking apart all this experimentation. Why not just face roll people, lock people out by silencing them and landing a stagger? Really preventing a lot of an extended fight where there's a lot of ability relationships that end up happening. What ability goes after this one? What counters this? Instead, let's call it a day. Let's just play Viper, silence, stun with like a Temi or something, and call it a win. But we saw a ton of Enor. Enor is definitely here to stay, at least.
I think he's got a place. I really do think he's got a place here.
He sort of got to place. We'll have to see if he plays in finals right here. You get to see the day
we're already
one.
on week 2.
Where you get to see day 1, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, but week 2 of first time with this rules ever, so we get to see the budding of a 4-face counter pick in NARAKA. See if they make any adjustments, and plus patches are going to be coming out still.
Exactly, right? He might get buffed, he might get nerfed. It's very much all up in the air right now. The players are still figuring out exactly how to play with the new hero select and how we're going to be working off that. I'm honestly liking it. It's weird because we get like a weird mix of variants, but also we're kind of seeing a lot of the same. But like, I don't know, maybe I'm just complaining too much at this point because I feel like we're getting a lot of variants, but like how they hit that variant. Sorry, we're getting a lot of the same kind of like prime heroes, but then how they hit those comps and how they build those comps is changing, right? Like we're seeing various different versions of the Viper. We're seeing various different versions of the Ainur showing up. We're seeing this kind of Lee M comp, which to be fair seems somewhat set with the fact it runs with the Tessa, but we're seeing, you know, different monk comps as well. There's a lot in the air, and I feel like the current, like, I feel like the players know what person or like what character they want to play with, but they all can't make their mind up as a team, as a group even, on like who's the best person to play supports for these characters, who are the best kind of backups and off carries and stuff like that. And that's what I'm liking. I'm liking the fact that we're seeing, you know, maximum kind of change in what comps are getting played. I'm waffling way too much. Hey, here's some goodies for you. How many kills did Alliance get in game number 5? 11, 12, 13, or 14? Let us know. A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat.
I mean, your waffling is granted. We're seeing so much new stuff right now.
Yeah.
So how things are going to be playing out in the future? Will it be rushed down? We're seeing still a true support role in almost every single composition. Something that some character that's facilitating, whether or not it's Matari giving everyone a double ability or a double ability within their ult, or we're seeing even the back of Karumi coming back, facilitating for everyone. And we're even seeing Hadi coming back with the cube, facilitating for Enor and Faria, putting down the cube. It's a combo break. It was used probably like a year and a half ago when Hadi was very, very strong, mainly in solos, but then it was discovered in trios that he's very good for Cannonball. We saw even Yodo coming back right now. Haven't seen anything super stellar from her as far as endgame or inside the Remel Yang. have to see how that still kind of plays out, whether or not she's used with like Viper or something with Wu Chen. It's interesting to see Wu Chen back in the picture.
Yeah.
We see that Liam variation, the kidnap with Tessa, doing very, very well. But looking at the overall leaderboards, Bauda, led by VVV and the crew, 24.4. That's an all-star fragging lineup, though. NY7 was the position 1 of Alliance beforehand. And in second, Alliance with 11 kills at 13 points. TE at 10 kills at 12.5. SS1 at 9. 521 at 8. Wolves at 6. OA at 5. SR at 4. JG at 3. GG at 3. FPX at 2. And WZ, the only team to really go with a goose egg. We're seeing a lot more even spread between like the middle of the pack, like 3rd through 8th as far as points. Now at the overall stats over here, we see again VVV doing big work on the Temi. A lot more work coming out from XEM. This old school wombo combo, Temi, Viper, a classic staple in NARAKA strategy. Now looking at the overall standings, WZ having a slow start to the day, DRG as well. FPX, TESR, and GG actually very close in points, 29 to 38, only like a 9-point spread. They want to keep these numbers up a little bit higher. They want to get to 60 if they hope to have a solid day so they can guarantee qualifying position for their second day. But all these teams will be having a second day. Now at the top, OA was already at 79. They had their worst game of the day at 6.5. It's like an okay game. And Bauda having a massive game at 24.4. Back-to-back, game 4 and 5, 24.4 points. Jumping up in striking range for first place. But first, we are going to see some highlights from this game 5. And again,
我看能不能把他晕住，
About it.
晕住，晕住！别打，打他 ！OK， 拆他，拆他，拆他，拆他！
We've been listening about it so much already. I feel like.
I
feel like the drums are getting louder. throughout the day, right? Like,
Yeah.
I feel like these guys are just screaming more and more because they're just feeling it. They know it's going well. They're having a fantastic day. I still do believe OA could break the triple digits by the end of the day. There's a world where they can hit triple digits, but it has to be one damn good game to end on. So we'll be heading back to NARAKA style to close the day out. And that is slightly different actually. We used to have Fedora at the end of the day. Oh, but it's just yelling in my ears. Huge day from Bauda. Genuinely amazing day. And it's crazy how they have more MVPs than OA, but OA is still significantly further ahead in points. Just because of the OA victories have been so big. Like, they have done so well with those ones.
This is a very fortunate ending for them, though. Just flat ground, nowhere for teams to hide, no line of sight. This is really where you get the most value out of V1 stun for Viper.
Nice.
No counterplay here. I mean, if you ever get to hear GG's in-game composition, that's what really Bauda was reminding me of. And last year, GG was super, super dominant. Even though they were calm and collected after they won games, they were very, very loud and vocal after they, or like while they were playing their end games. We are going to get another MVP for VVV on the Temi at 18k damage with a nice spread from all these other weapons. Flying knives again being used. Wow, he had a universal size dragon smite, blistering, one shot, slow shot. He had all of the busted jades, but not really stacked onto one weapon. So VVV leading the charge, like I said before. It's weird seeing him without TXJ, and I saw a general trend from him. It's because he's one of my favorite players, that he is leading the charge, calming super loud. You hear the passion for these end games. But speaking of passion, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. There's still a lot of NARAKA to be played with our last game of Game 6 for this Nbpl Trios. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for our last game of the day.
everybody, and welcome back to the Nbpl. Getting ready to go into our 6th and final game of the day. So far, Balder have been dominant, but OA are out in front on score. They've got the most points so far. A bunch of other teams need to play catch up. SR are EWC champions right now, actually stuck on the bottom half of the table, not really been able to transition their victory from EWC a couple of weeks ago into actually getting enough points on the board today. So they're looking to maybe play catch up a little bit more and make their second game of day of play, there we go, a little bit easier for them as we head towards the bi-weekly finals for the second rotation of the full split. SS1 pulling out a very interesting team in our in our 5th game of the day, locking in the Ainur and locking in the Yueishen with the Matari, a very explosive component. It did look like it had some promise, just needs a little bit more kind of polishing to get that comp down.
Yeah, we're putting on SR not having the best second half and not be able to transition their EWC. I mean, it started out the day very, very strong, and at EWC they were very, very strong on their Transformer composition and their Siphon composition, but we're seeing with the new rule set in trios, it's been very, very exciting under the new rules, and just how volatile all these compositions interacting with each other is, not having the same amount of success. But it's very early in the meta. A lot of teams hard out the new metas, like kind of slow, not really finding the footing, just barely losing. And with how skilled the league is right now, I've been pointing it out all day that the point spread between all the teams are so very, very close. There isn't drastic difference, with the exception of OA today. OA just dominating everyone, but Bauda heating up during the second half, showing we just keep seeing MVP rounds from the perspective of XEM, and Bauda just yelling and screaming. Their end game calms out. It's good to see that the guys are firing on all cylinders. Sounds like a lot like GG. As I was saying before, we are going to be closing out the last day, or the last round for today. Wondering if we're going to get even more surprises today. So far, we've seen Liam coming out of the woodworks, coming out of the SCA meta. Shout out to SCA with their Ooga Booga Liam strategies. Being able to capture people at long range when the fights break down, kind of like a mini monk, and then dragging them to a corner and executing them. Seeing a couple different variations of Viper being used today. The old school wombo combo of Temi Viper, with Syra still coming in. And we're seeing Yueishen. Well, yeah, I guess we saw Yueishen kind of come back. We saw Hadi come back. That was a weird one today. With Hadi, with Q, Yu-Chen being played as well, with the likes of Tessa. We haven't seen Tessa in the meta for a very, very long time. And we're seeing how Yodo kind of is playing. I think out of all the new characters, not really showing up and really justifying their position or why they're being played right now. Yodo seems kind of lackluster. And with Idor as well, in the new Cannonball, filling in Yueishen's spot, I feel like Idor has definitely proven you can definitely get value off of him in the new Cannonball composition. We'll have to see, though, as things progress, what people's answers are to Enor.
Yeah, I mean, Enor, we're definitely seeing a lot of love on him, but a lot of love on the Yoto in this game, actually. I'm still not sure if I prefer the old V on her versus her new one. I don't feel like I've seen the impact like we did previously. But going into the last round, Yoto gets removed away, same with Yueishen. I think, Inor's still up for grabs. If these teams can lock it in for this final game, that would be potentially a nice little loadout for them. Yueishen's still available, Inor's still available. Matari is removed though, which has been one of the go-tos with Ainur, so maybe that has just been worked out and the teams just look towards the old monk. The big one we haven't seen a lot of today, ever since the mirror matchup, is the Takeda. GG, the only team to have locked a Takeda in since the mirror matchup. And that was in a Transformers comp as well. So, seeing the Zai variant of the Transformers comp come out from TE, Bowder, they locked in the Ainur with a Farah and a Hardy. 5-2-1. Bundle lock-in for them. What are they going to pick up? Just the normal Transformers, the current meta version of Transformers. Very interesting to see them lock that one in. I'm curious what this is going to do to our mirror matchups and what are going to be the go-tos. Like, I can put money on it being the Viper comp. Like, that would definitely be the #1 most played comp today. But outside of that, it's actually been fairly spread between what people are playing.
It actually, a lot of the Ainur involved, but it might be that I'm just biased towards it. Viper Justina, is it Syra? It's been played a lot, like you were saying. Maybe traditional Transformers has still been played a decent amount. I feel like it's very close though. It's nothing really stands out in my mind. You've seen like single characters, like Viper is still been playing a lot. Temmie's being played a lot. Aria's been playing a lot, but there hasn't been one composition that's really been consistently played. Besides, I would say Justina, Viper, Syra, like you were saying. It'll be interesting though, going into week 2. We will see a full Viper lobby. We haven't seen a full 12-man Viper in a very long time. We used to see it all the time on Nighttime Morris before there was pick ban, but now we're gonna get back to it. Back to a lot of the roots of just full Ooga Booga. Of looking at the heroes again. You know where the F2V2? Oh, Bowda? What the heck? Jang on the Akos F1 V3? What is this? That is a rank strategy. That is for sure a rank strategy. I have not seen ever in Pro League a V3 Akos. Ever.
I think when he first got released, there was some teams running it, but like, that's a long old time ago. It's been a hot minute. This time, not so many hot drops, but quite a lot of teams are dropping in somewhat close proximity to each other in the south. Bowder have OA on top of them actually, so kind of our two big teams of the day. They're going to be forced to scrap off the bat just north of Shadow Jade Mines. I don't want what we had last game. I think last game everyone was too passive. I want to go back to the bloodbaths. I want to go back to the action-packed games that we did have. Their final chance to put some points on the board for today before we shuffle things around and teams go up against the other groups. So the next gameplay for trios is on Sunday, and then we'll be kicking it again off on Friday before we head into bi-weeklies. I'm pretty sure Bowder and OA should have pretty much off today alone should have cemented themselves a spot in the playoffs. It's just how well and how far into playoffs they do find themselves. As we cut over to GG, who are where they always are, Secret Tunnel.
They have this down to a science, how quickly they get all the Fireflies right here. Immediately, TGS on the Yodo has his ultimate up. I think there are 2 or 3 teams who landed near them. We are going to go back to the south, though. Outside of mines right here. Perry's going to come out with BBB, but AB with a Temmie combo break going to be flying away right there. Get some space. XCM going to be coming in, but NY7 gets the parry. Looks for the flank onto Tudyk. Tudyk tries to fade out, takes out a focus attack, not able to get anything out of it. But his teammate comes through. Cuckoo ends up getting a nice focus attack out of here. But now Tudyk does get surrounded, destroyed by XCM. He does get a second for a stacker. It's just a 2-on-1 doesn't allow him to capitalize and get that uppercut combo. We are going to go over to GG. They still have their ultimate from the Fireflies. SS1 brave enough to land near GG. They've been landing here forever. Their timings are impeccable. 2-1 down to 1 HP again. No need even for ultimate right here, and right next to them, Wolves and SS1. Just lots of action going down near GG and the cave.
Able to knock them back there. Lue gets caught out by the parry and finished up for GG. I guess the third party is up and available to them. Are thinking about jumping into this action, but meanwhile, SR take down PP from the side of Alliance and send Alliance packing. Yang on that V3, Akos. Going to run away. Doesn't really want to hang around. SR grab whatever goodies they can. Maybe get some armor upgrades for 17S, because currently only rocking that grey armor. Definitely quite a lot weaker on the health pool side of things, as we are going to see a committal. There we go. Wow, words are hard at this point in the day. From the Viper, doesn't make a connection with it, and 2 members of SR rocking that blue armor. So just trying to see if they can get Zhao into blue as well, get him a little bit more comfortable. It looks like everyone is just going to back off. And there has been more action this game at the start than there was in the previous, but even so, still a lot more tempered than I expected. I know we're only a couple of minutes in, but I did expect to see teams just full sending it into each other, try and get as many points as possible.
And there are a lot more ISO fights. The map is very spread out right here. It's not like that one time where we on Hollow Rock we had 5 and 4 teams all landing in the same location, which is pretty rare for, I'd say, Pro League. Usually people want to land ISO fights right here and do timings. We just have less Firefly maps. We are going to see WZ versus SR and Jang on the Akos. That V3 is looking kind of sussy. Jang, I was hoping that you could show me why V3 Akos. We didn't even pop ult in this spot. We have SR, though, chasing WZ right here. This is going to be coming out. Yoda ult's going to get invested. Oh, wait a second. WZ had an opportunity to lock someone down. They don't. Wait. No, they don't get it. They try to get Rico. Rico ends up hiding perfectly. We get the Tessa ult and a Justina freezes now. SR able to kite out the stagger though. Rico defending the line. WZ tries to walk up, but they just eat 2 pole sword focus attacks over and over. Just you will stay back. WZ. Yao for the katana focus attack, not able to land it. S17S though, they fry him up with his dual halbies. But out of nowhere, Alliance having the follow-up off the Tessa ultimate. V3 Akos just being a tourist right here, sightseeing, watching everything go down.
Pick up there for Alliance, sliding in, secure himself a couple of extra kills and make their way out. WZ not going to overchase Alliance. No, they jump in, they get their kills, they leave. They don't really want to overstay, don't really want to overhang around. Especially where, you know, grapples right now are actually quite low in the inventories. And when you're in Celestia, grapples are kind of like your do or die. You have so much movement options using scale rushes and grapples to get around, but actually just going to play it a little bit more calm and collected. I suppose at the same time, there's an argument to be made that it's one of the points on the map where you don't need grapples as much, but they can be a difference maker when you're pursuing someone and you catch them with a grapple. So decide not to hang around, not to chase for kills. SS1 on the Siphon. Again, I'm glad to see some teams still pulling the Siphon out. I really love seeing the Siphon. So cool to see that they're just rocking that for the moment. There has been a relatively chill start as TE actually starting off the back with 2 purple armors. It's a good start for them. Bowder gonna commit the Moonbait they bought earlier, right at the start of the game. Away on the other hand, they are just playing right now, fishing around the dinner bell. Kind of comes down when you see a Fame's Breath. You see it go down, you feel, well, there's going to be some teams fighting there and abilities would have been used. So away. If they get baited in, because FPX haven't actually used anything yet, so this is a very equal fight as far as the ultimate economy goes, but there's a whole bunch of teams in the area. This could get a little bit too rough for anyone who wants to start a fight. They're just going to break away. Young commits the ultimate, makes connection onto water with that. There's up the urn on the other side, but he doesn't get caught. Jang, second time they've gone down, unfortunately for them. Alliance, not what they wanted. I believe they just Wushen ported their Zhang out so they can get him back up, which they were able to do. But he's running around with grey armor, incredibly squishy right now. And the whole lobby has come to shipwreck, so it is absolute carnage down here. I wanted more action, and I'm getting it. Viper ultimates, Yoto ultimates, everything getting popped. FBX able to break away, don't get caught by any of these Tether's charms, lockdowns or any more that's coming out. As you can see those sword flashes coming in as GG were able to take down Kiki in the middle of all of the action. Not entirely sure how they did that one. Looks like it was with the dual swords as Yuma's able to take down Water as well. Realm of Yangs not spawning up for a little bit still, but the team's just scrapping constantly, knowing that they've still got the rebirth charms on. Want to put as many points on the board as possible.
I like we were saying here, Bryn, the Moonbane called in everyone to check this out. We got Wolves, WZ, Alliance, GG, all lurking right here. Seeing if anyone's like overcommitting, anyone's easy to pick off here, but no one wants a hard commit as first Realm of Yang is going to be coming up. Everyone wants to leverage their good loot into a better position. Now you can, just because Realm of Yang is coming up doesn't mean you have to go that way. You can go and try to claim the Spirit Well instead, or claim one of the caves. But Spirit Well is ideal considering 4 of the teams can go in right now. You see everyone posturing, going in. And not only that, if you're a team that doesn't even want to go into Spirit Well, it's a perfect time to kind of lay ambush to teams trying to go in if you're one of those Viper compositions. Now, going into Realm of Yang here on this side is actually very dangerous. So many high trees around that area that a Viper can sneak up and do a drop down Viper ult onto you. We like to call it in NA AC 130s drop down, and CN they call it the Ning drop. We are gonna get OA, I believe, versus Alliance. We've been watching him all day today. His highlights. Oh my God, it's the V3 Akos. Tessa ult's gonna be coming down with the Temi ult matching the Akos ult. Kudik doesn't care. He's gonna stay inside of it. He does get staggered by the Akos. Akos uses it again to break out of it, but now he's out of breaks. Now he's just holding in the center of Akrumio. He gets shoved twice and then deleted. F1 comes out. I see the vision, my friend. I see the vision. It's just you get 2 combo breaks and the Takeda has 4 shoves. The math is not mathing. Alliance is gonna get taken down, but definitely A for effort and creativity.
Yeah, I see the vision. I don't think Takeda is the person you want to be tempering to your cage on, so like you said, got too many shot backs, too many ways to deal with that. As now TE looking for Zem here from the side of Bowder. Zem is going to go down. TE bottom of the scoreboard, starting to go toe-to-toe with the big guys, but NY7 taking down Youth in response. There's the uppercut into the knockdown. Bell comes down from the side of Xiaonan as VVV heavily chunked out. Xiaonan just about holding fast here for the second, but it is going to be down to the side of VVV to find the victory. Goes down, and now NY7, 1 versus 2, has to pull the victory out. Gets parried, and now he has to break away. Just able to do so with the F, but hasn't been able to pick up his flying knives quite yet, and his armor's being stripped away. He's been caught in the uppercuts, and that is TE juggling him as he goes down. TE find the victory, and meanwhile outside the Realm of Yang, the teams are just moshing. There's so many people just going toe-to-toe, trying to find the kills, trying to find the cleanses as possible as GG throwing down the Tether. Yuan throwing out his ultimate. Quick reaction here from the side of GG. They just blink out. They want anything to do with all of that action.
SS1 gonna get walked down right here by Wolves. Tessa also gonna be coming out from the flank, I believe, from Wolves onto SS1. Now GG coming to the party. Yuchen Wall is down, but it's not gonna matter. GG slowly making their way in with CGS on the Yodo. LXM on the Tessa, looking to get an ult through. Already dropping 2 into the chaos. Not overcommitting here. GG being very disciplined, patiently stalking a situation that favors them, but WZ is not going to commit. Doesn't like that. GG is kind of sitting on their shoulder, kind of breathing down their neck. We are going to go over to Bowda. Bowda's had back-to-back huge games, but now in this game, forced into Yang depletion on their hottie cannonball with Enor replacing Yueshan. They are going to find 5-1 in front of them. Are they going to dive Pampy here on the mug? XCM takes half of his armor off the rift. They are going to invest into here, and BBB immediately dove into Flying Knife going to be put onto them, but BBB's facing this out. Nice range from him. Hottie's going to be coming in, creating some space onto Pampy, forcing them onto the no ult zone. This is an awkward position for 5-1. They're not going to get any value off their ult, but they are going to pop their ult though. And now XCM is in a tough position, but he uses the Q to get out of here. Pampy's going to come in with these focus attacks. NY7 being able to kite here, still full armor. BBB fading out with the focus attacks. Look for the max range baby. Not going to be able to get Pampy 2-1-1 in front of BBB's face. Wait a second. Bauda in a tough position. Pampy making big work of them. Fat Milk go down to his last sliver of health on the zipping. He is going to get taken down. Has to be forced to a res right on the edge of the zone. And now, wait a second. I think SR just came in. SR with a third party is just picking off everyone now. With that Viper third party, BBB nowhere to go. They just did so much work to find this. But the no ult zone can be seen across the map. Is going to hit the dinner bell with multiple teams pile in to look for this third party.
Oh, this is rough. If NY7 goes down, he hasn't got a rebirth. He hasn't got anything to work with. He times out in the ultimate and is able to space perfectly there with the cube. But meanwhile, the attention has just been turned onto Kakashi, onto the members of DRG. You see XLUL go in for the ultimate. Does patch out onto Rico. Rico's quite low. Is going to be forced to throw the ultimate out in response. Has some healing to work with. There's still some time here onto Yu's ultimate. Just chasing forwards. He's going to finally time it out and just play escape right now as SR hunting him down. He looks to try and find the pickup onto Kakashi, but not given the opportunity. 1 versus 2 versus the members of SR. He's able to knock them back and do a fair amount of damage, but that should be him going down. And now it's just Donkey9 on his own here for the side of DRG. The mech times out, and SR close the trap shut onto him. Unfortunately for Donkey9, no backup, no teammates, no revives. This is just going to be the end of their day for them. Nothing he can do off the back of that one. There he goes, Donkey9's down.
It sounded like a second you were saying donkey. I didn't say donkey. I was like, donkey? Different kind of this guy, donkey?
That'd be a good name though, Donkey.
Donkey9. He's gonna get taken down here. We are going to the second round.
Yes, this is the second round.
No, second.
Sorry, it's early in the morning for you, buddy. I understand.
Second Rumble Yang right here. Away on the old school Siphon. I want to see them. No, let them in. I want to see them first.
They're in?
Yes. All right. We're going to get SS1. What weird composition are they going to be writing in? Some Siphon versus something here. What is this?
Oh, it's
Syra. Oh, this is a classic matchup. Oh my goodness. We haven't seen this matchup in a very long time, but these two compositions were rivals. Takeda does have the advantage here. F1 Slam is going to be coming down onto Matari. As a gold ultimate right here. Very, very long stacker. Off the 4 shoves of this. Kirby also going to be invested first. Ooh, landing in the new line for this strategy. Starting out with support ult first. And now at full health, busting out the double offensive ultimate. Temi and Takeda ult coming out to secure the kill. I'm not sure they killed. Oh, well, Zai is still alive. Have to be careful here. They only have 2 more shoves to their name. Zai can turn this around if she gets one good follow-up here, but it's not going to matter. Nice job from Tudik to get maximum value out of each Takeda shove. And SS1, it looks like they're going, yeah, wait, you won? Okay. You won, was starting to get something
got a
cooking.
Little flashy.
He's getting something cooking, but OA surgically playing that old school move, open up a Kurumi ult, keep everyone refreshed, force out the enemy team to pop their cooldowns first, and then counter push with your offensive ults. Surgical stuff coming out from OA.
Meanwhile, everyone outside the realm of Yang, just complete action immediately. Tutik trying his hardest to keep himself going, but they are just getting caught out here. Massive ACOS actually blocked down. Tutik is pinned here. He needs to wait for this to wear off before he can make the escape. Can't go much further away. Hits the edge, gets bounced back into the center. It's a rough one right now. It's finally worn off. The Yoto ultimates are hitting onto him. Everything has gone awry here for the side of OA. They win the realm of Yang, but it comes at a heavy cost. Chased down by the Yoto. The final slashes stagger him down. Cannon fire into flying knives. Tutik just trying his hardest to break away from this one. His Mystic Might only telling him where the people who are killing him are coming from as he loses AB off the back of that one. And Tutik, the final man standing for the side of OA. If he gets the breakaway, he does have the money. There is a world where he might be able to find the revives, but the problem is Alliance are hunting him. He has a little bit of scouting information here from that buff, but I don't think he's going to be able to do this on his lonesome. Jang Jang spelt the end there for the side of OA.
Alliance chase down OA, and this has been an interesting part of today that normally when we see teams coming out of second Yang and they have White Tigers left on Mystic Might, they have their way with the lobby, but some games, it wasn't every game, there's just an ambush waiting for them that they're just getting pure fiended by multiple teams as they come out. Definitely something new. I haven't really seen as often before. Maybe a few instances, but it definitely stood out to me today. We do have Kiki end up getting focused out by SS1 here. Loye does get down to 1 HP. Nice PO coming out from Yuan. Not letting his teammate go down right here. GGE tries his very best to get free to continue the chase down, but the peel coming out from SS1, able to allow his teammate to reset on the rooftop nearby. We are going to switch over to team. And we are going to go Rebel Yang, TE versus FPX. Siphon versus what the? I would Kurumi Transformers. One is going to be coming out. Nice F3 from Kurumi. Armor up their monk. Doesn't get shredded right here. Does get a grab onto Kiki in midair. He has to be careful. Double grab almost comes out. It's not going to matter. He's able to secure the kill onto FBXZE. Then the ult is going to be coming down for TE to stabilize in this situation. Nice ZF coming through. Healing for his teammates. A little bit of 2v3 situation. Moving over the Kurumi ult. Viper canceling. Oh, I respect it. Kiki goes for a big flank right there, but it doesn't matter. Shionan, with eyes in the back of his head, finds the drop down focus time and lands the parry.
It's a bizarre combo. I kind of see the vision, right? Like, obviously you don't get the... What's Youth? Actually, I need to know what Youth's running. If he's running Meteor, it's grab into Meteor, right? Like, that's the game plan, and then you refresh it with your ultimate. So you don't get triple Meteor like you would if you had a Matari. But that's the vision I'm seeing. If it's invisibility, Zai, then I don't know what the hell these guys have cooked up. I think they've overcooked. So we'll see. But 9 minutes left in the game. 10 minutes, actually, really, if we're going to round up. EE. Relatively underwhelming day so far, but starting to make some progress here towards the tail end. And I expected it to be a shaky day due to, you know, a whole bunch of new rules and some changes to the way we do hero selection. It's kind of thrown the meta out of whack a little bit, just due to the fact that the players are having to really shake up how they play. 0 hero points is such a game changer. And I think for a long time, these players were relying heavily on hero points to kind of... for the ability to share certain characters between comps. Like, we cast our mind back to the beginning of the year and J-Cup at the end of last year. Like, Syra was in a lot of comps. She was a heavily, heavily shared character. But now that you can only pick Syra a maximum of 3 times a day, and you have 6 games to play, and one of those Syra picks earlier today was a forced pick where everyone in the lobby had to play her, meant there was only 2 chances to play Syra today. And the question was, were you going to run it with a Sand Siphon, or were you going to run it with a Viper Comp? And everyone answered with Viper Comp today. It's been a heavily, heavily contested pick here, but Spirit Well spawning up. Obviously, Realm Yang Spirit Well as well. It's going to cause some issues. There's all Fat Milk jumping in. Yang Yang actually thrown down the ultimate. Doesn't make the connection onto Panty with it, but has got a few people caught off here. This just means that Bambi has no backup. He's just going to get jumped onto. Yang Yang trying to find the damage off. Reduces his tether, makes a connection onto a couple of players here from the Tessa, but doesn't quite make the full connection. And Alliance, they're just going to get the cap off. I don't think anyone's going to be able to stop them. That's around with Yang debuff on everyone. Alliance, nice cap.
Little ult from Wolves U, getting some value right here, finding the kill onto 521's Pampy. WZ finding a kill onto Iben as well. He's got... Man, there's been so many multi-wave fights. It's so hard to tell who was initiating unless we were there from the very beginning. Yeah, Alliance Jang Jang with the V3 Akos. I still want to see the value coming out. They are super scaled, so clearly Jang Jang got some value somewhere here. Oh yeah,
flag cap for WZ.
Ayo and WZ waiting for the Spirit Bell cap. 3 minutes 45 seconds on the Yang depletion. GG is gonna be hawking down this Bauda, XR, and SS1 Congo line over here. Really, it's deja vu. We had this same situation happen earlier today, fighting through this exact area, and with the no ult zone too being right there. This is not the same exact situation. Tess also gonna be coming down onto SR. No ult zone gets popped. Ooh, some surrounding.
So many forbidden seals go on. That's kind of crazy, actually. Is Zhao?
This is like a Congo line of teams right here. There's literally all 7 teams are kiting along this wall right here.
That is crazy, actually. Zhao gets himself hit here by the Tesseract. Just going to play breakaway, get as much space as possible, drops back down, but not too much follow-up here onto the members of SR, though they still have the debuff on, so they have to try and get themselves some kind of cleansing. Now losing a lot of that golden armor off the back of that one. Needs to find a position where they can quickly pop back up and get back into the action, but Rico will be going down. Wolves able to secure the kill. I don't know who got the cleanse, because there's so many goddamn people about. And I think that's the crazy thing for me is we, earlier at the start of the day, came into this point of the game where the final Bane's Breath came down, and I believe there was 16 players, 12 to 16 players. We got 23 right now, and yes, that number is about to drop pretty significantly with the amount of people with the Roman Yang debuff on. All WZ need to do is just play safe. After the lobby will knock himself out here. WZ have 7 kills as well, so it's not like they're in a bad kill standing.
I feel like you're always in a very awkward position if you're not used to closing out games.
Yeah.
But all the strongest teams are they're not just recklessly ooga-booing. They're choosing spots in endgame. It's just it does take a risk though. Sometimes you will die. And it kind of pains me to see certain players playing to not lose instead of playing to win. But they're very hesitant into stepping up their aggression. Even though most of the time it's not even like they're at 1 HP. They're all pretty healthy and they're just not taking any risks where you could catch someone out. But it's all good. We got Wolves going for the Spirit Well. Dodo putting down F2, creating a ton of space, even using the Tessa F to knock everyone out, but they aren't going to get this Spirit Well. Are they going to contest to stop them from getting it, though? It's like Armor Circles will be coming up, and Gionan immediately jumps in the fray looking for a grab. He is going to get immediately crowd control and grabbed again by his neighbor's wife.
WZ stole the kill out of his hand as well.
Showdown is just
brutal.
Oh my goodness, Showdown stealing the kills.
Looks like Alliance should be able to get this cap off here, though. GG. In the Yoto ultimate, Xiaonan gonna get sliced up and finished up there by the Yoto ultimate. Nice kill. Alliance cap himself, get the Draco Storm. 14 players left in the lobby. Yang Yang has the ultimate as well. Honestly, the big brain players wait for zone to collapse and just catch someone outside the zone or on the cusp of it, so they get caught inside the they get caught inside the zone by your ultimate. That's not exactly what I was thinking, but it's not bad. Catches 2 people, they're back to the zone, and Alliance take up 2 kills nice and easy off the back of that one. Goblins be able to get you a little bit of that rage back. That is a dreadful wear on the LXM here with the dagger. Golden dagger as well, so a lot of space. Genuinely terrifying. Actually, Tesla with a dreadful whale can catch you really nicely. 3 minutes left in, 10 players left in the lobby.
How does XCM? Wait, how many people are left on Bowda? 1. They're only at 6. They can't really clutch it up. It's going to be between WZ and Alliance. Yodo pulling up. Are we going to see a Yodo MVP coming through? He does. Wait, no, he does have all 2 members up. Yao Yao going through. In 1 slash off. Has PB against the ropes right here. Go for the jump cancel. Has 20% ult left.
Okay,
Alliance.
maybe F2 Yoto is back. Maybe it is back.
Hey, but Jang Jang is still alive on the Akos. Are we going to see an Akos endgame with the...
I mean, every Akos versus F2 Yoto. We are really back in the old days, aren't we? Here at this point.
Are we? Oh man, we got GG super stack though with the Yodo as well. Are we gonna see? We're seeing a Yodo last second end game. Jang Jang goes to the top row. He's gonna get deleted right here by the flying knives. CGS on the Yodo. GG looking like vintage GG right here, but they are neck to neck with WZ as well. WZ's Yodo is gonna pop the ultimate triple tap touch coming down from CGS, trying to dodge. Zhao not able to find any slashes in value off this, but CGS delays his ultimate now, looking for Bowda. 1 HP XCM, but he is gonna delay his ultimate, able to pop the Enor ultimate, dodging a lot of this damage right here. XCM though, trying to find a kill to go right here on his way out of here. Look at the movement going crazy though. 330 takes to the sky right there, and now it looks like GG and WZ on the low ground gonna be battling this out for this last little bit as XCM tries to bob and weaves through the nooks and crannies, and it looks like WZ is gonna be falling down to CGS first. Yao Yao not able to hold the ground on the Yodo. CJS leading GG to this victory right here, but neck to neck with WZ right now. Can the WZ find a clutch up? We've seen clutches throughout the day. Can they do the same right now? CGS,
no,
it's a big slash. It's not gonna matter, and we are gonna see a Yodo finish for our last game of the day coming out from GG. Is Yodo back?
I really hope so. That was a colossal slash to end that one off as well. Just as you raised the question, it is cut in half. Beautiful play from GG, and they're our only team today to find an MVP that aren't Bowda or OA. They finally pull it out at the end of the day. Team who, you know, we came in and I raised questions about GG, about the way that the meta in the game has changed, but maybe it moves too fast for them. But maybe GG are finally starting to get an understanding that they can't play that old school, play final circle only mindset and mentality. And we saw today, they were the first to pull out the Einor. They were the first to play adaptation. GG are a team who have historically always been slow to adapt. They've always kind of preferred to stick to the old meta and the old ways. So it's cool to see actually from GG, but you know, they're starting to play the new style of NARAKA and play, you know, more aggressive, more fast-paced. It's really good to see.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the future of NARAKA trios, at least, and we've seen it in solos with the new rule set, that most of the players are going to have to start playing 12 heroes. In trios, we're seeing now the same thing is going to be asked of trios players. Before, you can kind of get away with knowing 4 to 5 characters very, very well, but as the meta kind of continues, what are people going to be able to pick with such little wiggle room? You're going to have a deeper pool of characters that you have to play, and we're seeing GG really flex the fact that they've been veterans of the league for so long, and they've kind of played almost everything at this point, with the exception, I mean, they were playing Tarka even when Tarka was put into the meta, and they're already jumping on and adopting the newer character. So what can't GG really do? Now, we did see OA kind of dominate the day, definitely picking it up, and rare form for GG to really heat up near the end of it. I still feel like they're trying to find their footing in this current meta. And a lot of the newer teams are really taking charge and really blossoming right now and really challenging around that old guard. But it's still very, very new. But overall, Hipper, and I'd say the new rule set has been very, very exciting and looks very promising for the future. I wasn't sure of it at first as how things were going to play, but after seeing just how much creativity that it inspires, it, I definitely like a lot of the new rule changes.
No, me too. I think for the, as long as the variance kind of stays like this, my main concern is it gets solved, right? Like that's the big thing. Is what I've liked about solos recently is, I mean, I'm talking pre-changes. Now it's even different, but like pre-changes was, it felt like the first 3 picks were solved, and then from there out it was kind of like personal preference. I feel like we're always going to have like a solved section. I always feel like that first hero selection is always going to be, what is the strongest thing on the patch right now? What is everyone wanting to actually play? Then beyond that, it feels like there's a lot more kind of personality, a lot more kind of, this is what we feel most comfortable on right now. Whether or not that changes, whether or not that shifts over the next few weeks, we'll have to see. But in its current form, I think it gives a lot more comfort picks for the players, a lot more personality picks, as we've been calling them as well. I'm excited for what this could bring. I think the 0 hero points solves an issue that Trios has had for a long time. I think hero points actually didn't really feel like they did much. It just kind of forced people to not play the same thing on the same time, but like it was still the same hero pool, and we were just picking and choosing, like, oh, it's our turn to play the best comp, and now we have to play second best comp and third best comp. Where now it feels like that's not the case, right? Like there's a lot more variance in what gets played. But here is our scoreboard at the end of game number 6. GG will go over 18.4 points, WZ 14 points, 10 points over to SR, 10 points over to Alliance, SS1 get 9.5. Where are OA? OA 9 points. So they don't break the triple digits, unfortunately. They'll be very close. So they'll definitely break into 100 by the end of their next play day. But it would have been amazing for them to end today with 100 points. That would have been an absolute game changer. And we did it! We end on a Yoto MVP for CJS there. 6 kills, 24,000 damage. Monster performance.
Yeah, I would never believe this is actually a Pro League composition. This is definitely something you just see on everyday NARAKA ranked Yoto and Tessa. Not necessarily always with a Wu Chen, but definitely Yoto and Tessa go hand in hand. Look at the overall standings for the day. DRG, slow start for the day. 25. They still have one more day. Everyone has one more day going into it. FBX 31, WZ 33, TE at 38.5, 521 at 43, and SR at 45. Now, anywhere between 33 to 45, it's definitely on the lower end, but at least like 20 is pretty tough. Right there, you can salvage. You have to have a pretty big pop-off game for your day 2, going around like 70 right here. But now SS1 at 50, Wolves at 50, GG at 56, Alliance at 68, Crown at 75, and OA all the way up at 88. OA just has a perfect day, I would say. You can't ask for more. 6 rounds. Usually you're going to have one bad round, and they don't even have one bad round for the day. A bad round for them is like a good round for some of these other teams in the bottom half. So really, really good stuff coming out from OA today.
OA was just consistent all day long, right? Like an incredibly consistent day from them, scoring enough points to keep themselves, at the top of the table, and comfortably so. There's still, it's not the 30-point lead we had halfway through the day, but they're still like 12 points, I believe, above second place, which is a pretty decent way to start. Like, they get another day like that, they go into the bi-weekly finals pretty heavily set up. And the thing I appreciate about today was what was just on screen. Zhang Zhang playing V3 ACOS. Like, it feels like with the new hero select, we just walked into a freshly clean kitchen with all of the ingredients, and we're just letting the team cook. We're just seeing what they come up with, what they decide they want to play. Like, the fact 2 weeks ago we thought an F2 Yoto was crazy, but now that's not the case, and now F2 Yoto is what we're seeing as the go-to. is crazy. It just shows you, there was some buffs to it, but also teams feel comfortable rocking that one out in CJS. Great performance, 24,000 damage. No legendary Soul Shaper as well. Just the purples. I mean, a lot of purples, all purples, but still. Really nice stuff from CJS.
I mean, we're in the kitchen, we're cooking, but I feel like the Akos V3 was definitely an undercooked chicken. I don't feel like this is good for anyone. I don't see the vision.
I appreciate that they did it, right? It's one of those things where, it's not for everyone. It's mushrooms on pancakes, but, someone out there went, I kind of mess with that.
You say mushrooms on pancakes? What?
I did. That was literally the first weird ingredients I could put together. I'm a sweet pancakes guy, not a savory pancake guy at all, by the way.
I could see Akos like being paired with Viper or something, like as a budget Temmie, but he was using Akos to go against like Siphon. I was like, this is not gonna work. It's just you get 2 combo breaks, he gets 4 shoves. The math is not mathing. I don't see how this plays out, especially when there's a Temmie. You just have the superior version, and then F1 Akos. It's all right. It's all right in like a 1v1 in multi-way. It's pretty hard pressed to get value off of it. It's more of like a tanking situation, but it's not gonna matter because everyone's transforming right now. I mean, that was a big thing we saw from Enor. Basically like modern Yueshan. Like I heard. I feel like when he's supported and he has extra pressure from another person, he definitely gets a lot more value versus in solos. It's a lot harder for Enor to lock down. It's kind of like how Yueshan works. But the second he has a teammate to help him out, we saw definitely Enor show some promise in the future. I still think moving forward, we'll see some more from it. But first, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be going to our last interview of the day before we wrap things up for our Nbpl trios.
Hi guys, welcome back to our post-game interviews. And this time we have Balda NY7 come join us. So please say hello to our audience first. 有请到7先给我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是暴打的 NY7。
Okay, welcome. And today's game was 3 MVP. Congratulations. But we can see for the first half competition, maybe it's not good enough, but you fight back in the second half. So how did you do that? 那其实今天也是结束了今天的比赛。用着3个 MVP 非常的厉害，非常不错。但是其实在前半场的时候，可能排名没有那么理想，后半场的时候打回来了。为什么会这样？
状态好一点了吧？
Okay, so I think our mood is better. But for this time we have like mirror matches, and for the combinations of the mirror matches, which is like the combination our players pick the most, but in the first game you only got 1 point. So what's the problem? Is that because the new matches, or because of maybe your team is not good at these combinations? 那其实对于这一次我们镜像对局也是全新加入到我们比赛的一个环节，但是其实看到今天暴打在第1把的时候分数并不是很理想，这些阵容都是大家选取率非常高的。对于第1把的张佛成绩不理想的原因是什么呢？
因为自己没有操作好吧。因为然后这阵容也玩的比较少。因为我们3个都是新人，需要很多阵容都要重新练，然后这个比较传统的阵容就没怎么练。
Okay, I think I didn't operate well in the first game. Also for this combinations, we didn't play it a lot. And for our team, we're like a kind of a new combo because all of us, we didn't in the same team before. So we still need to do a lot of practice together and to do it better. Okay, let's move on to our answer for JJ, please. So this time our question is, which hero did Balda NY7 use in game 6? A Feria, B Hadi, C Eater, D Matari. 那这次我们的问题是，那就在第6把选择了哪一个英雄呢 ？A 是神庙 ，B 是哈迪 ，C 是万居 ，D 是迦南。So please count down the time， 也请给我们倒计时一下吧。
3, 2, 1.
Okay, screenshot everyone. And what's the answer? 答案是什么呢？
B.
Yes, the answer is B. Well, so we mentioned about Eater, and maybe some of the players may think this hero is not strong enough to use in the competition. but your team used that. And how do you think about like combinations of NBPL？ 那其实对于万军这个英雄，可能大家还是比较有争议性的，因为可能有些选手觉得他的强度不够高，但是也确实看到你们去使用了，感觉这个阵容如何呢？
感觉挺厉害的，
还
可以，感觉强度有点强度，看怎么玩吧。
Oh, I think it's like maybe it depends on how you played it in the matches. Well, so like after today's regular games, like what kind of adjustment may your team do after that? 那其实今天也是结束了一整天的常规赛嘛，觉得在今天的比赛结束之后，打算去做什么样的调整呢？在队伍里？
加油练吧，因为我失误还是蛮多的。
Okay, I think maybe I just gonna do it harder, and because I made many mistakes today, so maybe I need to avoid them in the following games. Okay, thank NY7 come to our interview. 也谢谢南有七来到我们的赛后采访，希望你们之后的比赛可以越战越勇。And good luck for you for the following games. Okay, that's all for the interview. Bye bye, everyone.
Bye bye.
Thank you very much, Leah. So getting ready to wrap up the day. It was a I mean, I feel like we said a lot of what there was about today, really. It was fun. You know, we got to change things up. We got to see a little bit of the nostalgia side of like everyone playing the same hero. We got to see new hero and Inor showing up, or however we say it. Me and Raven are still unsure exactly how to say his name. You know, we saw the return of Hardy as well. We finally saw some Zai, because Zai's kind of been a little bit by the wayside ever since we started this split. It's been a very interesting start to trios, and in my head I'm just trying to cook up like, what other stuff are we going to see over the next few weeks? What other kind of characters are we going to see? I feel like Lani could find a place. I genuinely do in this current meta. She adds more of the crowd control and kind of interrupts for teams. Maybe there's a space for her. Maybe I'm just completely cooked and she's just a solos character, but I thought the same thing about Liam and he showed up today. So I it's kind of all fair game right now.
Sure. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Over Akos, I would say Leah definitely getting more value off the ball than free 3 Akos. And NY7, shout out to Leah, the interview. It's very interesting to hear that he thinks that he did bad. Now, he comes from Alliance, and he was definitely the hard carry for Alliance back when they were just playing so aggro onto everyone. He was the Viper, dropping out, getting so many kills, and even the Zai. Now he's playing with 2 other really, really aggressive players, VVV. I believe their third is, but I think their third comes from the Wolves champion team. But that's a team of fraggers. So for him to have that mindset that they just need to go to the drawing board, it's the first time playing together, definitely shows a lot of promise for Bauda moving forward. And that was one of the things I was very curious about today. Can Bauda bring it together? Can VVV really like lead the charge for a team without TXJ? Because those two have been together forever, and for the most part, TXJ has always been the leader of their team. So it's interesting to see VVV leading a squad there. Now, I'm assuming that VVV is the leader of it. Definitely from the comms, it sounds like he's the leader of it. By how loud he is as far as target selection in their endgame situations. But tomorrow's schedule, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be wrapping up trios for the day. We are going to be having solos with the new rule set. 12 characters with the dueling in the beginning. I think that's my favorite part of the new solos rule set, is that for the first phasing, to decide who gets to pick the character first, they just have a quick little duel off with no ultimate. So very, very exciting. I feel like this is closer to the essence of what the NARAKA community is about. There's a pretty big dueling community behind the fighting aspect of this game. So really cool to see them implement it in solos. And I'm very excited to see how a lot of these rules kind of play out and what it's going to look like for the first bi-weekly finals.
Yeah, no, I think, I mean, solos for me, I've always for a while been very much a trios guy. Like, I haven't had much time for solos because I felt like it was just a bit bland. But coming into this year, I massively changed my stance on solos, sorry. And I think, it's only gotten better. Like you said, like 12 unique heroes, the dueling aspect, so you get to see proper like 1v1s. I mean, I think at the EWC finals and the Mike versus Spider duel at the end was one of the most like just cinema finals we've ever had in any NARAKA in a competitive setting. So you get more of those little moments, and even if it's just for who gets first pick, and like who gets to pick the hero they want first, it's very exciting to me. I'm a really big fan of that. Anyway, we're going to round it out here today. We'll be back tomorrow with some more of that solos action, so we'll see you then. Make sure you join us. From us, goodbye, and we'll see you tomorrow.